A young boy standing against the backdrop of the sunset was surrounded by incomprehensible flying monsters approaching him from all directions. Then he looked at the table with the characteristics of the level increased, which could not but please him. A group of heroes bravely fighting hordes of monsters asked not to let the newcomers go to the other world before them, so that the sacrifice would not be in vain. Our hero fought with monsters without sparing himself. He fearlessly rushed right into the thick of things, destroying all. The rest of the spectators only opened their mouths and watched with astonished faces as they couldn't believe that a newcomer could do such a thing. Looking at them sadly, the guy said that he was really a newbie, but had been stuck in this bottom for 3,000 years and couldn't get out. Meanwhile, the monsters kept coming. They were flying out of black holes in the sky, so many that it was impossible to count them. The lad had studied hard and studied surgery. He was sitting now beside the bed with the girl tightly by her arm. During this time, he even learned how to skillfully fly a military airplane like a true professional pilot. He studied hacker program writing thoroughly and became just about the best programmer of his kind. He trained in a variety of surgeries, performed the most complex operations, gaining experience, and had plenty of time. In addition, even became a professional player of chess and checkers and other board games, getting much stronger. At the same time, the heroes diligently continued to fight against the monsters attacking the city from all sides like real locusts. The guy even helped one of the heroines get away from a monster attack. The girl wondered why he was helping her. Then, to his regret, the guy got a treacherous stab in the back. Over the years, he learned a lot and gained experience. The battle intensified as the fighter overcame the obstacle, destroying monsters one by one, like an experienced fighter who had been in hundreds of battles. In addition, he lost his comrades, who he still couldn't save no matter how hard he tried. The guy held the lifeless body of the girl in his hands. And so the day closed again. He woke up in his bed at the sound of the alarm clock on the calendar. Was the 12th of November 2065. And now the circle is closed again. Heroes again rushed forward to meet the monstrous monsters staying in the city. At that very moment, the boy thought that he would lead everyone to the destruction of the shadow and give this city its long-awaited freedom. The brave little girl, Tao Tao, tried to fight with one of the monsters pouncing on her, but the forces were not equal. Thank God swordswoman Lu Shui came to her rescue and split the monster in two with her huge sword. On the connection came out fighter Anya frightened voice. She said that the monsters are more than they thought, forces are not equal, need to retreat. Soldier Zhao Haishan gasped and said that it looked like his wish to live to retirement was not destined to come true. They would die right here. And then there was our hero, a guy named Lu Feng. He literally came out of nowhere and hovered in the air behind everyone. As soon as the swordswoman saw the newcomer, she immediately told him to get out of here. He can't handle these monsters alone. A huge monster, several stories high, was already approaching the defenseless people standing on the ground. Lu turned to the little sorceress and told her to finally take down this monster because it would destroy everyone here. The girl tensed her whole body and concentrated all the power she had for a powerful spell. They did not have time. The monster grabbed the swordswoman with a huge paw and already brought her to his disgusting paste. The girl had already resigned herself to her fate. Fortunately, the newcomer came in time. He separated the monster's arm with a powerful sword strike and freed his friend who had fallen to the ground. Grabbing the girl, he held her tightly against him. The swordswoman couldn't believe her happiness yet and was breathing heavily. Her blade was spinning like a whirlwind as it approached the monster's neck. One more second and the monster would go to the other side. All the heroes were startled and opened their eyes in astonishment. Could it be that this newcomer had destroyed a huge monster in almost a second? Could it really be a newcomer? Don't mind Lu ran forward. His level had risen, but there were still plenty of monsters to deal with. Looking at him with surprised eyes, the soldier froze in place. This rookie seems to be crazy, he can't handle them. But pointing to a rusty car standing nearby, Lu said to follow him here. He had some plan. Sue shouted to the others to keep up with the newcomer. He seems to know what to do. On the girl's face was still clearly frightened. Without too many questions, heroes rushed forward, destroying on the way. Annoying monsters had to get to the destination point. The girl still had the feeling that this stranger knew absolutely everything, but Lu denied it. He didn't want to reveal his cards before the time. Looking up, Zhui noticed that the monsters were flying right at them. What was that nonsense? It felt like they were only aiming at those two. Making a sudden movement, Lu swung his sword. The monster roared in pain and fell to the ground until they were safe. Stopping to catch her breath, Sui said that she didn't believe him. If it was true, so why was he trying to save them? Feng looked at her thoughtfully. In his head were still fresh memories of how the guy had lost his loved ones, unable to save them, and now blamed himself for it. Approaching him, Sueshue said that she was touched by the stranger's words, but she didn't believe him at all. He must be a master flirt. The little sorceress looked at the stranger and did not understand where he came from and what he was doing here. Without listening to them, the guy ran forward, destroying monsters one by one. The others only had time to look at him. Soon they stopped near a parking lot. Lu told them to go on their own and not to look back. The little girl looked at the stranger and asked, Does Big Brother want to leave them? Approaching the innocent child, Lu said that all of his comrades have gone to the other world many times. They will not part until the rest are intact. Without another word, the guy pushed himself off the ground and flew forward right to the edge of the overpass. He leaped down and flew like an arrow, cutting through the air below. Still had something to do. Lin Yu, being a gunsmith, was shooting everyone with her huge minigun. Monsters flew away from her like toys. The girl clenched her teeth but didn't show any sign of worrying. The monsters kept coming at her no matter how many times she fired, as if it was all useless. She ran out of ammunition, and the shooter took out 2 pistols and began to defend herself with her last strength. This was the last line of defense. Eventually, and the pistols emptied, the girl was left defenseless before the horde of monsters. She only had to wait. Luckily, Lu appeared. He jumped off the bridge and, holding his sword on his weight, flew straight down to the monster that was already flying towards the defenseless girl. There was a crackling sound, and the flying gargoyle shattered apart under the powerful impact. Everyone was safe. Lin looked at the stranger and asked with trembling lips, "Who is he?" But Lu did not answer and only took her hand. He dragged the girl forward through the horde of monsters, telling her to take the elevator down to the 13th floor, number 1302. Running up to the elevator, the guy pushed her inside and pressed the necessary floor without saying another word. Then he began slaying the monsters one by one with sharp sword swings. There were too many of them, but they couldn't be allowed to break through. The flying lizards were like a horde of insects flying towards the entrance to break in and destroy everything in their path. Running away from countless monsters, Anya asked this guy didn't fool them after all. He said to run and don't look back. On the other hand, they had no other choice, so they prepared to fight back, need to trust this strange stranger and do whatever he said. And so they reached their destination, and Lu was already waiting for them, the guy pointing his hand forward, urging them to keep running. Now he himself will take care of these monsters. By the way, they have already accumulated a decent number of a real horde. The guy's lips slowly moved. He ironically apologized to the monsters, and a grenade clicked in his hands. A second later, the boys heard a monstrous explosion behind them. The blast wave reached them and nearly fell them to the ground. The monstrous explosion sent the monsters flying in different directions and immediately burst into flames. Back to them, Lu said not to worry. The bomb's range was calculated with incredible accuracy, and the monsters were destroyed. The tunnel was closed. Seeing that the others didn't move, the guy irritatedly told them to shut their mouths and move on instead of standing there like statues. After walking a few steps, the guys saw a beautiful night city that was literally on fire. There was a disaster. The invasion of monsters affected everyone. Lifting his head up, Lu said that they would be safe here. Worrying about nothing, they could take a break. Turning to the others, he asked if they still believed him or not. Sua said he was good, but she still had doubts, and Anya supported her. The little witch Tao came up to him and said that such a time is a very long time. What did he do besides fighting? Lu sighed and replied that he had trained for a lot of things. As Anya approached him, she said that this city is a huge world. Now there must be a lot of awakened people here. He must be one of them. In a frightened voice, Tao asked where the others were. Only 4 of them here. 3 people are missing somewhere. Zui said not to listen to all this nonsense. When he approached her, he put his hand to his heart and bowed, wishing it were true that Sui was almost falling to the ground. The witch suddenly noticed that the nearest cable car had started moving with itself for some reason. Making a great leap, Lao jumped in and with a final smile repeated that he had said he had learned a lot, hadn't he? After a while, the boss appeared, and it was a huge giant with steel wings that looked like a giant robot. The soldiers tried unsuccessfully to stop him with their machine guns, but it was useless. The monster was too strong and well-armored to even scratch it in any way. It was destroying literally everyone. The woman leading the soldiers ordered them to retreat immediately, or they would all stay here forever. Lu appeared like a thunderclap and crashed to the ground right in front of them, leaving behind a bright beam of energy. The leader looked at the stranger and asked, "What is a rookie of such a low level doing here? He won't be able to cope." But with a final wave of his hand, Lu moved straight towards the monster's huge leg without any regret, saying that he would finish this battle. Seeing the small prey, the giant reached out his steel arm to finally grab the pesky man. The monster's huge fingers had already approached the boy, and he swung his sharp sword and prepared to strike a precise blow. The woman pulling on the dark sunglasses sighed heavily. This poor guy must be the end. He can't handle the monster. But it was not to be. With one precise blow, Feng severed several fingers from the giant robot's hand as if they were branches of a tree. Everyone opened their mouths in amazement at how this was even possible. Who was this guy to possess such power? Suitable Lu muttered to himself that the most vulnerable parts of this monster's body are the pinky and ring finger of the left hand. The monster became enraged. He released several sharp metal tentacles from his back like an octopus and moved forward. The woman couldn't believe her eyes how this newcomer could have such well-developed intuition. Who was he anyway? Lu jumped up and began to strike the monster with circular blows, trying to separate its limbs. Already tired of thinking something, The woman just opened her mouth and watched the strange actions of the newcomer who had appeared so suddenly. And so, having made another small jump, Lu was already on the giant's head and preparing his sword for the final blow. The monster opened its mouth. The sharp sword blade went straight into the monster's eye. A crackling sound was heard, and electric sparks spewed out. After such a final blow would no longer be able to get to his feet, Lu jumped down and the giant slumped on his back. A few seconds later, a monstrous explosion was heard behind the guy's back, but he didn't even turn to look. When the giant was defeated, in front of Lu was a large core glowing to an incredible temperature. This was the heart of the giant. Taking the strange round object in his hands, the guy regretfully thought that the core would disappear, and this time it was somehow pathetic. The others standing on the outskirts of the city saw a bright beam of energy aiming straight for the heavens. The girls pondered on, who is this guy? If they never see him again, then the stranger was telling the truth and he is really in a vicious circle. For all this time, the player has already had time to thoroughly learn everything that happens here. Every time he reaches 6 in the morning, he starts all over again. With sadness in his eyes, he said goodbye to his friends whom he had seen thousands of times and parted thousands of times. And so, he woke up again in his room and abruptly got out of bed, breathing heavily. Everything started all over again. He immediately ran to the window and looked out, shouting that he was finally back. It had been endless days filled with battles. And finally, they were over. Finally, everything fell into place. An exhausted Lu sat down on the bed and lowered his head for a few minutes, thinking. His level remained the same. Yes, and also the core he got after defeating the boss remained with him. Taking the cold golden object in his hands, the guy looked at it closer. He had already forgotten about this thing, now he could grow it. He was interrupted by the wheelchair-bound sister girl bursting into the room where he had been for so long. She looked at her brother with a stern gaze that seemed to be about to erupt into another scandal the girl was extremely displeased with. Even with all this, Lu jumped out of bed and rushed to his sister, wrapping her in his arms. He whispered, missing her very much. For him, it had been a few thousand years Lu hadn't seen his sister in too long, and now he was hugging her. Pulling away from her brother, the girl asked where he had even been all day. Lu wanted to somehow avoid answering and lied. He said he was at work. Wanting to smooth things over, the guy pulled out his phone and said he'd already gotten his paycheck so he could buy a cake. The girl looked at him with grateful eyes and was glad that she would forgive him once and went to make them dinner. Wanting to play a prank on his sister, the guy asked him for a marble beef steak, wine and lobster. The girl yelled that she'd cook what he'd eat. Memories came back to mind as the boy sat beside the bed where his sister was lying, and he didn't care what the doctor said. He vowed to raise her to her feet. The sister's name was Lu Yao. Walked into the room. Feng said that she needed to have surgery, but the girl was skeptical and told him to get out of the kitchen. Her brother only looked at her with a surprised look. As many know, many years ago, many spatial rifts happened. The world of shadows is chosen by some people who have begun their adventure in a strange and new world. They were called the Awakened Ones. After opening a bottle of Coke, Lu looked at the TV where the news anchors were talking about a new and unusual event. These were people given special abilities in classes, but they would not escape their own fate ever. According to rumors, this world will disappear, and the events will only stop when the shadow world of divine rank is cleaned up. A man who looked like Superman appeared on the TV screen. It was the world's #1 awakened person, and his name was Alston. He was the head of the Ark faction. The man literally shone in the spotlight. He was the strongest awakened in the world, also known as the Guardian of Hope, the last stronghold of humanity. But apparently the guy did not share these thoughts. As soon as he saw the hero, he immediately got angry and crumpled the bottle of Coke. The thing is, in the world where Lu lived, this man was a demon who absorbed the power of the awakened and destroyed everyone, including Lu himself. He was a true demon monster in the flesh with dozens if not hundreds of human lives to his credit. Sitting down on the couch, Lu contemplated avoiding this man until he was strong enough to win. In order to pull it all off, I needed my own guild, and sat down at the monitor. Lu began to look for the very people with whom he had passed the monster so recently. He created the guild named Dawn. Lu realized he had to save his friends to help them survive at all costs. Suddenly, his sister appeared and said that dinner was ready and it was time to eat. Lu turned his head in her direction and nodded, even a little scared. The Awakened Help Center was a huge monolithic building that looked more like a futuristic spaceship in the middle of the city. On a huge screen was Alston. He was holding another of his press conferences, and many of the Awakened had gathered to hear him speak. Among them was Lu. He wanted to start his own guild and was now standing at the front desk. A woman asked, "Really, does he want to do that?" Two people, a man and a woman, were looking at him with a sidelong glance. This newcomer seemed to be completely crazy. He was too low level to form a guild. A few more people came up to him and started whispering behind the guy's back, but he stubbornly ignored them. Lu looked at the administrator with guilty eyes and said that he didn't have a rank A item, but he had this, and pulled out a huge giant egg from his pocket. As soon as the receptionist saw such an item, she immediately became speechless. Everyone else standing here also became alarmed. Where did this newbie get such an item? Lu asked to store it in sub-zero temperatures. Now can he continue to register? The woman said that if no one joined the guild within 36 hours, the registration would be over. The pledge would also be lost. Thinking about it, the guy realized that he needed to convince the others to join his guild at any cost, even if he had to grovel. The events moved to London to the Kendo Center, where young warriors dressed in traditional Japanese clothing were training. The battle heated up with renewed vigor, as Zui literally annihilated her opponent. With one precise and apt strike, the man flew to the ground. Suddenly she got a text from that guy who was stuck in one day coming out. He was lying after all. The girl cringed. Sitting in her office, Anya was reprimanding one of her employees for botching the purchase of an expensive company. Suddenly the girl was distracted. She received a message. The man standing in front of her bowed and closed his eyes guiltily. On the screen of the smartphone, Anya saw that it was a message from the same guy. But she wasn't interested. In the meantime, the military base was loading one of the combat mechs. Soldiers were trying hard to carefully load the expensive device. Soldier Zhao reached out and continued to command his subordinates to be careful with this technique. He also received a message on his phone and immediately thought it was some kind of spam and declined the offer. A message appeared on Lu's phone from the little witchy witch. She said it's not nice to cheat. Why does Big Brother do that? Well, what else did he expect? Lu realized that he had to take care of the rest of them. But of course, that wouldn't be easy. A bunch of people stood and chanted only one phrase, Big Sister, with bright smiles on their faces. The thing is that a girl with blue hair stepped on the chest of one of the guys with machine guns and took his phone out of his pocket. Her name was Charlotte, looked down at her opponent and asked, what was so cool about these mercenaries that everyone was afraid of them? She looked at the man even more closely and said that her friends might be small-minded, but she would not allow them to be hurt. Spewing a curse, the man pulled out his assault rifle and started shooting directly at the defenseless girl. But, as we know, Charlotte was not so simple. She put her arm forward and in one motion stopped all the bullets flying at her. A strong gust of wind threw the man far backwards. The mercenary had not expected this and did not even have time to stand on his feet. Then, holding the enemy's weight, the girl said that her men had not taken the goods and that if the mercenaries came at them again, she would destroy them. The comrades standing behind them came to delight. Their big sister was indeed invincible. Mercenaries' dust compared to her. Turning to her friends, Charlotte smiled and said good-naturedly that they had gotten into some kind of trouble again. And then she turned around and saw a strange guy behind her. It was Lu. He said, what is the one inviting her to his new guild? Running up to him, Charlotte cocked an eyebrow in surprise. She was a bit crazy herself, but never thought there would be a level 9 rookie like her. The two men immediately began to approach the guy, crunching their knuckles and ready to level him to the ground. Deciding to show them his power, the guy just swung his fist, creating an incredibly powerful stream of wind that blew everyone away in a second. Now Charlotte's facial expression changed. Her gum bubble burst, and the girl opened her mouth in surprise. Why is this rookie's basic skill so strong? Lu looked at her and said that if you hit 1,000,000 times, you can't even achieve that. The girl started to get nervous. She applied her skill, and everything around her started to rise into the air. This guy is weird, so let him not approach her. Of course, Lu wasn't so simple. The guy ran straight at her, passing every obstacle in his path as if he were flying through the air. He drew a dagger and held it to Charlotte's throat, freezing her in place. Realizing that she had lost, Charlotte stopped. It wasn't fair to sneak up on her from the sidelines the way only rats do. With a wave of her hand, Lu then suggested she have a little telekinesis competition if that was her forte. The essence of the competition was that with the help of this skill, you had to knock down as many bottles that were placed everywhere. Charlotte had prepared herself and gathered all her strength together, and her comrades were here too, and supporting their big sister. A second later, there was a pop, and several bottles flew into the air as if they were toys. The girl's strength was amazing. The men standing next to him were delighted. This newcomer can't even move 2 bottles. So victory is in their pocket. Inflating the bubblegum bubble again, Charlotte asked what this guy was worth. Let him show off all he could do, or was he scared? But Lu didn't think of backing down. He tensed to the limit and opened his eyes. Tentacles of invisible energy immediately began to burst out from his back. All the bottles were hit in a second. The other's jaws dropped as this stranger destroyed all the bottles in one blow just by some colossal power. How could it be possible? The gum bubble burst in Charlotte's mouth again. She couldn't believe how a beginner of this level could have such a strong skill. But on the other hand, the girl smiled and said that from now on, she was his subordinate and let him teach her these blows. A smile appeared on Lu's face. Of course, he will teach her everything he knows and make Charlotte a queen. Bringing the others to their destination, the guy waved his hand and welcomed them to the Dawn Guild. Here was his apartment. Walking a few floors up, Lu quietly opened the door and peeked into the room. He called out to his sister. But unfortunately, the room was empty and Lu couldn't see where she had gone. But there was a note on the table. Taking the piece of paper in his hands, the guy read the message that said Yao had gone to help the others. Lu sighed. She was growing up too fast. The guy sat down to eat a little snack, but no sooner had he picked up the food with his chopsticks than a text message immediately arrived on his phone. Taking the device in hand, the player read, and it seems one of the contestants agreed it was the armorer's. She worked in a cafe as a waitress in real life and was wearing a maid's dress. Sitting on his couch, Lou realized that he wasn't going to let this girl discount somewhere out there in the depths of the dark world and would definitely save her. But there was another problem. Only 2 had joined him, and there were only 4 hours left. Thinking about it, he realized who the third would be. On a rainy street, 3 scumbags were beating up a poor guy lying curled up on the earth. Punches were raining down on him, and the unfortunate man just tried to defend himself by covering his face with his hands. One of the hooligans kept beating the poor guy and calling him all the words he knew. After all, this guy put up with everything even though he was robbed. One of these thugs offered to sell this guy and make good money. They're out of their minds. The unfortunate man's name was Lee Shijun, and he too was awakened. In his case, something started to happen. The guy fiercely resisted. But it was too late. A huge fox burst out of his body. His eyes lit up red like a demon's, and the pet immediately began to attack. One by one, the bullies fell into a dark abyss where only endless darkness of misery and fear awaited them. The rest of those who were lucky enough to escape were running headlong somewhere very far away, trying to hide somewhere from this monster. Wolf looked at them with his burning eyes and saw the 2 running straight into the nearest mall. The monster rushed forward and broke the glass door and burst inside, scaring away all the visitors inside, and chaos began to reign. The fox didn't touch anyone and punched through the building and came out the other side, continuing to chase after the rest of the hooligans. The frightened Lee was still lying on the wet asphalt curled up in a lump. He didn't know what to do. The guy didn't control himself. Meanwhile, his demonic pet was rampaging through the streets of the city. He was throwing cars around, breaking a building, and scaring people. People looked around in horror at what was happening. They couldn't understand what was going on. Everyone was afraid to even approach this monster. Lou, who had approached them, saw the huge monster perfectly and had already prepared his sword to destroy it. Looking down on him, the guy had already taken aim. He found the third, who would become a member of his new guild. A girl standing nearby saw the stranger and said that a professional came to help, but her boyfriend said it was just a regular rookie. As it turned out, this newcomer was not so simple. He blocked the black fox's huge paw with both hands. Then bouncing back, he ran straight towards the defenseless kid, luring the huge monster behind him. The hero ran down the street and was chased by a huge fox with burning eyes. He was ready to devour anyone in his path. With a trembling voice, the frightened Lee shouted to the stranger to run away. This leaf could destroy him. After running a few more meters, Lou grabbed the kid and ran further with him. Then the boy put the boy's body forward and the fox put his black weighty paw on it. Something strange began to happen. Lee felt his body overflowing with energy. The fox was dissolving and entering through his skin like smoke. Soon the monster vaporized, the boy completely absorbed his pet, and now the city was safe, though a little destroyed. Breathing heavily, the boy said she recognized him, but Lou replied that it wasn't so. The point is that this kid is the nightmare beast. Turning his head to the stranger, Lee was startled. He didn't expect to hear such a thing, and certainly didn't want to believe he was the nightmare beast. The thing was that this kid, being a level 1 rookie with no class, was able to summon this monster, and now it was bursting out of his body. He is not an ordinary man, but an awakened man who appears once per tens of thousands of people. Lee froze in place and could not believe what he heard. When he heard that one day he would be able to destroy an entire city, Lee became cold with fear. He did not want to believe that he was such a monster, but getting closer to him, Lou stroked his head, trying to calm him down. This stranger suspiciously knew a lot about the kid. Stunned, Lee looked at him. How this man even knew all this? The boy was stunned for a second. Taking the guy's hand, Lou explained he and the guy were friends, having gone through countless different obstacles together. Soon, a multitude of heroes were standing in front of the portal, soon to be the opening of the shadow world of rank D. But they were still missing 2 people. A portrait of Lou the instructor popped up in front of the bald male instructor and took a closer look at the guy. Soon the guy himself, along with Charlotte, approached the 2 of them, wanting to join them. Baldy looked at them with the surprise of a rookie of only level 9. It's fine, of course, but he's too weak. Standing nearby, Charlotte said he was her boss. So if the guy doesn't go, she stays too. The girl continued to inflate her bubble. It was a strange thing for a high-level awakened man to view a newcomer as his boss. The first time the man had ever encountered such a thing. Well, never mind, the man spread his hands and said that with the 2 of them all, Stella was already busy, so let them get ready to sail. The portal began to vibrate. They would soon depart. Everyone else was fully prepared for battle. Charlotte looked at her boss and asked, does the kid still have to join them? But the kid said he had extra classes. The girl wondered if there were still people who went to extra classes. It was so boring and time-consuming. The girl looked at him again and asked why he had invited them. Lou replied that a disaster was about to happen and only they could prevent it. It was still unclear to Charlotte how he could protect the world and his entire team with level 9, but Lou preferred to keep silent soon. There was going to be a departure and people were already starting to enter the portal one by one. Baldy came out first on the other side and immediately started looking around. This place was unfamiliar to him. They found themselves on the top of a snowy mountain, and it was cold everywhere. Charlotte immediately felt cold. She had light clothes and didn't expect to have to flounder in the snow, so she immediately started to reflect. Several silhouettes of pros began to advance deep into the snowy mountains everywhere. Only their conversations and the crunch of snow could be heard. Bald asked if there was anyone else in this world. The girl standing next to him said that she doubted that this world must have been empty and almost without resources. Another girl walking nearby saw a beautiful butterfly and put her finger up close. As soon as the insect landed on my hand, the skin immediately began to cover and soon my whole hand was frozen. Then a cracking sound was heard and the frozen arm just broke into several pieces. The girl bent in a fit of pain. The mages began to destroy the insects that were eager to fly up to them and freeze them. The bald man warned that these butterflies are very dangerous, so let the rest of us be careful. But the flying insects had already gathered in great numbers and the whole swarm was heading straight for the defenseless travelers. People began to run away in fear. Some tried and some just fell defenselessly to the ground. A multitude of people immediately began to freeze instantly, transforming into Ice Lady's screams were immediately silenced. The instructor immediately yelled for everyone to leave this area immediately, or they would all freeze here and stay forever. As he continued to run away, the man thought about the level 9 rookie. It was a pity that he was probably already on the other side of the world with such an ability. Charlotte wondered why they weren't leaving, but then she guessed that maybe there was treasure here and she would be the only one to get it. But learning that her boss was going to use these little creatures for training the girl was horrified. He went crazy. But Lou was completely calm and said that to attack, one could only use a blast of mental power directed at one butterfly at a time. Following that, the guy began to concentrate his magical energy in preparation for the strike, and several points of light appeared next to him. Hundreds of energy beams burst out of his hands in the same second and began to destroy the butterflies in a matter of seconds. Charlotte opened her mouth in amazement. If she hadn't seen it all with her own eyes, she would never have believed it was possible. Small explosions were heard all around. Lou advised Charlotte to concentrate to compress her energy to the right size. He was giving instructions on how to properly hit, and Charlotte was concentrating on creating a ball of light. A second later, an arrow of blue energy erupted from her finger and went straight at one of the butterflies, piercing several at once. In a calm voice, Lou said that for the first stage, 2,000 butterflies should be destroyed. Charlotte opened her mouth in amazement. Yes, he has gone completely crazy. Not wanting to talk anymore, the lad hopped up on the top branch and said he would rest here for now, and Charlotte would let Charlotte do the work. After telling her not to slack off and to train properly, Lou laid down on a branch and immediately his snoring was heard. Standing in the cold snow, Charlotte asked for the bullying to stop. It's a real sacrilege, how can you do that? Moreover, there was a whole flock of butterflies in front of her, and she doubted if she would really be able to destroy them all. The only true solution was to turn around and run away from here. She wanted to go home anywhere but here. While poor thing was running away from a flock of ice butterflies, Lou was sleeping on a branch and didn't even know what was going on. Eventually, seeing that her friend was not feeling well, the guy dropped the purple-colored magic potion from his hands and said to drink it. A tired Charlotte accepted the gift and looked at the vial of liquid with some disbelief, but there was no other option left. So the girl decided to drink all the contents in one gulp, which turned out to taste disgusting. In the end, it turned out to be an invisibility potion. The girl stopped seeing her own limbs. Now she was safe. But lying on the branch, Lou said it wasn't that, it was just a potion that hides body heat, and now the butterfly can't see it. Charlotte looked at the boss with some disbelief and said that if he already had this potion, he knew everything well in advance, didn't he? An unawakened person cannot know ahead of time what will happen beyond the gate, so how does he know? In a tired voice, Lou said that if Charlotte also had to live in the same place for thousands of years, she would learn it perfectly well too. But the girl didn't seem to believe it all and just put her hand forward and started concentrating Manu. With the boss constantly prodding and correcting her, Charlotte tried to restrain herself. She was getting annoyed. The rest of the poor souls who were lucky enough to escape now lay like frozen statues in the cold snow. Now they will stay here forever. The few lucky survivors were now standing there breathing heavily. They couldn't believe it was so dangerous in this world. But no sooner had the rest rested properly, as suddenly on them began to move horrible monsters similar to large mantis. Baldy shouted again for everyone to get ready immediately now. Another hard fight awaited them. People started to defend themselves from all their strength, but why are these monsters so big and where did they even come from? The insect began destroying people by the dozens. They were so huge they grabbed several at once with one hand. In addition, there was no end to these giant praying mantises, and defeating them seemed like an impossible task. Following that, another huge elite-level Ripper monster appeared in front of the bald man. Now no one had a chance to win. Meanwhile, Charlotte had safely completed the task. She was able to destroy the required number of insects. Looking at the branch, where the boss should have been lying, the girl didn't notice anything. There was empty. Could it be that he had escaped? Poor Charlotte exhaled heavily. She knew she would, and she wanted to brag about her accomplishments to him. A few kilometers away, the surviving humans were trying to destroy the monsters with furious efforts. The girl with pink hair began to cry from fear. She thought she would never get out of here again, so many of these monsters were there. But their trainer gathered all his strength together and rushed at one of the monsters swinging a long sword. Unfortunately, he didn't succeed, and with one deft stroke of his claw gave the man the final blow. Unfortunately, the last protector has gone to the other world, and the unfortunate girl is left all alone surrounded by these monsters. The monster's sharp claw was already closing in on her, poor thing, covered her mouth to keep from screaming, and had already resigned herself to it. But suddenly Lu appeared in front of her, and with a deft kick of the ball, he separated the monster's claw with a crack, and the roar of the insect was heard. In just a fraction of a second, by making a quick dash, the guy destroyed several monsters at once, turning them into pieces of flesh. Already resigned, the girl looked with tearful eyes at the stranger who had saved her. There was only one final monster left, much bigger than all the others. Lu stopped and exhaled. The girl still continued to kneel. All that was left was to send the last insects to the other side of the world. Lu grouped himself and concentrated maximum force in his hand, throwing out his sword. Soon the head of the huge mutant was already lying on the cold snow. Lu walked over to it and took it by the tendrils, dragging it towards him. After walking a few dozen steps, they found themselves near the abyss. Lu continued to hold the monster's head in his hands and told the girl not to worry. After a second, the fighter unclenched his fingers and released a part of the monster's body right into the deep pit. A girl standing next to him asked what he was doing. A little while later, Lu replied that it was just bait for someone bigger. From the depths of the cave, there was a crackling sound as if someone was dwelling there, and several long bodies emerged from the darkness. One of the huge millipedes began to crawl up the sheer cliff above, making a nasty clicking sound. The girl's eyes rounded. She couldn't believe her eyes. This stranger had actually lured out the final monster? How was this even possible? Lu just kept looking. He said there's actually two of them. Let him take a closer look. In the next second, the ice broke and another millipede burst out of there, and the guy managed to bounce aside at the last moment. The monsters were colossal in size. Besides, there were two of them here. There was a roar and a crackling sound. The insects were covered in ice like everything else here. Goosebumps ran down the girl's back, and she had no idea what to do in such a situation. Ignoring her consternation, Lu rushed forward. The girl asked, "What does he want to do alone against these monsters?" Opening its wide mouth with many teeth, the millipede with a roar rushed straight at the defenseless guy and wanted to devour him. A second later, several hundred sharp ice shards flew out of its mouth and flew straight at Lu. A second later and he was finished. But the guy wasn't so simple. With one sword strike, he shattered some shards and tried to move away. Jumping from side to side like a dancer, Lu was moving away from each blow. His movements were incredibly light and smooth. Pushing off the ground once more, he was on the monster's head. In a second, the millipede didn't realize it right away. Gritting her teeth, she tried to shake the annoying guy off her head, but it was no use. Lu held on tight. The frightened girl simply watched the strange newcomer challenged by such a monster with an unbroken gaze. Meanwhile, the guy prepared a sword to destroy the annoying monster with one blow. A cracking sound was heard as a sharp blade entered the millipede's shell and reached the internal organs. The monster roared in pain, but couldn't do anything flexible enough to throw the guy off his head. Then, jumping onto the second millipede, Lu did the same thing. He destroyed the monsters one by one. They were moving straight towards the cliff. After a few seconds, both monsters fell straight down. Lu, who was sitting on one of them, didn't even think of stepping aside. He held onto his sword, which began to move slowly, splitting the much stalk into two pieces. Soon, the monster's head separated from its body, and one of the monsters fell to the ground with a rumble, letting out its last breath. The second monster suffered the same fate, and soon they were both on the other side of the world. Lu stood on the body of one of the monsters and looked forward triumphantly. The girl could not believe her eyes. She thought that this newcomer would fail, and soon go to the other world. But he was not so simple. Charlotte, who had been busy destroying butterflies all this time, saw that the insects were dissolving themselves very quickly. Soon, only the three of them left the portal alive and well after the task was completed. The rest of them remained there forever. The people who were waiting for the others on the other side of the portal opened their mouths in surprise at the fact that only 3 people had survived. Charlotte continued to freak out. She was annoyed that she didn't get to finish the task. Lu calmed her down by telling her she passed anyway. The excited girl asked where they were going now. Waving her hand, Lu said he'd take a couple days off, got to get cleaned up. Meanwhile, in Anya's office, her subordinate was shuffling from foot to foot again, seemingly fired for poor performance. Hearing the threat in his words, Madam President began to get angry. Is this bastard threatening her? She turned to her subordinate and said she knew how much money this man had laundered. It was cosmic. The man's face immediately changed, and he realized that he had fallen into a trap and tried to justify himself with his last strength, saying that he had made a mistake. Anya softened a little. She said that perhaps she could forgive him, moreover. Secure him a place in a nursing home. The subordinate bowed. He walked briskly out of the office, trying not to notice another girl coming inside. The employee said that the guy who kept insisting that he was a comrade of the president had not calmed down in any way should call the police. The president shook her head. The subordinate left the room, carefully closing the door behind her so as not to annoy the already angry Madam President. Walking over to the window, Anya held a cup of hot coffee in her hand and looked down at the city. There she saw the same strange guy who kept texting her. The stranger was waving his hand and trying to get her attention. He texted her again and said he could see her in the window. Anya tried every method to get away from him so he would finally back off. The girl's cheeks flushed when she saw that he suspiciously knew a lot about her preference for some kind of pervert. Eventually, she got sick of it, and Lou saw a sign in front of him that he had been added to the blacklist and now he couldn't write to her. All the others also scattered to all corners of the world. Lou didn't know what to do, had to fly all over the planet and collect them. 4 people walked along the wide road. There was no one else here. The desolate landscape was depressing, weaponless. Lin Yu looked at the plaque. She was only a nominal member of the team she needed to join the official guild events. In a calm voice, Liu said that he had already posted the high-ranking assignment she wanted on the darknet. According to the rules, she was obligated to go. And yes, of course he brought all of them here for training. Liu looked at his comrades with a serious look. Well, here they came. The guys stopped in front of a large complex that looked like a military base with armored doors in front of them. Lai cracked his eyes open in surprise. Why take this brought them to the military base? Are they really going to train here? Walking beside Charlotte asked if there shouldn't be 7 of them. So where are the other 4? Lou replied that they must be on their way. It was time to go in. The guy was the first to move forward to the entrance. The others followed him. Entering inside, Li Shi began to turn his head in different directions. There were no people here at all. Somehow it even looked strange. Squinting his eyes, Lou said, "It's all about hacking into the main surveillance system and making sure the place was empty." He got clever and sent out a fake warning about a gas leak at a military facility, so the place will be empty for about 2 weeks. Charlotte's eyes lit up with delight at her boss turning out to be a super hacker. Now she's pretty sure he wasn't lying then. The guy just waved his hand. He had said many times before that he was stuck here, and if he didn't do something to waste time, he would go crazy. Putting his hand on the fingerprint scanner, Lou unlocked the door. There was a creak, and the huge door slid open. Entering inside, the guys saw a huge military complex equipped with the most advanced technologies. In addition, Lou explained that this room is also used to train astronauts. For Charlotte, wondered if they were going into space. Walking up to one of the control panels, Lou said that she is a very overthinking guy, just wanting to use the place for training. In an annoyed voice, Lin said she didn't need astronaut training. She didn't want to waste her time on it. But when she failed her first attempt, she begged for another chance and she could survive. The guy looked at her with a tired look. The ship she was flying on had just blown to pieces, so it would take time to coordinate. In response to Lin's surprised question, the guy replied that he had only coordinated the code so that he could now make changes to the program. He has spent several decades to learn the technology of spaceship development. Now you can say he is a pro. Charlotte soon came out of the capsule. She was just thrilled. This simulation is just great. Lou replied that he didn't bring them here to play. The girl looked at him with a guilty look and agreed. Then she asked if Li Shi Kid looked bad. Even in spite of the overload, the little guy held firm and did not want to stop the ordeal. Looking up, Lou said, "Close the doors, he's starting the round, so let him get ready, he needs to give it his best shot." Charlotte applied Li's attack mode, Li's survival mode, and Li Shi both modes at the same time. The guy wanted to test his abilities. In a quiet voice, Lou said he was running a simulation, so everybody stand by. All participants showed with all their appearance that they were ready to do everything that was required of them, and even more. Charlotte was still holding on, but Lin had fallen out of the capsule. Li Shi was an amazingly resilient boy. Even though it was difficult, he held on. Lou appeared in front of his eyes and told the guy to remember to breathe. After all, this mode puts a lot of strain on the body. Li Shi heavily sighed and nodded his head in agreement. The guy concentrated even harder. Soon, everyone was almost out of energy. Charlotte was lying on the ground and breathing heavily. Li Shi threw up somewhere off to the side. Poor boy was overexerting himself. To everyone's dismay, Lou wasn't even going to stop practicing if they were done, then let them get up and climb back in. The guys looked at their boss with surprised and frightened eyes. Li Shi said he would try very hard and Charlotte was horrified. A smile appeared on the guy's face. If compared to the demonic level darkness world, he is still generous. Soon all three were placed in capsules with liquid for antibiosis they tried there. For almost a week in these capsules, it was possible to recover. The first to come out was Lin Yu, who got dressed and sighed heavily but felt much better. Immediately, Lu Feng appeared and praised her for recovering very quickly. Need to check the results. They arrived at the battle arena, and Lin was already ready for a new battle. The girl was all emotionless. The report ended, and Lu's finger pressed the start button with himself needed to test the girl's skill. As soon as he pressed the button, dozens of mechanical beasts appeared from somewhere and immediately rushed forward. This time, Lin swore that she would do it. The girl's eyes glistened. She wouldn't back down for anything. Taking out of her pocket in 2 machine gun pistols, she began to spin around destroying monsters one by one. The girl only warmed up. And this turned out to be fun. She seemed to enjoy firearms so much as battling dozens of monsters. At some point, the mechanical beasts became twice as fast and the girl was already having a bit of a hard time coping. She jumped up and took aim with 2 barrels at once. The monsters ran up to her from below and were ready to rush in to attack. Spinning like a whirlwind, Lin began firing from 2 barrels. Explosions began to erupt everywhere as monsters exploded one after another. Upon landing, the girl exhaled heavily, and the remains of the mechanical monsters fell beside her. The results were not bad at all. Almost half of all indicators increased, but there is still room to grow. Charlotte came down to them like a balloon girl, said she was getting used to the lack of gravity. This was the next test for the telekinesis girl, had to control the heavy balls. Looking at the subordinate, Lu said that 6 pieces was too little for her to try all of them at once. As soon as Charlotte heard this, she was covered with goosebumps of fear. Her boss seems to have gone completely crazy. 4 dozen balls of enormous size appeared. At once, Charlotte felt that she could no longer stand. It was too hard. Continuing to look at her with a serious look, the boss told her to concentrate all her power and unleash it at once. The girl tensed up and energy literally began to ooze out of her body. She screamed from the strain, but still she managed. Charlotte looked up at her boss and smiled. Her cheeks flushed with joy. She couldn't believe it. As Lu continued to stare at her, he thought that he didn't expect anything else from her since she was the future queen of telekinesis. A huge black fox was leaping across the platforms. The monster dodged flying bombs with incredible ease. Sitting beside him, Li Shi folded his hands like a prayer and controlled his pet from afar. Everything was almost perfect. But the fox jumped on the bomb nearby and now it could not stop flying. The boy looked at the pet with horror and tried to stop it, but nothing happened. Next, a gunshot rang out and the ghost monster's exhausted body collapsed on one of the platforms. This was the end. The unfortunate boy sat down on the ground and lowered his head. He was just useless and felt most horrible. Lu came out from behind his podium and praised his comrade. On the contrary, he could control the beast for 3 minutes, whereas before he couldn't even last a few seconds. Li still was inconsolable. He almost cried. It would still not be enough. Lu urged him to calm down. This was just the beginning. He is learning. Practice was over. The whole team stood in assembly. Lu thanked them for their effort and now they could rest. Charlotte jumped up on the spot. Finally, she would finally be able to fight real people. Lin didn't seem to be particularly satisfied, and Li Shi was still breathing heavily. In 3 days, they will all be teleported to a catastrophic level world. The report goes 72 hours left, and so the guy was already in his bed and sleeping peacefully, needed to want a little rest after what was happening. Was early morning. Lu picked up the suddenly ringing phone and greeted the person he was talking to with a sleepy voice. He really didn't want to wake up right now. His sister's voice boomed like thunder, and the guy immediately woke up. Yao yelled that she would never ask to fill in for her at work again. The uncomprehending Lu asked what had actually happened. He was just working as before, but the thing was that my brother was a little overdoing it. Not only did he fix all the equipment, but he also took on other people's cars. So not only did he take on an advanced exoskeleton, not even acupuncture clients. What kind of person is this? The guy finally realized what he was talking about and laughed. He just had nothing to do and decided to occupy himself. The sister continued to resent Lu. Guilty said he just wanted to make her job easier, but there were already short beeps on the phone. He sighed heavily and stretched. He should have thanked her for having such a kind and capable brother, instead of the usual. Seeing the timer, Lu realized that there are only 2 days left and you need to gain so much experience. Yes, and in general things to do. So it's time to get up. The next location was the empty city of World of Shadows Rank C. The huge red moon towered over the empty castle. Now they were together with Tao. The girl was holding a laptop together, Lu asked. Wasn't she wondering how he knew all this? He looked out from behind a nearby bush and saw several people dressed in strange clothes heading towards them. Well then, it was time to start. A layer of protective energy formed around the guy and he moved forward. It was zombies with red. Lu only had a few seconds to destroy all the monsters at once. But it was not all. In front of the guy formed a huge monster, similar to a large wolf. But for some reason, he walked on his hind legs. Tao was horrified at the sight of the monster. It was a werewolf, but where did it come from? The girl almost screamed. The wolf rushed straight forward. Lu had already prepared his two swords and ran straight towards him. It was like an easy walk. Swinging his sword, he applied an icy strike. The monster roared as soon as it felt the cold near its neck. The werewolves were getting bigger, and there were already several of them. Lu said that he needed to strengthen the silver attack and divine blessing. Several werewolves were already closing in on him, mouths wide and teeth snapping, and the danger was near. The frightened girl still gave him a reinforcement, asking if he could handle it. Lu only waved it off for him. It was a real trifle, so there was nothing to be afraid of. The guy had sent several werewolves to the other side of the world in just one go, and there was a crunching and squealing sound. Lu moved with such speed that it was impossible to follow him with an ordinary eye. Only a bright light stretched out behind the guy. Sitting behind one of the big bushes, Tao was angry because her boss had only taken her to clean up the place, not to help her with her homework. Sighing heavily, Lu objected. Yes, she will help him, but he genuinely wants to help her with her homework, so let her ask. Staring at the laptop screen, the girl started quoting the problem. It was quite complicated, and Tao asked her to solve it. Continuing to exterminate the monsters, Lu laughed. This is such a simple task, so let her try to solve it herself. No need to rely on others. After this, Tao became furious. This guy, brazen liar, cheated her. Even the laptop flew out of the little girl's little hands. Then he asked again to upgrade the reinforcement. Tao grumbled. He had destroyed all the monsters. After all, why waste mana on her? Lu explained that they were moving to the next part of the castle. The little one constantly grumbled he was using her as a toy. But without listening to her, Lu moved forward and Tao ran after him, barely able to keep up with her little legs. Soon the boys had arrived at the place below. There were a lot of strange people dressed in balaclavas as if they were mages. They were high-level magic skeletons. Tao was even slightly scared they would actually be able to handle them, but Lu was confident. Hearing what level these monsters are, the girl was furious. They're going to be here for a week. Lu replied that they only have 24 hours. Tao's face changed and she tensed up. They wouldn't be able to do it all in the allotted time. Without further question, the guy rushed forward and Tao continued to solve the problem. Lu still agreed to help her. In the heat of battle, he kept getting distracted to help the little girl with her homework. One of the skeletons used his vast spell, raising his staff upwards. Purple-colored lightning bolts began to flash everywhere. But for our hero, as you can imagine, it was no problem. Lu was moving so fast that for him it was like going for a morning jog. Swinging his sword, he sped up and began mowing down the monsters one by one, heading into their large cluster. Sitting on top of Tao, holding her laptop and sad, she knew this guy was lying to her again. But after she saw that on one of the rocks was scrawled the solution to the problem with the ball, she opened her eyes in surprise. Soon, all the skeletons departed to the other world. Lu stood in front and as if waiting for something, his level rose even more. When the girl heard that they will change the location, she was immediately surprised by the remaining only boss. But even so, it is not enough. Jumping up, Lu said he had his own methods, so there's nothing to worry about. Better let him and give reinforcement. Realizing that she was being used as a servant again, Tao turned away and snorted under her breath, feeling unbearably resentful. All the way to the next location, the guy was diligently trying to help her with her homework. Tao was even surprised. Crouching on one knee, Lu leaned over to her and gestured for her to be quiet because the boss was coming. Heavy hoofbeats and horse neighing could be heard everywhere, and someone was approaching them with great speed. It was a rider. He sat on a great ghostly horse. From their eyes and mouths came flames, and the rider had no head. Hiding behind a large rock, Lu pinned the girl down and ordered her to be quiet. It was the legendary Headless Horseman on a black horse. After casting all the necessary spells on Lu, the girl hid again, and Lu moved forward. This time it was mid-level reinforcements. So the sorceress was quite tired, but Lu stroked her head and praised her for a good job. He moved forward and the assistant said he's a liar, so she doesn't believe him, but still, let him be careful. The headless rider was truly terrifying. The horse reared up and roared loudly, and in the rider's hands was a huge axe. With fast and long leaps, Lu approached him. He was already preparing his sword to finish off this boss in one blow, but it wasn't that simple. A shield suddenly formed around the rider, and the sword only bounced off the hard surface. Tao, who was watching, trembled with fear as she saw that the attacks were ineffective. Her eyes widened with fear. The girl no longer believed they could defeat such an opponent. At the same time, Lu seemed to be mocking his rival. He laughed. Tao watched this and became horrified. He was trying to anger the monster. The rider's convenient voice rang out and he called Lu a nasty insect and lunged straight at him. Fury overwhelmed the rider. Hitting the ground with his axe, he launched a huge energy wave at the boy, but Lu bounced back as if taunting him at the last moment. Tao finally realized that this is just a game and this liar is just arrogant. He's about to get hurt himself. Hearing those words, Lu confirmed. That's why he took her along with him, so don't let her show off. Meanwhile, the rider was already running at full speed toward his victim, swinging a heavy axe. But the warrior had a plan. They reached a certain spot, and the rider stuck between the rocks. Now they were safe. The little sorceress ran out into the light. Standing nearby, Lu ordered to quickly use his fire attack on him. Tao slanted her eyes again. He orders her. But still, the girl obeyed. A second later, a pillar of fire rained down from the sky on the rider, but the shield worked in time. Sorcerer. I'm even a little offended, but forcing such a little girl to burn her health and then me to attack. Meanwhile, the rider stuck between the rocks continued to defend himself with an invisible wall. The red moon poured more and more strongly. Finally, they finished. Tao was even glad she was already extremely tired of being here and wanted to go home. And even the task didn't seem so difficult. Seeing the helplessness of his opponent, Lu rushed towards him. If he thinks to escape, then this rider is even more naive. Seeing that they didn't succeed, the babe laughed. Even leaving her boss may screw up sometimes, but the level was not yet cleared. There was another rider running at them, which was impossible, but the monster was already approaching them with his hooves clattering. Only one charged strike was enough to end it all. Several pillars of light destroyed two knights at once. In the guy's hands were several items, one of which was that huge axe. The knights were vaporized literally before their eyes. And they had a C-rank shield of incredible power, literally indestructible. No weapon in the world can destroy it. Now Lu can use it. After all, he had accumulated necessary level. The guys were moving towards the exit of the dungeon. Lu Shui started a duel in the arena. Against her was some man. The girl was fully prepared. She rushed forward right at her opponent, swinging her sword. Zui was ready to destroy anyone in her path, no matter who they were. When he saw what power was coming right at him, the guy fell to his knees and said he was giving up. He didn't want to give up his life in a second. The undisputed winner in this battle was Lu Shui. The girl turned to the stunned audience and bathed in applause. Her phone vibrated again. The girl already guessed who it was again, that liar, already 31st attempt. She pulled out her phone and flipped through the message screen. Yes, this guy is pretty strong, but she can't stand liars. Many kilometers away, a few men in uniform were working out a plan for a robbery that was their life's work. Suddenly, Zhao appeared from somewhere. He held a huge minigun in his hands and without hesitation began to pour lead into the enemies. After that, he fired a rocket launcher without aiming. The others were just in shock. They could do nothing against such power. Throwing the RPG aside, the man noticed that he had another message to check his mail. The man already thought it was some loan sharks with health products and almost spit out his cigarette. In their conference room, President Anya introduced another press conference for their robot's 15th anniversary. The girl pointed to a wide screen where one of their prototypes was depicted and began to tell about all the advantages of the invention. Noticing a very familiar face in the crowd of people present, she asked the guards to escort this person out of here. Of course it was Lu. He tried to disguise himself and even put on a mask, but it didn't seem to work. Two men dragged him out of the hall. One of the girls present cried out in surprise. Could this stranger have been stalking the head for so long that she is so angry? Back home, a disgruntled Lu sat at the monitor and tried to find companions with only 3 hours left and not much success. On the screen were Charlotte Tao and Li Shi along with Lin Yu. The other two were the only ones who could be assembled and didn't want to join. Little Witch said she still has to study and take extra classes. Lin doesn't want to listen to him either, so stop lecturing. Lin indeed sat stone-faced and didn't express anything at all. It seemed like she wanted to send everyone to the other world right now. But still, Lu made a face that made it clear that it was best not to make him angry right now, and everyone agreed. We need to get back to business. The guy folded his hands in front of him and began. A few hours later, they would be transported to a random shadow world of catastrophic level. Everyone stirred, and only Lin remained with the same expressionless face, as if she didn't care. The first thing Lu noticed was that they all needed to be 50 meters away from him second. Let them maintain maximum vigilance. The conference was over, but Charlotte asked about the two men and Lu said they might have different fates. Tao cringed and showed her tongue, calling him still an old and evil man. Lu said the younger ones must obey, or else it will be bad. While at his home, old man Zhao looked at an old military photograph showing him with his old co-workers. The man was smoking a cigarette out of habit, filling the entire space of the room with acrid hot smoke. Unexpectedly, he clicked the join button on the invitation to the guild. Dawn, the man didn't even realize what he had done. Sitting at her dojo, Shui was resting from the previous fight, and she was wiping her sword. She wanted to be alone. Looking at the message inviting her to the guild, she couldn't believe how she had gotten into a liar's guild. Being in her office, Anya was furious. She sat at her desk and tried not to destroy everything around her. And how did this liar manage to get her into this? Maybe he got into the system and forced her into his guild, or someone is behind him. After hearing about all this, little Tao started to rebel. This man is so mean. How can you even do such a thing without permission? Squinting, the guy smiled and said he'd take it as a compliment, so he wasn't offended. He rose from his seat and picked up his clothes. Now the forced teleportation should begin, so everyone be ready. There was only 1 second left before teleportation. Lu thought to himself for the last time that this was the time he would bring everyone back alive. Let there be no doubt. The move lasted only a few seconds, and here the guys are already in the right place with the whole team. Lu was supposed to go in front. Sui walked beside her and cursed that liar as he only dared to do this to them. The old soldier opened his only eye in surprise at what a coincidence it was that they all met together again. Anya said irritably that it was time to stop talking and look ahead to something going on there. Indeed, the whole city was covered in flames as if it were a great fire, but something was wrong. The flames were unusual. With frightened eyes looking in front of him, Li Shi had never seen such a thing before. But Anya seemed to have figured it out. It was a catastrophic level S world where the powers of fire and flame were combined. She had heard of it, but didn't think it was true. Lu explained that this is the way it is. The flames will continue to spread, and when they cover the entire city, it will be destroyed. He looked in front of him and said that that was why he was doing his best to bring everyone together, because in this place you would inevitably lose your life. There were several people down below trying to escape the monstrous flames, but they didn't seem to be doing so well. They were begging for help. With ice on one side of them and flames on the other, this trap was about to slam shut and everyone would be sent to the other side of the world. That time, the shadow world teleported too many awakened to this place, and there were many civilian casualties. Anya said that even in a place where danger seems to reign, we can't give up hope of survival. Looking up and looking around, Lu concluded that first he had to understand what it was all about and what was going on here, or they would be here forever. Megapolis of Ice used to be a developed city. It was created by a scientist named Ironheart, a madman and a true genius. But at one point, his experiment got out of control, and the entire city was swallowed up by the two elements ice and flame and began to destroy it. Charlotte quickly realized that they now needed to defeat the Ironheart. But where it was, Lu explained that it was inside the circle. Li Shi said in a pitiful voice that they couldn't get in. It was out of reach. And Lu replied that they had no choice. All this time, Lu Shui kept grumbling. She said that she didn't trust this strange guy and suggested that Anna should leave this place. Putting a hand on her shoulder, the guy moved closer and said they couldn't leave him here. There was simply no choice. The girl got even angrier, and why should she listen to this pervert? Lu explained that they couldn't get too far away from him after all. But the girl wasn't going to listen to him at all. She still intended to go. Lu sighed. Then he would have to tie her up. After such insolence, Sui became furious. He laughingly looks down on her, but Lu only replied that he can't lose her again. Anya suddenly stood between them and said, "This is not the time for bickering. There is a much more important task." Turning to her friend, Anya said that if this man cheated them too, she would send him to the other side of the world. Shui reluctantly agreed. And so they moved forward. Lu ordered Tao to stop playing mobile games. Now was not a good time. But the girl sighed and said she could go to the other side of the world any second and wanted to relax. Yeah, and besides, the old man in the military drinks all the time. Meanwhile, Zhao wiped his mouth with his hand and laughed and said that it was time to work. Now they would fight. In a voice full of confidence, Lu said that no matter what their group looked like, he wouldn't let them stay here forever and would do anything to save them. There were flames everywhere. Anya walked ahead and asked why they were walking on fire. Lu replied that otherwise he wouldn't have been able to move so fast. Charlotte waved her hand beside herself, trying to cool down. It was very hot here. Behind her walked little Li Shi and was breathing heavily. But the leader told them not to worry. He had a plan and moved forward into the fire. From the fiery abyss, several mummy-like monsters wrapped in bandages were already moving towards them. In just 2 strikes, the guy destroyed several monsters at once. For him, it was like a game, but he was focused. Seeing what fell out of one of the monsters, Anya realized it was a chip that gave invulnerability to fire for 3 minutes. Turning to them, Lu confirmed it was true. The cycle expands every half hour. If it expands any further, it will swallow the whole world. Tao somehow hesitated. They have 8 people, so let's hold out for 2 hours. They need as much as $320,000. After all, having lost patience, the guy took away the little witch's phone. Tao immediately started to get cranky. She's not a servant after all. The fire soldiers were coming closer and closer to them, and their ghastly outlines were already visible. Lu Shui saw all of this perfectly and was already preparing her blade. It had been a long time since she had fought at this level, so now she pushed back her hatred. Standing in front and preparing to attack, Lu Feng said that he needed reinforcements in the area. Tao understood and began to accumulate energy. The little girl gave everyone a very strong bath. Lu ran forward. He moved like the wind. It was impossible to follow him. Old man Zhao had gotten into the taste and was destroying monsters one by one. There was no better battle than after a good alcoholic beverage. Anya's hand-to-hand combat was simply inimitable as she scattered monsters like toys. There were too many monsters to deal with them like this, especially in such a hot place. Lin Yu had a long sniper rifle in her hand and asked Lu to point out the next target. The heavy-breathing Li Shi was controlling his monster, and it was really difficult for him to control his monster, which was the first time he had ever encountered something like this. Charlotte warned him to be careful not to get overwhelmed by the fury of this beast, or they'd all be here to stay. Walking a little further forward, Lou said that there were 15 minutes left before the update. They had to speed up, or they wouldn't be able to make it afterwards. The guys moved forward. They were already extremely exhausted, a lot of monsters. Yes, an unbearable heat did its own, left only 6 minutes. Anya looked at the commander. Needs 30 more of the same chips. They will not be able to collect them in time. It seems all is lost. They had no other option. They would have to use this thing. Lou took out a crystal lure from his pocket. It looked like a blue ball. Squeezing it with his hand, the guy shattered the bait into many shards. This thing was supposed to lure the monsters. The ground beneath their feet began to shake. The guys barely managed to stand on their own feet. Someone very large was approaching. A few seconds later, a truly enormous sphinx-like monster emerged from the flames and roared. When Lou saw the chimera, he was glad their chips had come to them on their own 2 feet, so there was nothing to worry about. Attracted by the smell of the bait, the chimera began destroying everything around it with its huge paws. Swinging his sword a few times, Lou directed energy attacks directly towards the monster. It was of incredibly huge size. There was a roar from the monster. It had taken damage and was now furious. Some small human had dared to attack it. Following this, the guy ordered Charlotte to do exactly as he had taught her. The girl got ready and nodded her head. With one of her movements, she lifted several vehicles into the air and aimed directly at the huge monster. Next was Lu Shui's sword. This was her strongest strike. She wanted to put down the chimera with her own hands. Swinging around, she launched a powerful energy wave at it. The monster, due to its size, was unable to react and roared. Now they had enough chips to survive the next wave. Anya was relieved. Looking at Lu Shui, the guy said with a smile that it had been quite a long time since they had fought together. Even nostalgia had attacked. By the way, a ring fell off the monster. Lu immediately offered the girl to accept it, but Sue blushed. You can tea, after all, so immediately. But taking her hand, the guy put the ring down. It is after all a good item for swordsmen. You can't just ignore it. The girl blushed even more. Apparently, she had misunderstood everything. Sue looked at the ring, and as if frozen in place for a couple of seconds, suddenly heard someone's nasty voice from afar. She would turn to the side. She didn't understand anything at first. There stood a man wearing a skull mask and demanding to give them the chips. Immediately next to him stood Lin, with the same expression. The girls immediately noticed the stranger, and Asuya shouted that she didn't know who. It was best to take her hands off her friend, but Lin didn't seem to mind. A frightened Charlotte asked her boss what they should do. Now Lu stood and said nothing for the time being. Then he looked at Anya and told her to hand over all the chips she had managed to collect. Anya obeyed unquestioningly. Taking the mechanisms, the guy moved forward with a firm gait, leaving his friends uncomprehending. Moving closer, he decided to ask for faithfulness. They would really give the girlfriend to the pretend voice. The man confirmed. Suitable Lu said he'd heard it was the Black Mist faction that never leaves anyone alive, but he'd trust them. Holding the girl in his arms, the perpetrator told him to stop talking and hand over the chips immediately. Smiling, Lu asked, "What's his hurry? He's just stalling for time after all," and Red to 3 said to start. In a second, the guy broke every chip he had, and his entire body was covered in fire. The others did the same. Their bodies also began to be covered in a film of fire, but they seemed to be safe. The ring began to expand. The man hissed through his teeth and brought the knife to Lin's throat. He was furious. The chips were lost. After that, a protective dome was formed around the girl, and the criminal could not do anything else and just burn. That's the strength of the protective barrier. Tao was shocked. She didn't expect her brother to have something like this. Thinking about it, Anya raised an eyebrow at this stalker who was watching everyone. Just a terrifying person. How he could do it. Looking at the rest of the team, Lu calmly told them to follow him. The speed here is going to be hell. The fire devoured the city like a great conflagration, but the team moved almost unimpeded. The fire defenses worked. Li Shi admired his boss. He was simply incredible. He can navigate this ruined world. Lu grinned. Of course he can. Walking behind Sue just hummed. She was infuriated by this arrogance of the incomprehensible liar who had brought them here. Charlotte turned to her and noticed that this girl didn't seem to trust the boss much, not even approaching him. Tao said that big brother very mysterious. After walking a few meters, they saw a team of people dressed in spacesuits that looked like firemen. They tried unsuccessfully to put out the fire. The guys stopped and looked around. Each of them had their own way of surviving. These people looked strange, but seemed to be unharmed. Looking at the boss, Anya asked if they would try to help them since there were still a few extra chips left. Suddenly intensified, and everything around her began to shake. Sue jerked and looked around, frightened. Something began to happen. Putting his finger to his lips, Lu told them to keep quiet and shut their mouths. Now something was going to happen. A column of strange creatures passed by them. They looked like Egyptian statues of Anubis, but much larger. When the costumed men saw the monsters, then one of them screamed. The monster turned his eyes on them and stopped. People were frightened, looking at each other and holding automatic rifles. They could not believe what they were seeing. These are what kind of monsters? Someone started firing without warning. but the monster covered his face with his hand, and the bullets just bounced off him like an armored tank. One of the soldiers wanted to shoot the monster with an RPG, and a rocket whistle was heard. A few seconds later, an explosion went off right on top of the monster's head, but it didn't seem to do any damage to the statue. The man froze in place, still holding the rocket launcher. He could not believe his eyes. Even a direct hit did nothing. After a second, the monster swung around and hit the place where the people were, and there was no more wet spot left. Looking forward, Charlotte opened her mouth in consternation at what this was all about. It was the first time the girl had ever encountered such a thing. In a calm and even voice, the guy explained that this was a disaster patrol. They have incredible power and regeneration. The dogs took notice of the strangers walking but seemed to have taken no action so far. Lou whispered. To keep them still, the monsters stopped just a few steps away from the hiding humans. The plan was to have the boss distract them, and the others move to the center of the circle as fast as they can. Suddenly, a voice was raised by Shui. She shouted that it was too dangerous for him to move alone, so she wanted to go along with him. There was a loud slap, and the unfortunate girl passed out. She didn't even realize it at first. Everyone else was horrified at such insolence, but Lu quickly picked her up without letting her fall to the ground. He told the others Yui said that this girl is more stubborn than they think, so let them take care of her properly. He moved forward towards the monsters, and Little Tao said not to let Mr. Big Liar go to the other world before they did. Quickly pushing himself off the ground, the guy ran forward, attracting the attention of the monsters and giving his friends a chance to get away from there. With a quick gallop, he approached the patrol. The monsters stopped for a second and turned their eyes on the obscure boy. This was their chance. Li Shi fearfully looked at the boss guy one last time, as if frozen in place. These monsters surrounded the leader and took him in a ring. Was really very scary how the leader was going to fight against them. Charlotte calmed the others down and said he would be fine, just needed to act, even as he said he would. Soldier Zhao cheerfully said that if this kid survived, he wouldn't mind having a drink with him until he lost his pulse. Meanwhile, Lu stood in front of the huge monster and prepared. The monster had already raised a large hand and pulled towards the boy. Without waiting for a response, Lu jumped up and headed straight for the monster, who was already preparing his weighty sledgehammer. Swinging his sword, the monster tried to hit the annoying kid, but he was much faster than expected. In a second, Lu was already on top of and sitting on the head of one of the monsters. The monster hadn't seen him yet. At one moment, a beam of energy pierced through one of the monsters, but the guy bounced off in time and headed away. He just decided to run away while these monsters destroy each other in an attempt to catch him. To his luck, Lu was very fast, and the huge, clumsy monster couldn't catch him. The guy ran up the wall. At one point, he felt that he did not have time to run to the edge, and now he will fall down into the abyss where the monsters are waiting for him. Zhu returned from the blackout and grabbed his hand at the very last moment. The girl shouted for him to hold on tighter and never let go. Climbing out, Lu asked what she was even doing here. In an annoyed voice, Shui said she wasn't so weak that she needed protection. Hearing that she would fight for those important to her, Lu even blushed a little, but the girl immediately came to her senses. She meant allies. The guy's mind immediately conjured up silhouettes from past passages where he had lost everyone. Hysterical laughter burst from his mouth. The uncomprehending swordswoman asked what he was laughing about. Now was not a good time. But the guy saw it coming, and at the last moment he lunged at her, taking her out of the line of attack with a beam of energy flying near them. Pinning the girl to the earth, he saved her life and said it was all because he was worried about her. Shui looked at him and blushed. The monsters had already come to their senses and were hunting with renewed vigor and fury. The guys needed to leave as soon as possible. Holding the girl in his arms, Lu ran at an incredible speed. Shui said that if she hadn't come, the guy would have found a way out. Hearing that pervert talking about the goddess again, Shui shouted that it's not like that. He's just an old man. It's disgusting. Those who remained turned back and saw that their boss and Shui were already running towards them alive and unharmed. Great, they had both survived, and now the whole team was in place to survive the moment and avert disaster. Lu only noticed he was holding the girl in his arms when Shu yelled for him to finally put her on the ground. Charlotte looked at them in surprise. She had thought that the two had already run away. Annoyed, Zhu told them to stop talking nonsense. She will never fall in love with a crook like this guy. Now was, to put it mildly, not the time to talk. There was a real explosion in front of them, and the wave nearly toppled everyone upside down. The whole team looked in front of them. Frightened, Charlotte shouted that their way was blocked and now getting out was impossible. Lu alone remained completely calm the entire time. He couldn't afford to panic. By the way, the Chaos Hunters got even faster and bigger. The ring was expanding, and now all the creatures were increasing in size. Tears appeared on Little Tao's face. She didn't believe that there was no way out and that they would all go to the other world. Lu's calm voice brought her out of her hysterics. He said he wouldn't let any of them get hurt, just not on his shift. A group of huge monsters were already advancing into the middle of the city, searching for their victims and destroying everything in their path. The whole team ran up the steps to the top of the building where there might be a way out. The guys didn't understand why they were even running there, but Anya said that if he was doing it, he knew what he needed to do. As she continued to climb, little Tao suddenly stumbled and was ready to fly down. Fortunately, Zue was behind her and lifted her friend to her feet in time. Now she had already not broken the little girl in her arms. Tao snuggled up to her, and as if reassured all worries had gone, the goddess's embrace, her life is perfect, and she will survive here. Soon the boys found themselves in front of a large and massive door. It was something like a shelter, only here they could wait it out. The panting people stood and waited. Lu said that this was the command center, which was also the base of the city's defense. With a frightened voice continuing to hold her friend in her arms, Shui suggested to wait out the disaster here, but Lu didn't seem to listen to her. The guy said it was the way to their survival. He was pressing keys on a virtual keyboard as if unlocking a code. Charlotte grinned. Their boss knows absolutely everything. Tricks and hiding places. He even managed to lead them into a secret base. Looking at him, Anya wondered if this was a secret military base. Lu almost choked up. It seemed he had a lot of explaining to do. Once inside, the team found themselves in a strange place. In front of them was a podium with a hologram of the globe. Meanwhile, the guards were coming closer and could already be seen through the wide glass. One blow would be enough to destroy it all. On the shoulder of one of the monsters stood a strange man dressed in a black cloak and a mask with a scythe in his hands. Anya said that this man's puppet crystal allows him to control these creatures and manipulate them as he pleases. It was the same thug who kidnapped Lynn. Charlotte asked what they were even trying to do. You can't just sit here and wait to go to the other side of the world. Lu reassured me by saying that it won't happen. They won't get into this fortress. Calling little Tao to him, the guy said to follow his instructions. The girl was angry again. He was pushing her around. Shu's frightened and trembling voice made it clear that she was scared. The girl asked if everything would be all right. Lu replied that it was all right. She would be fine. And now completely surrounded the command center. It seems they were preparing to attack this building together. The bandits' assistant said that the enemies hiding inside need to destroy this building instead of surrounding the area, and no one will be able to escape. On the main monster sat a masked man. He was furious. These intruders had destroyed his deputy, and they would pay for everything. Suddenly, some cannons came into his eyes coming out of the walls of the building. What was that even? It turned out that the little witch had activated the defensive center's protective fog and limited the field of vision. Now it was Lu's turn. The guy threw himself right into the center of these monsters with his arms spread out, seeming to be something normal for him in general. Approaching one of the soldiers with one powerful movement, he split him in two before the enemy even had time to realize anything. The captain shouted that this guild leader himself had come here so they would destroy him without a trace. His eyes filled with rage, he shouted that this little brat was going to hell and released a jet of energy at him. The shield worked in time and protected Lu from the damage. Now no one could oppose him, and the guy was well protected. The masked man was puzzled as to how this newcomer was able to defend against his high-level attack magic. It was impossible. The thing was that this shield blocked all attacks of level 50 and above. Lu rushed straight into the attack and landed several blows. The man felt that he was losing consciousness. His life was cut short literally in seconds. He did not even have time to realize anything. His henchmen were next, leaping towards them at breakneck speed. Lu closed in on one of them in a hail of bullets. Suddenly, Lin came to his aid. The girl was holding an automatic rifle and sprinkled everyone with lead. She came just in time. Having obtained the Crystal of Obedience, Lu could now control the guards. He shouted that now the monster would bow to him. The crew members standing behind the glass were just thrilled. Their captain is incredibly cool, where he only learned this. Turning to his team, Lu ordered, "Listen, he was about to send this whole bunch of giants to the location of the final boss." Leaning against the glass, Sue shouted that going there alone was too dangerous. He definitely needed support. But the guy didn't even listen to anything and just directed all his new army to a certain point. A rumbling sound was heard. Unable to do anything, Zue just kept watching. Anya came closer and said that they were powerless in this situation. An old veteran came up to them and said that this guy would definitely come back. They had already decided to have a drink together. Lin, who was standing outside, continued to watch her commander. She had an incomprehensible respect for him. With half an hour to go before the final expansion of the ring, several people hid behind huge blocks trying to hide from the cold. The woman with glasses looked out to check the situation. She tried to move as quietly as possible and not attract attention. She was startled to see several guided missiles flying at her. A second later, there was an explosion. They were launched by a strange man in an exoskeleton with a mechanical voice. He reported that no target had been detected. All around the perimeter of the zone, the same people in exoskeletons were circling and seemingly patrolling the entire space from above. After waiting for those robots to leave, the woman leaned out and tried to get out. A man sitting nearby asked what they should do now. Out of 100 people, only 3 were left. The woman sighed heavily and said it was all her fault. She had failed to calculate everything and underestimated the horror of the event. Her friend said it wasn't her fault. She couldn't have calculated it all ahead. The man began to beg. If only Mr. Alston were here. All the flying warriors suddenly crowded around a large building and started circling there like an insect. The hidden humans noticed that all the catastrophic guards suddenly rushed in one direction. But why did their trajectory change? A real chaos began to happen around Trinity crawled out of his hiding place and tried to observe everything from the side. People saw a strange man on the shoulder of one of the guards, most likely his handiwork. But how did he do it? Opening her eyes wide, the woman with glasses shouted that it was the rookie who had destroyed the boss in Dark Ruin City. One of the patrolmen shouted an alarm. The man saw something had gone wrong. They continued circling the whole swarm and saw the Chaos Guardians. Flying people began to fight with huge giants around, began to create a nightmare everywhere, heard explosions everywhere. It was the last group of the army from the robots. The survivors froze in place and watched from a safe distance. The woman even took off her glasses to get a better look as far as she could remember before this had never happened before, why they had become so strong. This newcomer is now a whole 21st level. Since when did he become so strong and how did he get so fast? Everyone just stood and watched, unable to believe their eyes. What was happening in front of them was beyond comprehension. The entire team stood in the building and safely watched the actions of their boss. Soon the final stage should begin. The guys looked at all eyes and supported their boss. They believed that this guy will do it, because he is incredibly strong. Their breath caught. The guys couldn't believe their eyes how strong their leader was if he could handle such monsters. Meanwhile, Lu of the Giants, standing on one of the giants, ordered to attack the heavenly towers and wipe the heart into powder. Obeying their master, the giants approached the huge building and began to destroy it at the base. There was a cracking sound and rocks flew down, mixed with equipment and people they couldn't hold on to. One of the men flew down the monocle over his eye, cracked and shattered into pieces. His eyes lit up with rage. He hovered in the air. The suit resisted gravity. The man became enraged and prepared to fight these hated giants. This bunch of filthy, weak-living creatures dared to get in his way, so they will now be destroyed immediately. The man's body began to overflow with an incredible energy. Electric shocks erupted from his eyes and he seemed to lose his mind. Approaching one of the guards, he prepared to strike. The huge monster couldn't react that fast due to its size. There was a violent clap as the man slammed his fist directly into the monster's torso and the skin cracked. The Guardian would have liked to stab the annoying man with his huge knife, but he didn't have enough attack speed to reach him. The man in the exoskeleton flew around him, throwing dozens if not hundreds of powerful punches. Around him was also a protective dome that defended him from outside stimuli. No attack could reach its target. Dozens of missiles flew out of his suit and headed straight for the monster. He wanted to destroy every single one of them. The monster felt the incredible strength of his opponent and could no longer stand on his feet. His body began to fall apart. The people watching this realized how terrifying a sight it was. The patrol's attacks couldn't even reach their target, so fast it was. One of the monsters still managed to make a direct hit on the bill, but it was useless. The man withstood the attack. Nearby all this time was Lu. He ran the hammer and approached the man. The guy stabbed the knife right into the shield and there was a cracking sound. It seems even that armor couldn't withstand such a powerful blow. After a few seconds, the defense weakened and the shield turned into shards. Lu was still able to break the protective shell. The girl standing nearby was horrified. This is really what she sees. Some newcomer was able to shatter this man's defenses. Cyborg soared through the air again and asked in rage how this despicable human could attack him so vilely. In a completely calm voice, Lu said if he didn't like such attacks, then let them fight directly. The guy didn't mind. In a second, he was holding a shield that covered half of his body, another item he had received from the monster. And his opponent, unable to stay on his feet, felt an incredible jolt and flew back a few meters. This was followed by an attack, but Lu was covered by his shield and all was useless in the air with the scraping of metal. As it turned out, it wasn't that strong. There was a cracking sound and it shattered into pieces and flew in the opposite direction. Cyborg was glad that now he would destroy this little worm. Lu didn't seem like he was going to give up. He poked his opponent with his finger and said he had another gift, so don't let him relax. Cyborg turned around and saw a bright flash of light behind him, as if another sun had been lit in the sky. In a second, he was already lying on the ground, thrown by the mighty explosion. The man could not even immediately realize what had happened. His whole body was horribly mutilated, metal body parts were broken. The man almost didn't feel. I felt like I was about to go to the other world. People raised their heads up and couldn't believe that a rookie was able to use such a powerful attack on the enemy. The last expansion was about to begin. Charlotte and Lin were standing nearby, ready to rush to help right away. Little Tao reported that she activated the green cannon like Mr. Liar and asked, but as long as there is a source of heart energy, it will regenerate. Unfortunately, Cyborg had already fully recovered and was soaring through the skies again. Now he was even more filled with rage at his defeat. Holding the egg in his hands, Lu rejoiced as it finally hatched, and it was time for it to shine with renewed vigor in the world. After a bright flash of light, there was a huge steel giant in the middle of the city, just like it was in the real world. Cyborg tried to hit him with his attacks, but all to no avail. The missiles came right back at him with a ricochet. A second later, iron tentacles were already around him and the man couldn't move. Looking at his opponent, Lu ordered his guard to absorb the energy source. The time had come. The tentacles began to clench even tighter. The man could no longer control his body. His mechanisms broke one by one. With only a few seconds left before the absorption inside the giant, a red LED was already lit up. In a second, it was over and Cyborg flew down from a multi-meter height. It was truly an amazing sight. The trinity of survivors had been watching the whole thing uninterruptedly since the beginning. Zhu couldn't believe her eyes. This liar really did it. He was able to save them. Anya exhaled heavily. Turning her eyes to the side, she saw Charlotte and Li Shi dancing, taking hands. They were really smitten with the boss. Sighing heavily, Tao was finally able to rest. It had been very hard for her. Once she returned, would play games. And only Lin stood by the window and silently watched what was happening. For all this time, she did not say a word. When he landed on the ground, Lu continued to hold the egg from which the steel giant had hatched. The guy was unharmed. He looked at his acquisition and thought that the next world would be much worse and his knowledge would be useless. It was all over, and the guys went home. Now the guy was sitting in his room studying the characteristics. His level had increased significantly. He's also got a pretty valuable sword, but to charge it, you have to power the whole city. But that wasn't the main thing now. He had spent the whole day at his sister's work, so now he wanted to enjoy the rays of the sun. It was Valentine's Day outside and lots of people were walking the streets holding hands. The guy and girl glanced at each other, and the suitor complimented the girl by throwing a scornful glance at Lu. All the people turned to the other side. There was indeed the most beautiful girl in the world, their faces flushed with admiration. Lucia really looked stunning. She was wearing a white dress. The girl looked like a true goddess. The two guys started talking to each other. Shouldn't this girl be in Europe by now? What's she doing here? After walking a few steps, the beauty stopped beside Lu, sitting on the curb and basking in the evening sun. The very people who were now mocking him were shocked that such a beautiful girl had approached him. With a disgruntled look, Shui said that she brought him coffee and held out a bag. Let him drink it while it is hot. After such a surprise, everyone present went into a frenzy. The first beauty flew across half the earth to bring him coffee. Moreover, with a disgruntled grimace, Lu said she was late. The girl bent over a bit, and they sat together in a row. People kept looking at them. Suddenly, camera flashes began to flash. People were taking pictures of the two as if they were a landmark. After taking a few sips of coffee, the guy said that meeting her in public was very problematic. Sue apologized. She didn't think it would be like this. But suddenly Lu grabbed her arm and dragged her behind him before the girl could even say anything. Eventually they ran around the corner and the guy pressed her against the wall. Her cheeks instantly reddened. An angry crowd of people ran past thinking the two had run somewhere over there. Soon after they were alone, Sui asked what the rush was and why the guy called her and asked for a meeting so urgently. But Lu said she would find out for herself. Soon they were already in Zu's car. Why is it her driving? Lu replied that he just doesn't have a driver's license. Following this, the guy said she would have to pretend to be his girlfriend as she was horrified she had never been in a relationship before. It's only for once, and it will help her deal with a series of 5 strikes in her family when the combo fails on the last one. The light turned red, and Zhu hit the brakes. The car screeched to a halt right next to the crosswalk. With a surprised look, she looked at Lu and asked again, "Is he really going to help fix this?" Lu nodded his head, but then, throwing his hands on the seat, Lu said it was just a game. Let her try to practice with him. The girl agreed, but only for once. There were 2 people crossing the crosswalk and they turned their heads to the side and looked closely. But as soon as the guys saw the beauty queen, they immediately became terrified and started pelting the car with rocks. But the light turned green and the bus exploded out of its seat with a screech of tires and flew forward. They stopped in front of a large building. Shui asked if this was here. Lu replied that he was joking. This is the largest shopping center. The girl looked at him with surprised eyes when she heard about it. So that's why he called her. And she really thought about the first option. Looking at her, Lu asked. She was disappointed. Sue turned away to hide the blush on her cheeks and shook her head. As soon as they got down to the transition, people started to darn, "What's a goddess doing here with this beggar?" The guy immediately made it clear that he had no money, so he would rely on Jue. The girl made a grimace. She knew it. People cast envious glances at them. Everyone would want to be Goddess Shu's lover. This was every man's dream. By the way, there were quite a few people here, each picking their best items from the best of the best. Everywhere voices were heard. A man with implants instead of a body was urging everyone to buy his items. He had the best in the entire market. Moving closer, Lu picked out a small magic cube and asked, "How much is it worth?" A wide smile spread across the seller's face. "And this kid has a good eye for this high-ranked cube. He will ask for 100,000. Lu calmly replied that it was just an accessory. Why so expensive? But the salesman decided to discount 10%, believing that this meeting was destined by fate. The guy asked what it was all about, and the seller replied that for that amount of money he could unlock the magic cube. Turning to his friend, Lu asked to give him money. The girl, without much enthusiasm, transferred the money. With a smile on his face, the salesman said, If it fails, he will refund the money. Plenty couldn't do that. But no sooner had the seller finished his sentence than Lu had already finished unlocking the cube. The salesman's eyes popped out of his head. It just couldn't be that. In his whole life he'd never seen anything like it. And so fast. Having decomposed into several parts, the cube formed a virtual magic circuit of many transistors. People started to get excited about this treasure key because it was worth as much as a C-rank item. Hearing what the item in front of him, the seller waved his hands. He certainly would not sell such a valuable item for such paltry sums of money. But the guy already took the cube and said it's a promise. Yes, and besides, the goddess is paying what they'll think of him then. The girl looked at the salesman from top to bottom. The bald man kept making excuses. He didn't mean it. Looking at Comrade Zue asked, "So his secret profession is a master of magic?" Cube Lu nodded his head. "This is a good tool." The girl wouldn't stop. He hadn't chosen any profession. He definitely had a secret. Lu didn't want to talk about it. Grinning, she looked away. Didn't he need her to just pay for his stuff? Among the purchases was a gun similar to the usual one from the real world, but it cost a lot more, and its damage was substantial. There were also pills that increased characteristics, but they could only be taken in strictly limited quantities. And there was also a brass knuckle, a rather beautiful thing with gold plating. Yes, and also very practical. Also in his hands, the guy was twirling a very conspicuous knife. Shui swore behind and dragging all the things. There were too many of them. They were already being watched by people to what their all eyes were fixed only on them. Goddess, pay for this guy. The girl became furious and said that he had already bought so many things. What to do next? Lu evasively replied that she would soon figure it out for herself. A man with long red hair appeared in front of them and said hello to the goddess. He grudgingly said that she hadn't even announced her arrival. For a second, the girl stopped and looked at the stranger, then asked who he even was. The man even lost the power of speech. This is the kind of thing he almost fell to the ground. It was blatant disrespect. The man introduced himself and said that his name was Wang Ming. He was the deputy guild leader of the Liu Shu Guild. Once they had met her along with the leader. Zhui looked away and said that she didn't even know about such a guild. Why would she remember him? What nerve? He asked her what she didn't like about their brother Ji and why she chose such a shrimp. He pointed at Lu. D-Man was furious. Yeah. And on top of that, this guy picked the lowest ranked items, real trash. But suddenly the people standing nearby said that those two had already left. They didn't seem to care. When Lu put his arm around her waist and walked towards the exit, she instantly blushed at his touch. The woman with the glasses walked forward with a confident gait, leading several other people. On the stage was a presenter who was talking about the exclusivity of this auction. Learning that the goddess herself was selling her stuff for some guy, people wondered if that was even possible. The woman with the glasses listened to her, as if she already knew who she was talking about, but she wanted to be sure. On the stage came Lu. He was father quite normally in shorts and a t-shirt, not at all befitting a high-profile player. After a second, two holograms appeared. On one was Granny Lin's aged woman, and on the other was Bai He, the deputy head of one of the largest guilds. After a brief pause, Lu thanked everyone present for their time, so I would like to start the auction right away. As the first lot was that very void dagger, a very low-rank item. People began to open their mouths in amazement. Is it really all such garbage to auction? It's a disgrace. People started to come to a rage. This useless guy is destroying the reputation of a goddess. How is that even allowed? They began to disperse and leave the auction room in great disappointment. No one wanted to participate in something like this. However, the guy wasn't going to give up. He said that everyone knows that an item with a certain chance has a hidden ability. Wang Meng shouted that hidden abilities are incredibly rare and getting them is almost impossible. So why is he talking about them like this? Suddenly people were horrified. The guy disappeared literally from under their noses, although just standing on the podium. Unnoticed by everyone around him with great speed, Lu approached Wang and was already standing near his back. The blade suddenly appeared near the man's throat and he froze in place, unable to move out of fear. And here comes the first stealthy ability. The ability to hide from sight for a full second and a half is impressive, isn't it? People started whispering amongst themselves that this was the best item for assassins, and everyone now wanted to buy one. Letting the frightened man go, Lu said that if he wanted to get it, let him participate. The rules did not prohibit it. The bids began to increase and already reached 500,000 and higher. Having learned the price of the object, people became animated. The woman with glasses continued to stare intently at everything going on. So this is who everyone was talking about. Really, newbie, not so easy. Standing in the middle of the stands, Wang couldn't believe his eyes. This useless guy actually has such a weapon, unbelievably. But he decided for himself that he would never in his life buy an item out of the hands of that worthless kid. Meanwhile, Lu was finishing up the auction. The last bid was somewhere around 5 million. He congratulated the generous bidder on his purchase. Hearing this, Wang jumped up from his seat and was speechless. This is already just cheap. How do they buy this? Zhu continued to watch and didn't understand how he was able to sell such useless things at such prices. Continuing to stand on the stage, Lu moved on to the next subject of the storm. The guy was completely confident in his words. In front of the people appeared a rack with a green-colored cloak. If truth be told, its characteristics were not so good. Now the buyers understood nothing. Why did they go down this item ranked even lower than the previous one? Holding up the microphone, Lou said that this item allows you to see spirits for a full 10 seconds once every 3 hours. This item's special class was Swordsman, starting price 1 million, and the guy's face lit up with a smile as he knew what he was doing. Once again, people began to raise the stakes. It seems they no longer doubted the rarity of this item and wanted to get their hands on it. Suddenly, a grandmother intervened in the conversation and set a record price of 15 million gold, an unaffordable price for ordinary people. The buyers fell silent. They didn't expect anyone to bid that much money, and no one could outbid that bid anymore. People resentfully looked at the stage. Those who wanted the cape were upset. In before the requisite number of times, Lou lowered the heavy gavel onto the stand and announced that the item was sold. The guys sitting in the stands were surprised. This kid is just a winner in life. Since he can so skillfully manipulate the price, Wang was furious. Bai looked at everyone from the hologram and sighed happily. Thank God the auction wasn't over yet because it was so interesting. The next subject came on stage. Lou said that everyone knows that reaching a certain level a person can choose a class, and on the 50th improve. He opened the chest, and there was a green-colored crystal skull shining across the stand. Seeing such a valuable item, the very woman with glasses became interested with this item. They could get a very powerful warrior. Without thinking long, she raised her hand and made a bet of 10 million. She didn't want to miss such a good chance. After all, Wang could not stand it and bet as much as 15 million regardless of his principles. Their gazes crossed, and the two realized what were now their greatest rivals. The stakes began to rise and reach several tens of millions. They were ready to give all their money. In the end, Bai set a record amount of 35 million. The boy stuffed an ice cream in his mouth and smiled. No, the woman decided she wasn't going to throw that kind of money away. Too big a gamble. A smile spread across Lou's face all by itself. Here comes the long-awaited finale of the auction pearl of today's event. The man sitting next to Wang laughed. This kid has completely lost his shame now. Put two pieces of trash together. But no, a beautiful picture of a high-rank magic ring with incredible characteristics appeared in front of the audience. Beside that, the guy pulled out a vial of liquid ice tribe potion on the counter, and indeed it was ranked lower. Shu, who was sitting somewhere nearby, thought about the two things that were really valuable and rare. Spreading his hands, Lou good-naturedly said that the starting bid was 10 million. Let the others think carefully before laying out such good money. Naturally, the first on the list was Wang. He bet 20 at once. At the sight of such a wonderful object, the man completely lost his mind. The old woman put 30 on her face with a smile on her face. She wanted to get her hands on such valuable items. Bai raised the bid another 10. Really good thing was selling. You couldn't pass it up like that. The ordinary onlookers were surprised at how wealthy the members of the high guilds were. They had so much money that they simply couldn't count. The old lady bet an incredible 60 million. She was willing to part with all her money for such items. Goosebumps ran down Van's back. He only had 60. He can no longer raise the stakes. It seemed to be the final countdown, and Lou asked if there would be any more bets and prepared to put the gavel down. As the time count came to an end, the woman in glasses asked them to stop. The Arc Guild was ready to bid a record 75 million. It was obvious that the woman was very nervous. Her voice was shaking. Letting out a puff of thick smoke, the old lady said that she had lost. Apparently, she didn't want to spend that much money anymore. And so the auction ended. Lou bowed politely and thanked everyone for participating. On this lovely note, they end the auction. The guy was about to go down from the podium as suddenly appeared a hologram of Alston. The man was still the same, shining and beautiful. On his face, a smile widened. With a good-natured face, the man said, with obvious disappointment, that he seemed to be late. People who wanted to leave the hall began to stop. It's their hero Alston. They could not believe their eyes. Is it really here? The deputy looked at her supervisor and asked in a frightened voice why he was here and what he needed. But Lou had a completely different feeling about him. The guy froze in place and was ready to fall through the ground. With a clear desire to jab, the superhero boy said he hoped the savior would participate in the next auction. Ignoring those words, the superhero turned to Shui and said that he would like to ask her one small question. A visibly nervous Lou looked at him and replied that they hadn't met before. He was speaking for his girlfriend. But something was wrong. Superhero's eyes lit up before he said, he remembered everything that happened in the city of dark ruins. The guy asked what he was talking about, but he had to stay calm so as not to arouse suspicion. The superhero continued to hover over him, and Lou flew down the stairs in a frenzy, needing to get out of here as fast as possible. The heavens opened and lightning began to flash over the huge building. Something was happening, and something obviously very bad. The superhero appeared literally out of nowhere. He was not like himself. From the good-natured man was not left, and Trace now in front of us was the monster. In one fell swoop, Alston didn't stop his madness, saying that everything must be destroyed. A battered Lou climbed out of the rubble, but still the guy was alive. It was all too sudden. With an obvious sneer, The superhero asked why this guy was still fighting back. Although it's even cute. His eyes lit up with two lasers and the man began to sizzle everything around him. Lu jumped out and headed straight for him. The guy wasn't afraid of anything. He had nothing to lose. Alston, in a split second, approached him. His eyes burned with two red torches. The man was furious. In the next second, the unfortunate guy felt his insides being turned inside out by a blow of unbelievable power. And then Lu woke up. He was breathing heavily. It was a nightmare, just a very realistic nightmare, but the guy couldn't believe it yet. He clutched his head and started to come to his senses. It had been a few days and he still couldn't forget the nightmare. Then everything went fine. The hero did not notice anything and did not fall, so everything was fine, but still, the nightmare did not give rest. On the table was a charging station and a copy crystal, both of which had very high ranks and cost a fortune. Taking the crystal in his hands, the boy thought he had one very interesting ability that would come in handy in the future. Now Lu had finally reached level 30. It was time to allocate basic and additional skills for the future. In his mind, he was still replaying recent events he had lived through hundreds of times, and he needed to get stronger and faster. This time there could be no mistake. Tao's notification appeared on the screen again, and she said in her usual manner that she had already received the ring he had sent. But no thanks. The guy decided to play a prank and already said he cleaned out her bank account. Tao was furious. The old soldier received the gravity chip. He thanked Lu in his peculiar manner. The man chuckled. He was pleased. Little Li Shi asked, having received the insanity crystal, if he used it the world would be destroyed or not. Weaponsmith Lin received a silencer that suited her style, and she didn't expect such a gift. In a completely emotionless voice, she said she had received the item and asked me not to send her anything else. There was a knock, the door opened, and a girl appeared on the doorstep saying that Director Anya was downstairs. The guy looked at the secretary and told her not to talk to him like that, or he would become her principal's husband and get her fired. And now he was already sitting in the limo. Anna asked why he was taking so long. Lu just wanted to let her experience that wonderful feeling of waiting. Without the slightest emotion, the woman said she was only helping as payment for her salvation in the city of ice and fire. Sighing heavily, Lu said, just as long as she liked it, he had recently given her a brass knuckle and had no idea how valuable it was. Anya continued, that is why she is doing him. This favor is why now from today they are even. Shaking his head with irony in his voice, the guy said that Miss Headmaster was too cold to her old acquaintance. Looking at him with a stern look, Anya said that they hadn't known each other long enough to be familiar with each other. Smiling, Lu said she was now wearing white, obviously hinting at her underwear. Blushing like a tomato, Anya was furious that this impertinent allows himself, but inside herself realized that perhaps this man is the most reliable in this world. Soon the helicopter began to approach its destination with a rumbling sound as the blades whirled to accelerate the air. The secretary looked at the stranger and thought he was making her boss spend too much money, and for what? Noticing the interest on the receptionist's face, Lu bothered to explain. He pulled a spatial cube out of his pocket. Soon the helicopter had already approached its destination. It was the ruins covered with cracks everywhere. The guys came out of the cabin and were already met by workers who looked like they were building or reconstructing something. The foreman immediately came to the president and in a panting voice said that the result had been achieved. Anya praised him for his good work. The secretary still didn't understand if this was really the place Lu was looking for. After all, their presidents had spent a whole lot of money on it. The secretary's mouth dropped open in surprise when she saw Cube's transformation. But this was a map to the shadow world. Jumping into the portal. Last, the guy said that the shadow map only opens in certain places they can't follow him. Anya looked at him with a stern and emotionless look, but whispered to herself for him to be careful. The next place Lu went to was the Sage Tower, a huge tall structure whose top went behind the clouds. And now the guy was standing at the very foot of the hill. Suddenly, a strange voice was heard as if an old man and a young man were speaking at the same time. Literally out of nowhere appeared a strange man looking like Jin, dressed in white Muslim clothes. He asked why the young man was here. From somewhere appeared the same one, only in black clothes. His voice was slightly rough. So why did the awakened one come here? Looking at the two old men, Lu said he came here naturally to get the hidden classes, because this is the only place to do it. The black mage flew closer to him and said that greedy people go to the other world more often than others. The white mage sighed, but still showed Lu the list of hidden classes and invited him to take a closer look. After thinking for a few seconds, the young man said he would choose classless as it suited him best. The sorcerers came in horror. They did not understand why this guy chose such an obscure class. A sign popped up in front of him with an ordinary man without any recognizable features. The white mage approached him and said that the trials for this class are the most difficult, so let the young man be careful or be destroyed. Apparently, Lu wasn't going to deviate from his plan at all. He said he knew everything and asked to finally be given an assignment. The white sorcerer laughed that well. This guy is pretty strong and brave. So the old man wished him good luck. Finally, Lu stepped through the wide doors with a creak opening them. A bright white light split everywhere. He found himself in the heavenly arena holding two swords in his hands. This test of strength he was asked to prepare. But his opponent among the fog, the guy saw some big, heavy silhouette approaching him. With a rumbling sound, a huge cyclops with one eye appeared somewhere as tall as a small building and came closer and closer. The warrior wanted to strike, but the cyclops was fast and avoided all of the boy's attacks. The two sorcerers watched the whole thing through the small orb as if they were two seers themselves. The black sorcerer laughed at this kid trying to outsmart the cyclops, after all, a ruinous endeavor. But still, they continued to watch. The monster wanted to grab the kid, but Lu quickly jumped to his feet and headed straight up. The monster didn't even have time to realize it. Approaching at a sufficient distance, Lu extended the blade of his sword forward, directly towards his eye. Unfortunately, that didn't work. The eye appeared to be covered in some sort of protective film. Lu walked sideways. Regrouping, the guy prepared another powerful attack around his body, began to concentrate magical energy like fire. As he jumped closer, he put his two legs forward and kicked the huge monster right in the chest before the Cyclops could react and staggered. Soon, Lu was already standing on the edge of the arena and watched as the huge monster flew straight down, unable to hold on. The white-robed sorcerer marveled at how capable the boy was of dealing with the monster in such a way his colleague even choked. On the next level, the real hell was about to begin. A portal opened and Lu moved forward, in full anticipation of the battle. It was a test of speed. The guy stopped and started waiting for the announcement to start. It was a race with the spirit. As the contestant got closer, he saw that there was a big blue girl near him, and that was the spirit he was going to compete with. The sorcerers chuckled, even being a top-level assassin. No one can compete with this spirit and speed, so let him not even hope. Getting off to a low start, Lu got ready. The race was going to be very tough. The guy concentrated all his energies. The ghost laughed. The pathetic man is trying to fight him. It's just pointless. He'll never win. The trial began, but instead of running, Lu swung his blade ready to strike his opponent with fire. The spirit that didn't expect anything like this had already received a powerful fire strike right into its body. Something unthinkable had happened. The sorcerer in the black robe was stunned. He was using the techniques of the human world, but his colleagues said they didn't forbid it. In fact, Lu was the only person left in the race, so he is the winner by the rules. Fair enough. The black sorcerer was furious. So unfair. This boy naturally cheated, but in essence, it wasn't against the rules. In the next third challenge, there were 8 doors. You had to print them in the appropriate order in the allotted time. Simply put, the boy will not be allowed to spend more than 2 minutes on a single item. White sorcerer laughed. The black sorcerer was also smiling. This trial is beyond human capabilities, so this guy won't be able to pass it. The black sorcerer urged his co-worker not to be so naive. This guy will never succeed. No one ever has. The game started, and Lu approached the starting line. The guy moved at a leisurely pace as if he already knew what to do. The sorcerers saw that the contestant had chosen an immediately dangerous trap, and the black sorcerer laughed. Could it really be over now? Taking the puzzle in his hands, Lu began to think his hands moved literally on automatism. Movement were smooth and polished. Seeing him move, the black sorcerer was horrified. This test requires complete concentration. The white sorcerer said he was wrong about him. But when the doors opened literally in 46 seconds, the sorcerers were delighted. It simply could not be that fast. The task was complete, the sorcerers couldn't believe their eyes, and Lu moved toward the exit, looking around victoriously. The white sorcerer offered the black man a bet, and his colleague agreed if the guy passed the test, he would become a dog. The next endurance test was also passed without much difficulty. Lu didn't even seem to feel its difficulty. As promised, Black Warlock immediately turned into a dog and began to bark furiously. He was very humiliating and unpleasant. The white sorcerer concluded that this boy thought differently. He just destroyed the earth, realized the essence of this world. The white sorcerer offered his colleague to finally return to human form, but Lao refused. If this kid passes, he will never be human again. Next was the perception test. Lu stood and waited around him as a vortex of energy seemed to begin to form. It was necessary to defeat all classes of the world of shadows. From the darkness appeared whole armies of monsters. Their eyes were glowing. The black sorcerer had decided to return to human form after all, and now the two of them watched the boy through the orb with great excitement. Meanwhile, in the middle of the forest, Lu moved forward to move back far enough to attack the guy. Already calculated everything. There were several people chasing after him. They were masters of various top-ranked classes who were tracking down their prey. One of them stepped on a mine and activated a powerful trap, which exploded, scattering everyone in different directions. The others didn't realize anything and just stared at it with their eyes wide open, trapped. In the next one was an electric discharge that hit several people at once, disabling them from fighting. Everything was thought out to the last detail. The next trap was a field of machine guns. People were getting shot at and couldn't resist anything at all. Even sorcerers who have seen a lot in their long lives were a little shocked by the ingenuity of this contestant. Meanwhile, Lu had moved into hand-to-hand combat and was now destroying opponents with his blade one by one. The black sorcerer chuckled at this contestant. No more tricks left now. He is forced to fight face to face. But it didn't seem to be much of a problem for Lu as he ran on through the distracting task. He realized that when the real hunt began, the predator might pretend to be prey in order to confuse his opponent. Frowning, the black sorcerer concluded that it was all over for this guy now, but his white counterpart didn't seem so sure. The entire army came running to a dead end. Lu was trapped with nowhere to run and sheer cliffs everywhere. But just a second later, there was an explosion so powerful that the earth began to shake, and all the people were literally thrown around. The blast wave was unbelievably strong, and people felt themselves being lifted into the air like fluff. It was a real bomb. The sorcerers have come to terror. This kid blew up a mountain with bombs, but 30% of them still survived. What he's gonna do with them is a mystery. After running a few more meters, Lu saw a frightened man about 40 years old standing and looking around fearfully. In front of the guy stood none other than the game master. Lu looked at the frightened man with a serious look. The stranger was even more frightened. Wanting to hide his identity, the man wanted to refuse and say it wasn't him, but he was pretty bad at it. But it honestly didn't matter to Lu. He swung his blade, and Mig separated the man's head from his body. He didn't fail. Even so, the perception test was complete. The man began to dissolve into thin air. The black sorcerer was furious. He seemed to have bet that he would turn into a rat and was now in the form of a rodent. The white sorcerer asked his colleague to turn back and not embarrass himself. It was truly humiliating. The old man still took on human form but was still in a rage without class. This is a strong class, needs an additional test. Meanwhile, Lu came out of the nearest portal. All the tests were passed perfectly, and the guy didn't even feel the difficulty. He seems to have heard the conversation between the two sorcerers and asked if he would pass this test, if it would be over or not. The black old man greeted the test subject. In the last test, it will be the most difficult because such a test is hidden. With some childlike directness, Lu waved and greeted his examiners, seeming pleased to see them. The black sorcerer's eyes lit up like two lanterns. His voice became rougher. He said that things would be much more difficult from here on. His body began to change and his beastly facial features appeared. Now Lu had to overpower him to pass on, or else there was no way. Now instead of the sorcerer, the boy was facing a huge dragon monster who opened his mouth and roared at the top of his lungs. With a flap of its huge wings, the dragon rose up and released a jet of fire from its mouth, scorching everything around it. The ground turned into a blazing inferno. Lu jumped from place to place trying to dodge the rain of fire. In the voice of a sorcerer, the dragon spoke. He was amused that this little man was trying to resist. He was going to the other world anyway. Chaos guards appeared from somewhere, and there were about 5 of them. They stood and were ready to fulfill any order of their master. Looking ahead, Lu ordered these warriors to deal with the dragon immediately. Now it's for real. A huge bow appeared in the hands of one of the giants. The monster drew an arrow and prepared to shoot fire. The arrow whistled in the air, and after flying a few hundred meters, it split into several parts to form a rain of fire. The enraged dragon opened its mouth again, spewing streams of fire directly at his enemies. The dragon was truly enraged. He did not expect such resistance. Following this was a meteor shower. The monster flying in the sky did not expect such a thing. His wings began to feel strong blows. There were wounds. With holy wings, the dragon tried to hide and regroup. He flew farther and farther away. This was truly offensive, and now the Destroyer of Worlds decided to reveal his true nature. He was preparing his most powerful attack. The Chaos Guardians passed through the fire, and so far they were not taking any damage. The monsters were preparing for the next attack. The dragon roared that it was all useless as long as he was here. Everyone else would go to the other world. No one would pass this test. One of the monsters that survived launched its long bayonet at the dragon, aiming to hit its weak point. But unfortunately, he missed. The dragon laughed. The wretched man can never defeat him, even with all the desire. But it wasn't that simple. It was just a distraction. Lu was already flying towards his opponent, waving his blade and preparing a powerful salvo. As soon as the guy approached the monster at a sufficient distance, he struck it with his sword, charging it with all his energy. He did it on purpose, and only now did the sorcerer realize he'd been led around by his finger. Now it was time to slay the dragon. Holding onto his blade, Lu flew straight down with only one finishing blow left to pass the test. The monster roared in pain but could do nothing. The fight was over and the dragon flew down. The warrior finished his ordeal with honor and received his desired class. Lu stood looking at the classless character icon. Black Sorcerer still couldn't believe such a thing. It was simply impossible. How could he lose to such a person? But his white counterpart smiled and said there would always be someone who could perform such miracles. The white sorcerer looked at her hour and congratulated him for setting the record. He is the only one among thousands who managed to pass this hidden test. Looking at his examiners, Lu asked casually, "What about the hidden reward?" His chutzpah would have been the envy of anyone. The white sorcerer birthed his rod, and several yellow lights appeared beside him. The man urged the boy to watch. Raising his head, Lu began to observe the strange glowing circles, but he didn't understand anything yet. Reaching out, he took the summoning emblem. It was a rare item of the highest rank. He would choose a group of 100 classes he had fought before. But all of that was just flowers. Lu took this item to block Alston's ability to read other people's memories, so the man wouldn't learn anything. Soon he returned to his home. The secretary was still in shock, but Lu said that as soon as he married her boss, it would immediately increase her salary. The woman wondered if her boss was difficult to deal with, and this guy seemed really maybe. And at that moment, goosebumps ran down her back. Lastly, with a smile on his face, Lu ordered her to order her delivery from the Star River restaurant. He would send her the address and have her draw up the bill for her boss. Soon, Lu was already sitting at the table pouring flavored soup into his plate, the smell of which spread throughout the room. The notification window appeared in front of him again. Tao was writing to him and asking why he wasn't answering her. It was unconscionable. Wishing her good luck on her exams, the guy looked at the picture he had been sent, and his face became sad. In the small photo, there were two people, an old man hugging, apparently his little granddaughter about 10 years old. Lu vowed to save all people. The sky was parted by countries of flying machines resembling spaceships, and the mountain towered huge. They arrived at the final destination, London. Lu, along with the frightened Li Shi, stood by the subway station map and studied it. Soon the rest of the group pulled up. Charlotte's head was spinning, and she had always wanted to be an international gangster, and now the chance had come. A flustered Li asked his boss, why did they come to London and why this particular city? Turning to his subordinate, the guy replied that it was all for the sake of one task that would determine the fate of the awakened. Soon, the whole team was already sitting in the big armored car. Li still did not understand anything. He asked to explain to him why they were here and where they were going. Charlotte was starting to worry too. Once they arrived in London, then got into this weird prisoner thing, and now they are going somewhere. It's stressful. Lu let go of his head and gloomed a little. Of course, it was very important. The guy was probably worried and didn't want to tell everything at once. Studying the phone map, Charlotte assumed that they were most likely going to some very secret place, but due to lack of information, she couldn't imagine. Turning to her, Lu added meaningfully that they would be guarding someone. Charlotte immediately asked who it was. Making a serious expression on his face, the boss said that this man is much more important. Even the Prime Minister's world depends on his existence. Looking at her friend, Li said that the importance of this event is extremely big. Charlotte was still skeptical. The car stopped abruptly, and Lin announced that they had arrived. The girl had remained silent the whole time. All the armored vehicles stopped near some strange building that looked like a hangar where soldiers were already waiting for them. The guys went outside, and Charlotte continued to resent them for treating them like things. It's unthinkable. Inside the building, there were many people in dress suits looking like special agents. The atmosphere here was tense. Charlotte immediately felt a powerful aura from these strangers, but she still couldn't understand who they were. She felt creepy. Turning his head in the other direction, one could see many soldiers dressed in armored suits. Their faces were just as stern. Li Shi's eyes lit up as he saw the members of the Heavenly Shield Guild for the first time. Their leader, known as the Shield God, resembled a great hero. And here it is, actually literally from nowhere, appeared strange people. Among them stood out one in a white suit, apparently the chief. This was the god of the account. He magnanimously welcomed everyone to London, saying that the arrivals are the highest elite of society. Continuing to marvel, Charlotte said that their boss is incredible. He can access anything he wants. The shield god asked for permission to start the culling and invited everyone to look that way. The test was quite simple. You have to enter one of 3 doors and then find the exit in the allotted time. The first 10 teams pass. Looking at the others with a stern look, the chief said that they had 3 minutes to choose a door, otherwise they would be destroyed. The countdown began. People began to panic about which door to choose. They thought their lives depended on it. Looking at the people dressed in costumes, one of the players suggested that it was possible to choose the same door as them. One of the men threw a dice cube on the ground and the number 1 appeared on it. The man ordered the rest of his subordinates to move behind him and walked through the first door that opened by itself. After that, people came in horror. What kind of way is it that he literally just picked the door at random? How is that possible? The others decided to split up and each had to go to a certain door in their group, so they did. The rest of the players were very scared. In principle, it didn't make any difference if they continued to procrastinate, they would be disqualified. Time was running out with just over a minute left, and Charlotte was starting to get nervous, but Lu said they would go in when they looked at the map of the maze. Looking up surprised, Li asked what would the organizers really give them a map, but the boss said he would do it all himself, and strange circles appeared in his hands along with flying balls. At the order, strange mechanisms began to fly into the doors, exploring the entire space within. They scanned what was going on inside, and an internal map of the area was created based on that. After a few seconds, a map of the maze appeared in front of the team. Charlotte continued to be nervous, but everything was ready. With quick eye movements, Lu began to study what he had created. The labyrinth was quite large. There were many dead ends and secret branches. The girl was frightened. The maze was huge to navigate. There would be extremely difficult. Lu just stood silently and studied the map. Standing next to Lin Yu finally raised her voice. She looked extremely anxious, which was very rare. The labyrinth was changing, but Lu told them to relax. He had been through this maze tens of thousands of times, so it was okay. They moved forward. The assistant asked the director if such behavior is considered fraudulent, but the man replied that there is no such thing in the rules. The subordinates thought that this bunch of foreigners couldn't get past the first level, but they kept watching. You must realize that the labyrinth is filled with dangerous traps that can send you to the other side of the world in just seconds. Even if they had a map, it was impossible to know the exact location of all the traps in the maze, as it was just colossal in size. It took a lot of effort to get too far, and one by one the contestants were eliminated. The people in parade suits went the furthest. They had very polished movements. They were real professionals. Finally, they finished. The man with the mustache came out ahead of everyone. It was obvious that the group was very tired. But Lu, along with his subordinates, had long since sat on the exit and played cards with his friends. The leader of the faction was simply shocked at how anyone had even managed to get here before them. It was unthinkable. The man's name was Jack. She turned to him and asked him, didn't he say that only he could find a way out faster than anyone else? Upon entering the situation, Lu greeted them good-naturedly and said with full confidence that he was the Lord God. The organizer of this whole event, the Shield God, clapped his hands and heartily congratulated everyone for passing this test. Now the second test would begin. The first to start it will be the Dragon Fang faction, who were the last to escape the maze. Looking at the teams entering the room one after another, Li Shi became nervous and asked what was going to happen next. After all, they had already been going in there for like 3 minutes. Charlotte decided to play a joke on her comrade and made a creepy face and said that it's a duel for life. When the first team is eliminated, it's time for the second team. Stroking the frightened boy's head, Lu reassured everyone and said that everyone would survive and that there was nothing to be afraid of. And Charlotte continued to chuckle. Suddenly, Jack, the white-collar leader, walked up to them and turned to Lin and asked, "Is she the assassin who hadn't joined any guilds?" The girl turned to him and in a rude manner replied that it was none of his business and that there was no need to meddle with her. Holding out his hand to her, Jack didn't stop. He wanted the girl to join them. She had no future with these losers after all. Lu appeared literally out of nowhere and punched the old man on the arm. How dare he even do such a thing in front of him? In a snide voice, Jack said that they had only gotten further by cheating. If Zero was with them, she would be disqualified. Looking down at the brash old man, Lu asked, "Why don't they see who gets out of here first? It would be extremely interesting." The light-eating group went on a rampage. A simple bunch of losers wanted to piss them off. They were sick of living. One of the contestants looked at the opposing team with a haughty look. After this, they would not see each other again. Just let them wait until the end. Lin lowered her head and became sad. She said, "What is their goal?" and felt guilty for it. But with his usual smile in his eyes, Lu asked her not to worry. Those who challenged them made a very big mistake. And so, they were already standing on the podium wondering what this task was, but it would be a few seconds, and they would find out for themselves. Looking at the bright circles of light in front of her, Charlotte wondered, could this really be the thing they needed to protect? Little Lee had already guessed everything about the body of this artificial intelligence is a scientist, but the orb replied that it has no authority to answer. Lu knew all this already. Her name is Aaron, a developer of artificial intelligence and a researcher in the world of shadows. A man so advanced that he can predict the future. Lu lowered his eyes. Now it was really a responsible mission. Aaron said after a bit of silence that they could join the challenge because of her grandfather's watch and asked, what did he say before he passed away? Lowering her head even lower, Lu replied that her grandfather wanted to save this world from disaster. Lips moving on their own, the guy said her grandfather had given him the authority to protect Aaron. Her research concerns the last trip to the Shadow World. Grandpa said that when people invade Shadow World, this place will attack them back. Artificial intelligence said that it seems her grandfather really trusted this man. Lu also conveyed to her that she was not a tool, but a precious granddaughter. When everything around him turned red, Li Shi was scared. But why didn't they pass? What did they do wrong? Artificial intelligence explained that it was because they used persistence to displease her. So don't be surprised. Charlotte became furious. This shameless artificial intelligence had tricked them. How was it even possible? The robot wanted to say that they didn't pass, but suddenly changed his mind. It turned out that her real body gave the order after receiving the information. Lu said that he had been researching artificial intelligence for several years, but had come to the conclusion that it was just a machine for getting things done. Raising her hand forward, Charlotte said that their boss is just a god. He has no equal in this world. With a heavy sigh, Lu ordered the others to go out, and the others were waiting. The boys moved towards the shining exit. They had passed the test in a very unusual way. The doors opened, and the whole team stepped out into the wide hall where the other members were already waiting for them, sitting around a long table. People began to wonder how these outsiders were able to get through such a dangerous mission without even lifting a finger. those same white-collar workers began to resent the fact that they were not told that only experienced people were needed. To everyone's annoyance, Liu acted as childishly as if he were in kindergarten. The founder of the military complex said that these people were appointed by someone for protection, and no objections are accepted at all. Pulling back a chair next to Charlotte, Liu said he was only interested in the mission and the reward, and the rest was nothing. Folding his hands in front of him, the guy asked for the details of everything that was going on to be laid out for him. Clicking the remote, the shield god said that this was a 7-day security mission during which they would need to guard a certain target. All of this will take place on a conspiracy-laden secret spacecraft near the Asia-Pacific ISS. And so a few days later, the spaceship Avalon was preparing to take off for the space station on Mars. The whole team had already arrived at the site, and besides them, there were many other people who had participated and passed the tests. At the entrance, they were met by a beautiful girl who worked here as a flight attendant, and she looked at Liu with a very eloquent look. Leaning over to the boss, Charlotte suggested he flirt with this girl. So don't let her be shy, she will help. Going inside, the girl had a real shock. Inside, the ship looked like a real city. There were so many people that cannot count. Li Shu wondering why the people from the Heavenly Shield Guild and Light Devouring Guild were not here. Liu replied that they were in the VIP class, and they only had economy tickets. Charlotte became furious. Everyone here makes a living the best they can. How can these people look down on everyone? Liu replied that economy class is pretty expensive too. Hearing that their place was worth about 10 million, the girl glowed with happiness. She was going to have a blast. The girl continued to cheer while Li Shi along with Ling Yue just watched from afar. The heated guy sighed heavily. And why did he feel like there wasn't a single normal person in their guild? Meanwhile, being elsewhere, Sue was fighting her opponent was trembling with fear. But the girl ordered her to raise her sword if he was a man. Anya in her office was furious. She ordered the secretary to fire the employee and force him to divorce his subordinate's wife. An old soldier was talking to someone on the phone. He said he knew the person he was talking to was selling nutritional supplements. The man laughed and lay on the beach. He realized that this man was calling him to have fun, but it was starting to get annoying. Sitting at her computer, Tao was happy that she had managed to hack into the school system. Now she was safe from exams. But the girl is upset Mr. Liar flew into space, and who's going to play with her all this time? Meanwhile, the Avalon ship was orbiting the globe high in outer space. Opening the sealed door, Liu said this was their room, and was the first to go inside, followed by Charlotte. The girl looked around, and it turned out that there was a common shower stall and rooms for sleeping for 6 people, really economy class. When Charlotte realized what was going on, she was furious. Is there really a shower room in here? That's unthinkable. Putting his hand on Li's shoulder, boss said to look at it positively, and on the other hand, there is nothing wrong with it. Without waiting for everyone else, suddenly, Lin began to take off her clothes. Seems to be a girl. In general, no one was shy. Blushing with embarrassment, Liu closed the little kid's eyes. Li wondered what was the matter and why he couldn't see anything. Charlotte looked at her friend with an annoyed look and asked why she was undressing. Lin replied briefly that she wanted to take a shower. The girl walked into the shower stall and opened the hot water. It was the first time in a long time that she could relax properly. Charlotte, who was standing under the door, continued to pout and blush and was terribly embarrassed. She was also jealous of her friend's form. First, she had to change the mode of the door, noticed Charlotte, but Lin replied that she was already too annoyed by it. The girl turned around and said that she had long suspected that Lin, it was a robot, but now there was even more evidence, so the boss thought. But turning back, she saw only little Li shaking his head, and Liu had disappeared for a long time. Meanwhile, Liu had had enough of all this and was holding a bluish ball of artificial intelligence walking down the hallway. Aaron asked, "What happened?" The guy looked at her and said he wanted to meet for a mission. The artificial intelligence kept denying everything, but Liu tried to give her the idea. She didn't even finish listening. She just refused. Opening the panel, the guy convinced that if he knew this, it would increase the chance of their facility surviving and also make their job easier. Seeing that Liu had managed to break into Skynet's system, the artificial intelligence wondered how it was possible, saying he could hack into anything, including itself. Having received an affirmative answer, the guy in a month with his team were already advancing to the center of the task. He had been gone for almost a day. They approached the entrance where 2 men dressed in exosuits were waiting for them and would not allow them to go any further and take part in this mission. Standing next to the boss, Charlotte said he was in charge. Now Liu suggested they look at their schedules and think hard. The guys finally realized they had finished the job earlier. There was genuine surprise on their faces. Charlotte, still angry, shushed the guys and told them that they're in charge now, so let them get the hell out of my way. As soon as Liu put her hand to the scanner, the large solid metal door in front of them began to slowly open with a creak. In the office was a woman of about 25. She fixed her glasses and said she had been waiting for them. Sighing heavily, Aaron said that Liu had come later than she thought. The guy had assumed she'd been waiting for him after all. But the most admired of them all was Li, finally being able to meet the goddess programmer who created artificial intelligence. Furious, Charlotte hit him over the head that he says such things only the boss is the true god. Erin was getting really tired of all this, and she yelled for everyone else to stop. She said they were given the chance by her grandfather personally. In a serious and calm voice, Lou replied that he didn't care what she thought of him. He only accepted the request out of respect for the old man. When she heard that this stranger knew what she was dreaming about, Erin looked down at him. She was embarrassed for a second. The woman began to demonstrate her brainchild. She said it was a program that could save their world. But there was too little time left. Lou came closer and asked who was after her. Erin replied that she wasn't interested and didn't want to waste her energy. One of two things, either the Shadow World system or the competitors she had crossed. The woman rose from her seat. In a cold and confident tone, Lou said he guaranteed her safety as long as she was aboard this ship. The woman half-heartedly replied that she knew all about it. As soon as she reached her destination, she would take the next ship to Mars. Their conversation finished. The team left the room where the guys from Devouring Light were already waiting for them. The same girl who was always talking kept nagging them and saying they should get the hell out of here. As he passed her, Lou couldn't resist and slapped her lightly. The poor girl didn't expect that and immediately blushed. She didn't even realize what had happened. The blush covered her entire face. The girl froze in place and did nothing. The bald man standing next to him shouted what the kid was doing. Lou calmly replied that if they thought they were amateurs, he would do exactly the same thing. The girl continued to rage. She screamed that today, either his life or his hand would stay here and let him choose. Turning to her and smiling with a full mouth, Lou said that this was just a warning. If there was any conflict between the guards, the mission would be aborted. Jack ordered everyone to calm down. Let them go. Their clan will return the favor when the mission is over without fail. The bald man didn't stop yelling. He yelled for them to start counting down the time to their end. Charlotte only turned around and showed her tongue. Then the bald man turned to the same girl and asked why she didn't dodge. The poor girl didn't know what to say. Jack frowned. He already suspected something. This strange guy was not as easy as he appeared at first glance. Naturally, Lynn had already guessed everything and asked he had attached tracking devices to this girl or what. It was like that, and she had a sighted eye. Lou smiled and said he already knew he couldn't hide it from her. The girl asked what he was going to do next. In a relaxed voice, Lou said that he would look at the situation, and now we need to rest. There is at least some time. While lying in his capsule, Li Shi suddenly felt a very strong jolt that woke him up. Everything around him was covered in red color. The rest of the crew also woke up and started looking around. They didn't realize it was like an asteroid impact, but that was some nonsense. Li said Avalon's flight path with pinpoint accuracy. They should have calculated that moment. Continuing to dig into the information firmware, Lou said that this system had been disabled hours ago, so now they were cut off from the outside world. Li Shi was horrified. Did the enemies come for this ant programmer? So what should they do now? Putting on his cloak, Lou said that the asteroid strike was just the beginning according to the plan, so let the others get ready too. A repair crew in spacesuits had already flown to the scene and tried to repair the breach, but the accident was too severe. One of the repairmen suddenly saw some unknown alien-like entity behind his back. The monster opened its mouth like a large flower and approached the unfortunate man, who screamed. In the cabin too, there was total chaos. Monsters had somehow gotten in and were now destroying people. There was panic. There was a siren everywhere. Light-devouring guild members were already running to the scene. They had to react instantly. Jack's face stretched in a smile. He chuckled at the likelihood this man was involved. The soldiers who tried unsuccessfully to prevent the monster invasion were simply powerless against these creatures. Jack led the team. Everything was going according to his plan. Once the ship was destroyed, there would be no trace of it. The bald man suddenly felt as if a jet of fire had passed through him and instantly lost his life. The elevator doors opened and from there showed a smiling face Lou. The guy was in a great mood. What a meeting. How unexpected. Next to him was his whole team. Here they were meeting now. It was time to socialize a little closer. Jack, who had not expected such a sudden appearance, shouted, "Why are they here? What are they doing here? Haven't they been eliminated?" The thing was, Lou hadn't been sitting idly by all this time. He'd been tracking the location of each of them and had noticed something strange. Jack, who had come forward, did not understand who this guy was. Lou replied good-naturedly that it did not matter at all. They were hypnotized by him the whole time he slapped the girl. He injected her with an invisible drug. That's what he did by making them think the others were moving in the right direction, just by leading them around. And now it's time to wake up. The guy snapped his fingers and everything around him seemed to change into a completely different shape. Jack was horrified to see that he was being held by an unknown demonic creature. The man tried to justify himself, but it was all useless. Charlotte appeared just in time to tell it to leave it to her and began to apply the internal blast. Jack felt his head was about to explode into pieces, but the man could do nothing as he was immobilized. A second later, there was a crunch, and the leader of the group was gone in a second. In the rest of the compartments of the ship was a complete mess. Monsters from space penetrated inside the ship. Rampage. Erin, along with a few soldiers, hid behind one of the tables in her lab and tried to be quiet. But suddenly her heel stepped on a soda bottle and it hissed loudly. One of the monsters that used to be a doctor opened its vile mouth and had already approached the victims. The soldiers grabbed the programmer and ran away from this room, had to leave as soon as possible if they wanted to live. Erin's heels clicked as she ran toward the exit, followed by a huge worm-like monster with a wide maw that opened to reveal a wide mouth. Suddenly, the woman heard a strange sound. She hoped that someone had come to her rescue. Most likely, it was those foreigners. Charlotte Lin and Li Shu appeared on the doorstep. Charlotte laughed. It seems like they were right on time. It was time to have fun. The monsters were already heading straight towards them and jumped up to attack. Lin stood motionless. The girl was ready to take the hit first. A minigun appeared in her hands, its six-barrel muzzle firing lead rain, sizzling everyone in its path. Meanwhile, Charlotte busied herself with the others. She kept them with her gravity skills, preventing them from advancing any further. Grabbing the programmer's arm, Li Shu pulled her straight towards the space escape capsule from the ship. The woman wondered, does their boss know how to fix spaceships? But the boy replied that according to him it is very simple. After walking a few more steps in front of them, an incredible monster stopped literally a few meters away. Erin shouted that this is a maternal-type individual. She is much stronger than all the others, something like a womb. Folding his hands in front of him, Li Shi filled his entire body with energy and began to summon his demonic pet. The black fox didn't take long to appear out of nowhere and immediately rushed at the enemy with a deafening roar. But as soon as the monster pushed him aside, the boy bent over in a fit of pain. Erin asked if he was okay. Meanwhile, Lin continued to destroy the monsters in packs with her minigun, with the smell of gunpowder heard everywhere. Charlotte realized that this monster's skin was too thick to penetrate it from the outside and used another spell. The internal explosion had to go off, and Charlotte folded her arms, storing enough energy in them. But the monster wouldn't let her do it. It opened its ugly maw and roared with all its might. One had to cover his ears to avoid going deaf. Even Ling Yue felt some discomfort and covered his ear with her finger. Charlotte overdid it. Her mouth and eyes bled. Her internal organs tensed up and seemed to flip over several times. The next moment, huge tentacles grabbed them and started to lift them up. Now the guys were defenseless. Erin found herself alone against the huge monster, simply numbed in place and couldn't move to the side. Luckily, Lu appeared just in time and picked up the defenseless woman, carrying her away right out from under the monster's clutches. With his next move, he launched a powerful energy wave directly at the tentacle holding his friends. Now all was well. They landed on the ground and Erin was in relative safety but still couldn't believe what was happening. Looking at the boss with eyes round with fear, Li Shi said that only he himself could handle this big one. Stroking Erin's head, the guy said fondly that there was no problem. For a second they stood still. The confused woman ran in the opposite direction and Lu was left alone with a huge monster several hundred times his size. It was about time to use the giant that had time to evolve and test its performance. It took literally half a second for the huge steel monster to appear behind the guy's back. Now their powers were almost equal. Without waiting, the giant struck the monster's jaw first, and the uterus flew aside with a crunch. There was such a rumble that Charlotte had to cover her ears in order not to go deaf. The battle between the steel giant and the alien monster was heating up. The womb was not going to give up, but the giant was not just... As soon as she got close to the enemy, she received a powerful discharge of electricity all over her body, and her shrill roar was heard. A second after the fire, her body iced over. The steel giant handled just perfectly. The uterus was defenseless. Looking at his pet, Lu ordered him to finally send this alien back into space. An energy wave flew past the guy. Now the job was done. You didn't have to worry. Charlotte stood downstairs and breathed heavily. It was very close. She even thought for a second that they were all going to die here. Looking at the strange stranger, Erin realized that this weirdo had managed to gain control of the spaceship's control system after all. When it was over, Lu said that because he didn't have autopilot, he would be steering the ship. Erin was horrified. Lu, visibly saddened, said that he had tried to steer the plane to get out of the loop, but it was all in vain. Anyway, there's no point in staying here any longer. Let the others rest and the captain will tell them when they get to Mars. Dumbfounded, Erin whispered under her breath. Besides the creation of life, is there anything he can't do where grandfather found such a person? Meanwhile, the frozen alien was moving with great speed towards the sun, where Alston was already there apparently. He was watching everything. The superhero has agreed that he will guide the asteroid into the ship, but is not responsible for anything that happens afterward. Hearing that he would be paid a very large sum of money, Alston smiled. Great! If they don't fulfill their end of the bargain, they will be forgotten. Soon they arrived on Mars. The people in exoskeletons were ready to disembark and informed Lady Erin needed to be careful. Walking up to the others, Lu said he had delivered them safely. The squad leader thanked them for all that Lu had done. Looking at the others, the guy said, "Did he do what he was supposed to now on Erin?" lies the development of artificial intelligence for the shadow world. The woman readily said that she would give it her all, and soon they would be able to make the final raid on the place after all. Afterward, they shook hands. Lu's hand seemed unusually cold as ice. For a second, there was a pause between the two. No one wanted to interfere with such a momentous moment. Charlotte was the first to speak. She wondered if she could see such a momentous historical event with her own eyes. Soon, Aaron and the soldiers headed for the exit. Charlotte waved goodbye with her childlike directness. The girl exhaled heavily. She was very happy that the mission was finally over and they could rest properly. Looking at the boss, Li Shi asked what they would do next. After all, they had accomplished everything that was required of them. Lu coughed and said that something had gotten to them after all, in retaliation for helping them get to Mars. Eventually, along with her subordinates, Aaron paid them VIP class to travel to the land with unlimited entertainment. So it was time to have fun. They started jumping in place for joy. Finally, there was a chance to have a proper rest. Watching all this, Li just looked at them and sighed heavily. These two clowns never change well, what did he expect? And only Lin stood by the porthole and thought about her sister. She had finally met companions she could trust and rely on. It had been about 10 days since their flight into space. Lu was standing in the bathroom brushing his teeth. Suddenly, the guy's phone received a message. As soon as he looked at the screen, his eyes widened as it turned out that the shadow world was expanding too fast. As we all know, since the appearance of the Shadow Gate, there have been awakened ones called to explore this mysterious world. Accordingly, the shadow world has also begun to invade them and everything they see in their path. To be exact, monsters from this dimension fall into the human world, causing severe destruction to the entire planet. Wiping his face with a towel, Lu realized that he needed to level up as soon as possible. Otherwise, he was in trouble. The enemies he'll face will be far more powerful than anything he's seen before. The guy opened the system panel. The only weakness he had was his defense. He needs to find an item that increases this parameter, so he has a better chance of survival. He opened 3 windows and began to choose the shadow world he would go to today. None of them were safe. After a few seconds of deliberation, Lu still made a choice and poked his finger at one of the icons. A number of people had already gathered near the shadow gate to wait for the opening, and they were all very wary. Suddenly, a motorcade of expensive cars arrived from somewhere with a screech of tires, and people started looking around among themselves. The first door opened was President Anya. The woman quickly jumped outside and looked around. Then, looking into the car, she yelled that she'd had enough sleep and it was time to get out, and they were here. Lu's tired and sleep-deprived face showed up outside, rubbing his eyes and trying to figure out where he was. Everyone around him started looking at him in surprise. So this is the legendary womanizer everyone's talking about. After getting out of the car with great difficulty, Lu asked why everyone was staring at them. Anya said that it was because of him, of course. The person standing next to him asked why they came for the sake of a shadow world of such low rank. This is sheer nonsense. Soon the gate was opened and people moved inside in a continuous stream, one by one, disappearing into the blue haze. Anya continued to rage. Going through this world is very boring. Why drag her along? Lu said that the world will end soon, so why bother? The two of them moved straight towards the gate. A couple more steps, and a dangerous new world would open its gates before them. Passing through the portal, they turned down. Some desert people began to look around in different directions. It was an alien ruin. More and more people were coming out of the pervert. There were already dozens, if not hundreds of them here. But no one understood what this place was. The woman raised her only eye and said that this world is not that complicated, but a sandstorm nearby could pose a threat. All it takes is to make it to the ship and live to see the second wave, so they need to hurry. They don't have much time. People started running away. They didn't want to be buried alive, so we need to speed up. Seeing this, surprised Anya asked, "Don't they need to go along with them?" Lu shook his head negatively. He was looking for something here. Suddenly, he pulled out a shovel from the spatial inventory and handed it to the girl. "Need to start digging." Anya became furious. By the clock in the back of his head, the guy said he had something to calculate, so he would leave physically hard to her if she helped, then he would give her the king's heart. As soon as Anya heard about it, her eyes rounded, and how he only knew that the woman was looking for this very object. Crouching on an obscure structure, Lu began to do the calculation next. 100 meters at 10 o'clock. The principal, who usually sits in a comfortable chair in the office, was now working with a shovel. What a sick person. Anya raved she had spent so much money on developing her body not to sit here digging holes. Suddenly, a roar came from somewhere far away, and zombies with burning green eyes were approaching them, an army of them. Turning her head to the side, Anya didn't understand anything. At first, she thought it was some kind of earthquake. They were robo-zombies who used to be locals but had become so due to mutations. The woman saw the crowd surrounding her. But in a completely calm voice, Lu said that he would take care of it, and the woman, "Let her keep digging." Nearby was already flying the drone. As it flew past, the mechanical device began to distract the zombies. The monsters ran right after it. Bleeding sweat, the woman kept digging and cursing Lu. She was known as the Heartless Queen Magnate, and now she was just being exploited. When she tried to contact Lu, she got no answer and was a little worried about where he'd gone. Growing up literally from under the earth, Lu was surprised she called him so tenderly. Did she miss him? Anya was frightened and immediately became enraged. Who would even miss such a pervert? Why didn't he just answer? Now, why did you have to show up like that? Hearing that the guy just came to go to the toilet, Anya blushed. He lost all conscience. Still taking pity on his friend Lu, said it was okay to proceed to the next stage. He really appreciated her help. In answer to the question of what they would be doing, the guy only listened and said meaningfully that they were coming. With an unpleasant buzzing sound, the drone returned. Anya asked what it was all about. They all froze in place. It turned out that a whole crowd of zombie robots were running right at them. Drone came back, and the monsters were still running after them. The woman was horrified. Why did this drone bring them here? Shouldn't he have led them away? But there was nothing to worry about. A second later, there was a huge explosion that shook the ground and all the zombies were incinerated in half a second. Surprised, Anya was shocked. Didn't Lu know that there would be a spaceship under the ground? But the guy just asked her to dig. Suddenly, a face appeared in the sand, distorted with a grimace of pain, as if a huge giant had been buried alive. From the fact that everything around began to shake, Anya was again terrified. But standing next to Lu calmly explained that it is only the boss of this world is nothing to worry about. Standing on the big spaceship, the girl looked down from here. There was no way out. So what should they do now? Summoning the artificial intelligence once more, Lu directed a small glowing ball of light inside the spaceship and tried to revive it. He told Anya to just watch her step so she didn't fall to the ground and then she'd be fine. A second later, a hatch opened just beneath their feet and the couple flew right inside the spaceship. The girl was not bruised. She felt that she landed on something soft and luckily was not hurt. In a slightly muffled voice, Lu said that they had gotten pretty deep down here for how long she was still going to sit like that. Realizing that she was sitting right on top of the guy, Anya quickly jumped up and got to her feet. Her face blushing again was incredibly embarrassing. In a trembling voice, still embarrassed, the girl asked what they were doing here in this godforsaken desert. Getting to his feet and shaking himself off, Lu replied that they needed a level 10 suit. Upon hearing this, Anya was horrified. Moving forward down the long corridor, Lu said he knew of 3 worlds, infinite, repeating, and hidden. The ruins they're in now can only appear 3 times in the entire period, so we need to hurry. Once these ruins have already appeared means the last time was a brutal battle between mankind and artificial intelligence once very long ago. Lu continued to narrate, but after a few dozen meters they were already there and stopped. In front of them was a strange building that looked like a conference room. In the center was a podium with some sort of cube rotating in the middle of the panel. The guy came closer and started picking at this cube, trying to find the right combination. Anya asked if the suit was supposed to look like this. Taking the strange object in his hands, Lu explained that it was only his defense system that needed to overcome the barrier before it would open. Something crunched in his hands and the cube flew upward and began to spin, emitting a strange vibration and waves all around him. Soon after a few seconds, the suit itself appeared. It was assembled as if from pieces of this very cube and looked quite impressive. Anya finally realized that the whole ship was part of this cube, and she raised her head forward in horror and surprise. They got the highest grade battle suit. It had simply impressive specs. For a few seconds, the couple stood and watched. The woman marveled. Lu said that finding this suit was not enough to unleash the full power, would require a core. That very core is inside the boss of this world, in the very face they saw in Sandstorm here. Frightened, Anya shouted that they had to get out of here if they wanted to stay alive. The dashboard. Lu said it wasn't necessary, he had a plan, so you just have to do it right. They were standing in the middle of a sandstorm, needing time to let the core begin to take effect. It seemed Anya was beginning to understand. The people inside the ship saw something strange and began to whisper among themselves. They did not understand what was going on, and everything was very strange. The monster core started spinning at a tremendous speed. Lu, along with her friend, stood right in front of it. Around an incredible wind rose up. A second later, a strange object that looked like a polygon of indefinite shape flew towards the guy. Taking the item in his hands, the fighter inserted it into the chest plate of his exoskeleton and finally activated it. Even Anya noticed that in this skeleton, the guy looked really cool. Lu seemed to ignore her. He was engrossed in the process. The suit has begun to transform into a motorcycle. The core should explode soon, so we need to keep a safe distance and get out of here. The two of them jumped on the motorcycle and rushed forward as the fire vortex began to ignite behind them. The events moved a week ahead to an exhibition hall in a huge tower in the middle of the city. The conference room was crowded with people at the annual medical experience exchange meeting. The girl dressed in a beautiful dress told Lu Yao not to worry. They managed to get those tickets, even though it's difficult, so let her enjoy it. Yao sat next to it and was just amazed. For those who are going to study medicine, this place is like a real altar. Her friend nodded her head and said she knew about it, and pointed to the podium where her idol would soon be performing. A woman with red hair and huge glasses appeared on the stage. Her name was Bertha John Hopkins, head of neurosurgery. Little Yao's tensions light up. She wants to be exactly like this woman and will do anything to do so. A friend explained that you can't use electronic gadgets here because the chief surgeon has forbidden it. With the help of artificial intelligence, he has operated on more than 70 patients at a time with severe traumas. The girl dreamily started thinking about this doctor. He was really her idol, and considered doctoring as his main profession. Yao was bouncing in her seat. It was because of people like this doctor that she decided to study medicine as soon as possible. A friend said that Lu Feng doesn't do anything like that. He doesn't have a job or a job. His sister said he's trying hard. When Yao heard that her friend offered her a good job with a big salary, she said that she would ask her brother, but would not promise anything. Out of spite, Lu Feng came out from behind her and asked in a calm voice what she wanted to ask him about. The girl was startled. His sister's friend looked at him and asked, what did he decide to moonlight as a maid? But the guy shook his head. He had no desire to talk to anyone right now, especially such arrogant people. He said that they would talk about it later. He had to make a speech. The sister could not believe her ears. The brother again faithfully jokes. The friend was also surprised even her father can make official speeches here. But Tian Tian's father appeared literally out of nowhere, and with a smile on his face, he asked what they were arguing about here. The girl jumped up from her seat and took her father's hand, saying that she wanted to introduce him to someone who had an opening for a security guard. But to her great surprise, her father fell to his knees as soon as he saw Lu. The man seemed to be beyond happy. Finally, he was able to see this man. Tears came to the experienced doctor's eyes. He shouted that the whole hospital was looking for him. As soon as he left, Tian opened her mouth in surprise. Is this person? This is Mr. L, the legendary doctor. Yao looked at her brother and could not believe her eyes. Turning to the crying man, Lu said that between them, no, not a houseboy, they don't owe each other anything, so there's nothing to cry about. Bertha, seeing the famous gentleman, turned to him, and the woman's face brightened. She ran up to Lu and said she wanted to be his apprentice since she had watched all of his surgeries and wanted to get in touch with him by all means. With irritation on his face, the guy said it was impossible. He wasn't interested in training anyone. Waving his hand to his sister, the guy said that he would speak now and then explain everything himself, so let her just wait for him here. Professor Berta's face changed, and she fell on her knees in front of Yao and begged her to give her brother's contacts, but the girl couldn't understand anything. Meanwhile, Tian was ready to drop to the ground in shame. She wanted to offer this man a vacancy as a guard. Meanwhile, Lu leisurely walked onto the stage and stood near the main podium. In a calm voice, he said he was honored to be here. The last question was why he was going to study medicine. The men in the front rows began to whisper. Someone said he too had studied medicine. Lu's voice became firmer. Naturally, he studied medicine to operate on his sister. He thanked her for looking out for his brother. As soon as the girl heard such words, she couldn't believe her ears. She expected anything but this. Tears came to the girl's eyes. She put her hands to her chest and didn't know what to say. It was really unexpected. The speech was over, and the guy was now walking down the street and thinking, when the rehabilitation exercise was over, he could start the surgery. He yawned widely. He was informed of this event after 5 surgeries. After all, the doctor's job is very difficult. Eventually, Lu remembered his phone had texted him something, and the guy looked at the screen and the message was 24 hours old. Inside, everything went cold so long ago. A message had come in and he hadn't even realized it. Lu was horrified. He wanted to dial Tao, but the answering machine said that the number he had dialed was temporarily unavailable. He was running down the street and trying to get his thoughts together. On the screen was an anchor woman who was reporting the news there was a disaster. A lot of people piled up near the screens. Lu also stopped. Shadow World appeared in Tokyo. In addition, monsters began to emerge from there. A huge number of terrifying monsters appeared from the gate and devoured the people. It was a real disaster. The first invasion of the Shadow World took place exactly where it was least expected. People were in danger. Clenching his fists, Lu realized that the destruction of the world was inevitable, but little Tao must survive. She just had to wait for him, and everything would be fine. A huge hydra was in the middle of the Japanese megapolis and covered the buildings with its fire. There was panic in the city. Some madman was broadcasting live from the scene. A reporter with a confused voice was reporting everything that was happening. The monster soared through the sky, fielding all of its dark energy everywhere. His piercing scream could be heard. Reporters have been reporting from the front lines of Tokyo's destruction. People need to get out of here as soon as possible. Across different neighborhoods of Tokyo was that fire. The entire city could turn into a lifeless wasteland in just a few seconds. Reporters said the air was up, but whether they could save people from annihilation. Everywhere was a real nightmare. People tried to hide at least somewhere, but apparently there were no safe places. Suddenly, one of the men noticed that there was a strange appearance on the water near the bridge, as if someone was throwing stones there. Strange goblin-like faces began to emerge from the water, their vile voices growing louder and louder as they smelled the humans and now saw their prey. The fat man shouted for them to run away from here. Kappa needs to leave as soon as possible. From the water began to appear creepy mutants. Similar to turtles on their backs, they had shells. They immediately began to pounce on people. One of the residents managed to get out and locked himself in a small room. He was shaking with fear and trying not to think about what was going on outside. One of the green monsters did notice him and leaned its ugly face right against the glass. Soon the army arrived. It tried to destroy the monsters with firearms, but their armor was too strong. Soon appeared Tokyo's Cybernetic Police 5th Squad rescue operation was launched. The commander ordered to find the survivors. The girl with bright turquoise hair nodded her head and set out to find them. Opening the door, the captain said it was all over and the man could come out of here. But it turned out that the man was already infected with an obscure virus. His eyes and mouth glowed green. A second later, the unfortunate man was pierced by a beam of green energy. He immediately went to the other side of the world. His co-worker watched in horror. Tentacles, or some kind of worms, started to grow out of the ground and just broke the bus into several pieces. Following that, the tentacles began grabbing soldiers and throwing them in different directions. Even cybernetic warfare couldn't compete. After that, a terrifying monster made of human heads emerged from the ground, and at the top were huge tentacles like branches. The soldiers realized that the reporter was infected with a tree of human faces, needed to use incendiary shells. The soldiers were already preparing the cannons. The monster headed straight for the building and already wrapped its ugly limbs around it. The girl only watched. Things were very bad. On the face of the second squad leader appeared an expression of fear. One of the soldiers was in danger. That same girl with the brightly colored hair had already resigned herself to her fate and just waited motionlessly for her end. Before she left, she apologized to her grandmother that she would never be able to return to her homeland to visit them again. But in a second, poor thing was already sitting on a broom. Driving was Tao. She arrived just in time and was able to save the girl at the last moment. Babe yelled for the stranger to hold on to her tighter. She was about to speed up. Soon they were sitting in a relatively safe place, but the soldier was still blaming himself for everyone else not surviving. Tao stroked her head. The girl with brightly colored hair asked where Tao's grandmother lived. The little girl replied that she was lucky and went to conduct business negotiations in New York. Looking up at the huge red moon, the little witch sighed. Their leader was right. There was definitely a disaster in this city. The soldier lowered her head and said that their leader is also very strong. If he were here, he would have solved everything here. Turning to her new acquaintance, the witch said that it would be better to think about their own safety now. The warrior pointed her finger for everyone to be quiet, and Tao covered her mouth to avoid attracting attention. Inside, the monster continued to rage, only it was already an arachnid. The upper part was like a woman's and the lower part like a huge spider's. The two were now where the shadow gate was closest. The monster hadn't noticed them yet. About a few meters from here is an underground shelter. You need to wait there. Tao, along with a soldier, was already flying on a broomstick. Another monster appeared from somewhere, a huge muscular frog like a Japanese god from ancient legends. The two soldiers have already accepted their fate. Even the captain is no match for this monster. The huge frog had already opened its toothy mouth and was about to throw the breathless body of the soldier into it, but there was an explosion and the girl was able to survive in addition and destroy the monster with a few blows. It turns out that the captain deliberately let herself be grabbed to put a grenade right in that monster's mouth. She's really smart. Soon afterward, the girl approached her charges. People began to ask how she was feeling. The girl replied that everything is normal. Soon the wound should heal on its own. But still, they didn't have much success. The monsters were too many. They took the soldiers in a ring and surrounded them. Taking up his sword, the captain said that even if they did not survive, they would fight to the very end like true warriors. Before she could say anything else, a motorcycle flew through the air and a huge explosion was heard. Lu, as always, arrived on time. The guy was riding a motorcycle, and he had a helmet on his head. He seemed to be on time. He pulled out a gun and pointed it directly at the crowd of monsters and started pouring lead into them. He rode his motorcycle around the monsters and proceeded to destroy them by the dozens as if it was a common thing. Then, taking the bike off the handlebars, he started circling around like a toy and sprinkling the monsters with lead. Soon it was over and the guy stopped right beside the captain of the cybernetic soldiers. Taking off his helmet, Lu said he had arrived and Honey could sit down with him and not worry. The girl turned around and said he probably had her confused with someone else, if so saying how he even knew her. Lu didn't give up, and in one fell swoop gave away secrets that no one could know about except the captain himself. The men were horrified. Their captain had a boyfriend a long time ago. Is this some kind of secret lover? Where did he come from? Yuina said in a quiet voice that one more word and the guy would go to the other side. The girl seemed to be very angry. A second more, and a huge long sword was in front of Lu's face, only a couple of centimeters short of making the guy's head split open. The woman asked how he knew so much. Lu irritably said that now was not the time to explain everything, so let him jump in. A few seconds later, She was already sitting in the back seat asking how he managed to destroy so many monsters at once. The motorcycle released a jet of flame that went straight into the pile of monsters, and a loud roar of monsters was heard. After devouring the monsters in just 1 second, Lou said that now her partners are safe. The girl said in surprise that he was strong. But she still wondered how this stranger knew so many things that only touched her life. The motorcycle picked up speed and moved down the highway. Lou said they had survived the city of Black Ruins together, and she had told him so herself. It's very hard to explain. Lou said he knew something else and wanted to start talking about the girl's ears. But the captain told him to finally shut up the girl, apparently very embarrassed, and turned away. The motorcycle continued to pick up speed. Lou knew that this girl never stays in debt and wanted her to help him find someone. Opening the information panel in front of him, Yuina said that he was lucky the closed soldier network is still working, so it is possible. Her face suddenly changed. The woman shouted that Tao was alive. She was mentioned in the battle records of Squad 5, and she had saved the girl. Frowning, Lou told her to give him the exact coordinates and locate the girl. Taking a closer look at the map, Yuina assumed that this girl was now in the biochemical resistant squad's hideout. The motorcycle was starting to accelerate. Lou asked if the division was based on the strength of the monsters or not. Captain replied that it was almost right. The blue zone has the most unclean warriors and the least unclean generals. The latter are very dangerous. In the purple zone, about a dozen kings of the unclean and maybe even higher level monster, the most dangerous zone. Despite this being the most dangerous area, Lou suggested going straight to hell is most likely where their target is. The motorcycle went even faster. Red and blue, they were general level, very dangerous opponents. Turning back, the woman is frightened. They have been hunted down and now they are being chased by dangerous monsters. Something must be done. The generals were so powerful that with their hands alone they could tear out entire buildings. You had to dodge as best you could. A screech of tires was heard and the motorcycle braked just inches away from the wreck. The two samurai immediately rushed after their victims, and the rumble of their heavy footsteps could be heard everywhere. The earth shook repeatedly. There was a real nightmare everywhere. Cars were flying around like toys, and there was a distinct smell of fire in my nose. Sitting behind the wheel, Lou squinted. These two are acting together. How interesting is it monsters have intelligence after all? The blue samurai had approached to a dangerous distance and was already preparing to strike small victims. Yuina, who was sitting behind, saw that there was no passage ahead, just a normal building, and what should they do now? Ordered to hold on, Lou pulled the bike up and was now riding on the rear wheel. A squeal was heard. As they approached the building, they skipped over it in one fell swoop. Somehow the bike was able to move vertically. The samurai did not lag behind. He ran after his victims, crushing everything in his path. His terrible face was already too close. Bouncing off the motorcycle, Yuna took her sword and said she would deal with it. The girl rushed straight forward. Turning back, Lou said she was being too impulsive. Yuna explained that it was all because she had confidence in him. After flying a few meters, the girl struck the sword directly between the samurai's eyes and his mask was ready to crack. The steel cable that the guy had released in advance grabbed Yuina and dragged her behind the motorcycle, and the girl was safe. Grasping the rope, she made a sharp jerk and in one deft movement separated the blue samurai's head from his body. The monster flew straight down from a great height, followed by a deafening rumble. Continuing to fly behind the motorcycle, Yuina couldn't help but notice that they have a very good team. Lou knows her moves. The guy said he was her old friend. But it wasn't over yet. The red samurai launched 2 sound waves. The captain saw it all and yelled for them to be careful. But suddenly the building ended and the bike flew straight up into the air like an airplane. They were in free flight. But after flying only a few meters, luckily landed right on the roof of one of the houses. Lou was surprisingly good at introducing. Yuina said that they were already in the danger zone territory, soon approaching the center, need to be ready. With the squeal of tires, the motorcycle began to pick up speed harder and harder. Their target was very close. Inside was chaos. There were several monsters standing there. One of them was wearing a black hoodie. It was Mu Lin. The woman standing behind asked the gentleman, they that would actually come to the hell zone and head straight for the gate. Mu Lin said with a worried look downwards that they had no other way out, but the man himself was worried. To practice necromancy, this monster had destroyed many thousands of people in the city and couldn't just retreat. Under pressure of public opinion, Alston had to expel him from the Ark to return to his command. Mu obliged him to do so. He wants to regain his position and return to the ranks of the elite warriors. The orc-like monster standing behind him said that everything is correct. You just need to enter the gates of hell to find a legendary level body and extract the soul. Hearing the order to deal with one of the monsters, Warhammer jumped off the roof of a huge building and headed downward. The warrior landed right next to the red samurai who was still alive. The ground shook beneath his feet. The monster's gazes crossed. The samurai grinned his toothy mask and roared like a demon. His opponent raised up a huge hammer and prepared to deliver a crushing blow. He didn't want to mess around for too long. It only took one blow to leave only the lower part of the samurai's body. The battle hammer was truly impressive. A woman appeared out of nowhere and yelled at him if he damaged his body more than half, Mu Ling would not be able to use it. By the way, there was another body here with a blue samurai lying on it. You could use it as bait. The necromancer looked at his servants and raised up a magic wand. It immediately glowed blue. The sorcerer gathered within himself all the power he had, and his eyes lit up like two blue stars as he lifted his servant. The monster smiled. His master is indeed very strong. He is unrivaled in this world, even though the task was not easy to accomplish. Meanwhile, the necromancer trembled with anticipation. All that was left was to pass through the gates of hell into the monster world, and it would be done. But there's one final touch. They need an awakened one who can remove the miasma so the world doesn't collapse. The servant showed the little witch Tao. She's a small-level witch, but she's got a poison purification skill, so she might be a good fit. The necromancer ordered her to find out where the girl was. The woman replied that they would find her. In the world was a complete mess. Crows landed on the lifeless bodies of people destroyed by monsters. It was truly a terrible sight. Two people, an elderly man and a small boy, peeked out from around the nearest corner and took a closer look. The old man covered the freak boy with the palm of his hand and hissed, "The three-eyed raven has very sharp hearing, so you can't make noises." Meanwhile, a group of soldiers tried unsuccessfully to escape from the pursuit. They even shot at the monsters, but all to no avail. A flock of birds swooped down on one of the soldiers and started pecking at him. The man was completely defenseless. It was a horrible sight. Soon the wretched man was already in the other world, and the monsters were feasting on his body. Fortunately, the soldier's torment was short-lived. Suddenly, one of the three-eyed monsters turned its ugly face directly toward the two hiding humans and hissed. Realizing that they had been discovered, the old man dragged the boy after him, and they ran away from here. The crows rushed right after them. Suddenly happened and fell. More, he could not get up. It was too late. The crows were already approaching. The old man stopped and, seeing the kid lying on the ground, ran straight to his aid. He tossed the child aside and stood to his defense, covering him with his body. The man shouted for him not to turn back. The old man had already prepared to accept his fate, but suddenly a beam of energy flew through one of the crows and killed it instantly. The child ran away. He looked back and saw that the birds were already approaching him at a dangerous distance. But no sooner had they descended than Yuina appeared, and with one deft move destroyed several dozen flying ones at once. Lu was nearby. He said there was a safe house nearby and advised the two survivors to go straight there. The frightened boy pointed a trembling finger straight up to the sky and whispered that there were still too many of them up there. And indeed, a veritable swarm of these monstrous birds was moving right at them. Their vile carcan could be heard everywhere. Taken aback, the elderly man started tearing his hair and crying they were finished and didn't rise, only noise that now they won't run away. Jumping up on the bike, Lu said it's no problem. Let the old man take the kid in his arms and get out of here. They'll figure it out themselves. The motorcycle roared and sped away from the place. The crows moved right behind it. They flew like locusts. A second later, dozens of guided missiles flew out of the motorcycle. Explosions were heard, and the monsters who did not expect such a thing simply dissolved. Seeing such a nightmarish sight, even experienced soldier Yuina said that the guy has a very creepy motorcycle. Fortunately, the old man and his child successfully reached the shelter where the military were already waiting for them. The elderly man waved at them in gratitude. Lu along with Yuina were just passing nearby, and the woman waved back at them. The old man was ready to cry from happiness. They were saved. Literally at the last moment, in his soul appeared joy and hope that everything will be normal. After a few more blocks, Lu was forced to stop the motorcycle and a thick fog enveloped everything. Walking up the steps closer to the temple, Yuina said it's really creepy in here. We should get sorted out and get out of here soon. They sped up and started jumping between buildings like Spider-Man. There could be an enemy everywhere, so they had to be careful. Stopping on the roof of one of the temples, the girl heard a drum beat somewhere, as if someone was summoning spirits. A silhouette emerged from the dense fog, and at first it was hard to understand what it was, but a closer look revealed a man with a demon mask. The girl opened her eyes wide. She recognized that it was one of the soldiers, only what happened to him remained only a guess. Even worse was the fact that this soldier was not the only one. 3 more appeared from the fog and moved straight towards the strangers. Pulling out an automatic rifle from somewhere, Lu said they were no longer human and began shooting to kill. Overcoming her doubts, Yuina also rushed forward and began to destroy the monsters with her huge sword. The guy fought not even at half-strength. Monsters were many, but they did not pose any threat to him. Ordinary zombies. The mask of one of the soldiers was removed, and one could see that some worm-like outgrowths were stretching to his face. Throwing himself forward, Lu again began to destroy the monster one by one. More and more of them were getting bigger and bigger. Soon they finished. Behind lay the lifeless bodies of the monsters. There were dozens, if not hundreds of them. Suddenly, Lu swung his sword, and with one swing, the boy knew with some sixth sense that they were being hunted. It was Sniper. Lu ran forward and the girl soldiers rushed after him. Sniper had probably been hunting them for a long time. Hiding behind one of the corners, they could hear bullets flying just a few centimeters away from them. The sniper was very focused. Suddenly, Lu ordered her to close her eyes. The girl didn't quite understand at first what he was going to do, but obeyed nonetheless. A second later, a bright light flashed near them as if a new sun had been lit. It was a flashbang grenade. After catching the moment, Yuina jumped out from around the corner and ran across the street with all her legs, followed by Lu, followed immediately by the control demons. The sniper continued to follow the two fugitives through the telescopic sight of his rifle. All that remained was to pull the trigger. He didn't have time to lift a finger when his head literally flew off Lu's shoulders, just in time for him to use the girl as bait. Meanwhile, Yuina fought valiantly against a horde of monsters that surrounded her from all sides. It's not going to work. These monsters are getting bigger and bigger, literally an army of them crawling out of every doorway. Approaching her on his motorcycle, Lu ordered to get on immediately. The girl protested here. Also very thick fog, but there was no choice. And Lu had also managed to draw a rough map of the area, so they'd have a much easier time getting out of it. As soon as Yuina jumped on the bike, they immediately moved. The girl asked who he even was. How does he know so much? Without wanting to answer anything, Lu only pressed a button on the dashboard and a strange sound came from behind her. Turning around, the girl saw flames. All business at his back, Yuina turned around. Suddenly, she felt someone chasing after them at a great speed. A strange silhouette literally jumped out of the wall of fire and immediately rushed after the companions. After all, some kind of monster was still alive. Yuina assumed that judging from its speed and agility, it was a monster of at least king level that would be impossible to deal with. Ignoring this warning, Lu only told her to hold on to him tighter. He was going to speed up. They were moving so fast that it took her breath away. Yuina screamed at Lu that she was doing it on purpose. Her head was going to fall off. They were being chased by some strange silhouette that looked like a samurai. The motorcycle was roaring at maximum speed, but the monster didn't even think to lag behind. From the back of the motorcycle suddenly burst out several whips similar to the ones Lu had used to hold his partner a short time ago. Several of the remaining offshoots approached the monster and began to pierce it, entangling its entire body. When they stopped, the hitchhikers jumped off the bike, leaving it at maximum revs, so they wanted to contain the beast. In turn, Lu, along with the girl, stood on one of the lampposts in relative safety. You have to save your strength when the bike is in super gravity. This king can't even move it, so it's no big deal. Yuina finally realized she was still in the guy's arms and blushed even more. She screamed for Lu to let go. Once on her feet, she sighed heavily and was even more embarrassed. Lu said he would borrow her sword for a while. Looking at her strange partner, Yuina said that this sword only obeyed her. Besides, the monster was too fast. Lu didn't seem to be listening to her at all, but just snatched up the sword and ran forward. She wanted to say something else but didn't have time. When the monster was far enough away, Lu began to strike hundreds of blows in a second. A crackling sound was heard. The girl who was watching from the side opened her mouth in surprise at his use of her sword, though not perfectly, but still. Oh, and to top it all off, this guy predicted all of Lu's monster blows and blocked every lunge of the huge demonic samurai. But still, the difference between the two remained enormous. If Yuina didn't help, then her companion would just go to the other side of the world. The girl was scared. Finally, the demon became angry and roared with rage. His eyes glowed like two red searchlights. Lu stood his ground, and as if he didn't notice that a huge katana was flying at him, about to destroy him without end. The girl is already horrified. Why is he standing? Is he crazy and wants to go to the other world? But suddenly the motorcycle snapped out of the way and moved the demon literally a meter. The katana whizzed past and slammed into the ground. With the final blow left, Lu drew his sword, which was already beginning to glow with excessive energy. It would all be over very quickly. The impact was so swift that the demon didn't even have time to realize what had happened. A bright beam of energy pierced the sky. When the battle ended, Yuina was extremely displeased. He had completely lost the shame of fighting alongside a motorcycle, but Lu seemed to be fine with it. A pretty good item fell out of the monster too of Otakamaru's swords. They were excessively sharp, and there was also a mask. That's the mask the guy decided to give to his girlfriend. It suits her very well, so let her take it and use it. Seeing Yuina's reaction, the player was surprised. Her reaction is different from the normal girl, snorted so Lu, as if also different from the normal guys. Hearing that they are very suitable for each other, the girl was embarrassed. But who would even want to approach him? Ahead was the hell zone. Lu was just there looking for what he needed. In front of them was a true flaming storm. Without any hesitation, he pointed the bike forward and prayed for one thing only, that Tao would wait for him. There were two soldiers on duty near the door to the shelter. They were holding automatic rifles in their hands and were introducing their eyes from side to side. Inside, there were many people who fortunately managed to survive, some crying, some just standing motionless. Everyone was shocked, and in the back amongst everyone else sat Tao, along with her new friend who was in a panic. The girl clutched her head and repeated only one phrase, "We are all doomed." Tao patted her shoulder and tried to calm her friend down. The little witch tried to cheer the girl up by saying that someone very strong would come to rescue them. Despite her disbelief, Tao said she had a good feeling that the trickster would come and let her friend believe this man can work miracles. Meanwhile, the necromancer, along with his servants, were entering the infernal zone to finalize their plan. The soothsayer looked at her orb and said that shelter number 21 was nearby, and that's where the girl they needed was. In a grave voice, the Lord said that because of her ability, they were able to avoid dangerous monsters. But as it turned out, not everyone straight to the travels moved a whole horde of monsters, and there were all sorts of monsters. Iron Hammer asked for permission to just destroy them in one blow and be done with it so they wouldn't get in the way. However, the Lord of Darkness said it's unnecessary and he'll figure it out on his own. So don't do anything. Literally out of nowhere, a strange black creature literally woven from darkness appeared and began destroying the approaching monsters. It was something like a giant rat or a dog. The monster hovered in the air and waited for orders. Looking up at Mu said that it would do just fine, just need a very strong martial soul so it could start. The rat turned towards where the strange sound was coming from and prepared to fight back. But it was too late. The samurai struck suddenly and split the monster into several pieces. Now from this monster emerged exactly the same monster woven from the darkness. All that was left was to sacrifice it. As soon as the monsters parted with their lives, a soul so black it consumed all light would emerge. The people in the shelter felt that something was going on upstairs, and there was a rumble and plaster began to crumble from above. A huge crocodile with burning eyes stood at the top and tried to break the roof. There were these three. The necromancer swiveled his head in different directions. He didn't see the sorceress the servant came to dread. It was impossible. Her skill was flawless. Steelhammer turned to the gentleman and said that this girl is rarely dodgy, so it's hard to catch her. Hearing that he needed to destroy all the humans here, the huge orc raised his heavy hammer and prepared to destroy anyone in his path. Someone from the crowd of people shouted for them not to give up and fight to the end. This only caused a thunderous laughter. A wry smile appeared on the monster's face. It looked more like a last gasp than a battle cry. Soon it was over. The people went to the other world, and the servant was to blame, apologizing that it was because of his carelessness that the witch had escaped. But it didn't matter, it seemed the Lord wasn't clouded. Still, she couldn't hide from him, even if she didn't try. Meanwhile, Tao was flying over the city with her friend, and her broom was incredibly fast. Suddenly slowing down sharply, the little witch threw her new girlfriend out the window of one of the houses, ordering her to wait here. In a concerned voice, the witch said that she was their target, so they needed to split up to be safe. The girl soldier, almost crying, said that this necromancer destroyed half the city, now no one can cope with him. Tao rushed forward without listening to her and told her not to worry. Nothing would happen to her. The witch moved so fast that the girl soldier only had time to look at her and wish that she would definitely survive. Despite her outward courage, Tao was very afraid. She was trembling, but tried to bring herself to her senses. First of all, an invisible guardian had to be set up. The girl lowered her staff and created a small mark on the earth. Suddenly, a hissing sound was heard from outside, and the sorceress looked over there with a frightened look and prepared to run away again. Out of the darkness, something strange was moving towards her. Several shadow monsters with burning, dog-like eyes surrounded the little girl. The unfortunate Tao huddled in a corner and tried to find some way out, but the dogs surrounded her, clenching the circle. Suddenly, another one of the same kind, but much bigger and scarier, appeared in front of her. It was a general huge monster from the darkness. The girl slumped to the floor, tears glistening in her eyes as she realized that this was the end of her life. The necromancer, along with his servants, appeared. After a second, Mu's hissing voice said that it was a rather intelligent sorceress. If she wants to live, then let her not resist. The man spoke so quietly and calmly, as if he already knew the outcome. A frightened Tao screamed what they were going to do. Let them not even think of touching her, or else the boss would take revenge. In an affectionate but colorless voice, the man said that he would do nothing to her, so that if the girl obeyed, he would spare her. Looking at her with an even more fierce look, he said that he needed the poison cleansing skill, so she had no choice. When she heard that Mr. Liar wasn't coming, the girl was ready to burst into tears, but she held on to what they'd done to him. The female soothsayer pulled out her crystal and said that unfortunately this man was in the way, and he would not be able to get out of there alive. The little sorceress had no other choice. They moved towards the gate. It was all over. Tears glistened in the little girl's eyes. She tried not to cry, but deep down she asked Mr. Deceiver to take care of himself. Meanwhile, at the other end of town, Lou stopped in the middle of the highway. Yuina asked why that they stood still. What happened? The thing was that there was some kind of monster with big wings hovering in the sky. Eventually, the girl also noticed him. It is a king-level monster, need to go the other way. But Lou shook his head. On the other side, another Ice King was already waiting for them. One more second and this vice will snap, and then they will not leave here alive. From somewhere suddenly appeared a huge cat with burning eyes similar to the one in Japanese legends. Another woman with eyes covered in a white veil, her mouth was full of razor-sharp teeth. Finding herself surrounded by monsters, Yuina didn't realize how this could even happen. As many as 4 incredibly strong kings surrounded them. She was already starting to panic. She had never yet had to face such strong monsters. Lu ordered her to calm down. Suddenly, something very strange happened around them. An aura of different colors began to form around them like a rainbow. It was absorbing the motorcycle. Several fiery eyes with vertical pupils appeared nearby like ghosts. Yuina twirled her head but couldn't understand. The girl jumped off the bike and started yelling how he was able to get rid of the horrible curse just by using basic skills. Grabbing her arm, Lu shouted that he had been breaking the curse for decades and dragged his friend behind him. The Flying King was watching the 2 fugitives from above and was already intending to fly after them. A huge cat wandered somewhere nearby. It had 2 heads and was stalking its new prey. While the couple struggled to hide around the corner of the nearest building, literally a few centimeters away from them, monsters were roaming around. Turning to his comrade, Yuina said that they couldn't hide for that long anyway. Lu replied that he was just stalling for time. The guy pulled out some strange mechanism from behind his scruff that looked like a musical instrument. He said only one demon can hear the sound this thing makes. On the other side, the ice goddess passed by and turned her head in the direction where something strange was. Lu and Yuina tried to hide behind a wall. Literally through the glass, a huge black cat walked between them. Suddenly, someone landed right next to them. It was a person dressed in strange clothes of a national character. Suddenly, someone landed nearby and pressed the man into the ground with such force that he instantly went to the other side. Yuina couldn't believe her eyes. It was the legendary sword demon Takeda Hayato. The only question is, how did the guy get in touch with him? The demon barked at his sister not to be afraid. He still had a few minutes left this year, so he would get them out of here. A strange demon has ordered everyone here to be finished off immediately. The other monsters aimed right at him and started attacking the demon all at once. Turning back, Yuina finally realized that her companion was using this demon to escape himself, but at the very least it was too much. The demon had luckily survived, and was now right in front of them. He was furious at being used in such a brazen manner. Looking at him, Lu said he didn't have much time, so let the demon go back to base, but Monster said that was enough to destroy them. Another problem is that several king-level monsters were flying towards them, and now it would be extremely difficult to deal with them. Lu continued to talk as the demon had not yet realized he only contacted him because his sister trusts him a lot, so let him not be surprised. Once again, looking at the demon, the guy asked to stop these 2 kings, and he will surely fulfill his promise and find his sister. The demon swore he had no other choice but to find his sister, but he was disgusted at the thought of being used. Still, he didn't think long and rushed forward at the 2 monsters flying right after them, but it took him a few seconds to destroy them. Following that, the demon looked at the strange guy after all. He would have to trust him this time. Demon's time was up and now he was already in his capsule hooked up to life support. Lu, along with her friend, turned out to be alive and moving forward. Yuina was surprised. Turns out he knows the demon's younger sister. But it turned out to be much more simple, and the girl was upset and she was already thinking that this guy was a demon. Thinking about it, Yuina realized that it was no accident that they were cursed and the little sorceress was in trouble now. Soon, they were already in the sanctuary. Unfortunately, everyone in the sanctuary was on the other side of the world. Yuina lowered her head. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. The sight was truly terrifying. She was literally losing her tongue. Lu looked around and realized that there were no bodies of the 2 men, which means that they were still alive. Not to worry. When he ran his hand along the wall, he saw a strange symbol of an eye drawn in blue paint and black inside. Lu looked closely and tried to figure out what the symbol was. Could it be that the monsters had left them a signal? Closing one eye with his fingers, Lu saw a strange symbol in front of him, and space began to distort. There was some monster with a sword. Lowering her eyes, the girl soldier said that her colleague seemed to be safe, but the little sorceress was kidnapped by Mu Lin. Hearing this name, Lu was surprised. Not often he had heard this name, and it appeared very unfamiliar to him. A friend decided to explain that this is the infamous necromancer who used to be a member of the Arc faction, but he's crazy. He also has 2 subordinates, a soothsayer and a warrior with a heavy hammer, who are dangerous opponents not to be underestimated. Without hearing the story to the end, Lu said they couldn't let them use Tao, but Yuina wasn't sure if they had the strength. Making a serious face, the warrior said, in a very firm voice, that they had to cope. He would definitely save his friend. The gates of the shadow world opened even more, and monsters of all shapes and dangers crawled out. Armed with a hammer, the monster threw them in different directions as if they were toys. It was a kind of walk for him. In the midst of this company was a little witch who was worried about her trickster and whether he was all right. The soothsayer looked into her orb, surprised her. Curse was broken and reflected this. Her hour was able to use the Demon King. When Tao heard the good news, she was happy. She tried not to show it. The cheater was alive, so all was not lost. Soon the necromancer announced that they were already approaching the gates of hell with only a little more to go. They stopped in front of a huge red-colored hole from which a variety of monsters continued to ooze, a truly terrifying sight. As soon as the necromancer began his ritual, the monsters immediately rushed towards them to stop them. The diviner put her orb forward, which immediately glowed with a violet light from the overabundance of mana. It was like a spotlight. All the monsters in the radius of impact started screaming in unbearable pain. In the other direction was the Ice Queen. She covered everything with a thicket of ice wall. The necromancer realized it wasn't the four kings, it was all their projections, but it was too late. They had been led around. The diviner was surprised that only an illusionist of at least medium level could do such a thing, but who would have such power? Whoever it was, the necromancer realized he had to get out of here. The man raised his staff up and began to spread his vibes everywhere. Now there was real fear on the necromancer's face. He realized that the opponent was much stronger than expected. Moreover, he noticed that there were at least 100 mages connected to this creature. It was truly an astounding sight. Even he trembled in fear. It wasn't hard to guess who it was. Lu was holding the very amulet he'd asked the mages for when he was on trial and easily fooled everyone else. Even Warrior Girl was surprised at such a skill. She herself had such an ability, but it was only at the beginning level. Turning towards Lu, she shouted, "Did he really reach such a level of development that he could summon puppets in such numbers?" Lu smiled. Time for a counterattack, time to act and end this whole circus. Raising his talisman, Lu ordered everyone else to attack the enemy. From the magic item emitted a light glow. Inside, all hell began to break loose. The puppet summoned by the guy started attacking the enemy in 7 numbers. Of course, with his huge hammer, he threw them in different directions, but there were too many opponents to cope with them. The diviner realized that their opponent was too strong. He had increased his power several times. It was necessary to run away from here. In all the chaos, Lu was able to find the little sorceress and immediately picked her up in his arms to run away from here. Tao screamed that she knew he was coming. The monster with the hammer swung. To destroy them all, his body, covered with electric shocks, he couldn't miss such a chance. Standing in front of the girl, Lu shielded her with his body, protecting her from imminent demise. Seeing that this guy was willing to sacrifice himself to save his comrade, Yuina was speechless. He really is crazy. But luckily, everything was fine in time. Using his suit, Lu suppressed the force of the blow with his shield. Now he could breathe easy. This is the same legendary defense. Yuina was so stunned that many people could barely hold on to it. It's just a pity that this skill's cooldown is a full 24 hours. Furious, the necromancer sent his entire army of shadow monsters at them. He couldn't let the little witch get away from him. Applying mirror pressure, the diviner covered a huge area with her magic skill. Lu, together with little Tao, stood right in front of the shadow gate. To the other world, danger was looming. The enraged necromancer in a hissing voice ordered the destruction of everyone except the little girl she needed alive. Throwing herself to the side, Lu defended her friend. Along with that appeared Yuina. She held the sword of one of the monsters, blocking the attack. Tao shouted that she'd send everyone here to the afterlife, but the guy told her to shut up. Standing next to Yuina was already on her last strength here. Too many enemies. The woman realized that even the two of them wouldn't be able to cope. Suddenly, a strange silhouette appeared behind the prophetess' back. The woman didn't even immediately notice what had happened. Suddenly, Zhu appeared behind her back like a thunderclap, and the woman felt herself losing consciousness as the orb fell out of her hands. Looking in that direction, Yuina asked who it was that even appeared. This girl previously wasn't here. Who is she anyway? And where did she come from? Luckily, Xu appeared just in time. She shouted that no one dare harm her comrade. The girl was very angry. A smile appeared on little Tao's face. She was very happy to see her friend, especially at such a crucial moment. Finally, they were saved. The goddess came down to them with great power. So that's what this girl can do when she's angry. She immediately ran up to the baby and stroked her head and asked if she was okay. Tao replied that the trickster had saved her. After looking at her, astonished Yuina started to shower her with compliments, but the goddess stopped the girl. She knew it was all for a reason. Grinning, Yuina said that she didn't expect the goddess to attack from behind to save the guy. Goddess inquired who it was. Lu replied that it was a friend in arms, Yuna Kuroshima. Meanwhile, the woman cringed before he had called her Candy, and now suddenly she was a friend in arms. The necromancer meanwhile raged as these pathetic humans dare to destroy his loyal subjects. This is unacceptable. A purple skull immediately appeared above his head, and he summoned the most powerful demon he had in his command. A huge skeleton appeared literally out of nowhere. The man ordered it to destroy everyone here without a trace, heard the cracking of its bones. At the last moment, Yuina noticed that this creature was composed of the resentment of those destroyed by the necromancer. Even high-level awakened ones would not stop the sword. But as always, Lu was going to go ahead. She knows him well, so there's no use stopping him. He'll do what he has to do. The dragon's jaws were already flying at the monster with the hammer from the bottom up, and it would devour everything in its path. The Hydra roared, its voice pierced the heavens, and now no one can leave this place alive. It's a truly colossal monster. Yuina shouted in a frightened voice that Lu had sacrificed 100 mid-level awakened puppets to use this ability. The goddess said Lu is strong, of course, but isn't he afraid that this monster will get out of control and then there's no fixing it? The necromancer asked in a surprised voice. When the guy had managed to pull off that stunt, finally he realized what had happened. It's all jumbled up in my head. Did it happen the moment he stole the little sorceress from them? That's just unreal. Next to Lu was a huge Yamata serpent. No Orochi guy pointed forward with his finger and said that's where his target was. All three monster heads started spitting water fire, and these three elements mixed together and flew straight at the skeleton. But still, the demonic creature tried to resist. Despite being exposed to the strongest impact, a powerful explosion soon erupted. Yuina shouted to the others to take the opportunity and escape from here, keeping in their lives. Hearing this, Lu said that it wouldn't be necessary, it would be fine, he had a plan. Somehow the skeleton had managed to recover and was now running towards them to deliver one last powerful attack. Being under the rubble, Necromancer was immobilized. He already realized that he was going to be eaten. Well then, they will see each other in hell. The huge serpent approached the skeleton and already prepared to destroy it. Soon the unthinkable should happen. An explosion was heard. The space changed. From the heavens began to appear snakeheads looking around. They were looking for their victim. The necromancer knew that this serpent would not leave this world. As long as there was a single head, the rest would regenerate an infinite number of times. He aimed his skeleton straight at the enemy, concentrating all his energy for the final blow. The necromancer realized that he could not lose. The man shouted that it was too far away, and by the time his opponent approached, it would all be over. Not wanting to listen to this, Lu flew at a tremendous speed straight towards him. He had already prepared his long sword to finish off his opponent. It all happened too quickly. Necromancer did not even have time to realize that he was no longer alive. His head became foggy, and the man felt as if he was losing consciousness. Guy stepped closer to him and watched his sap on his defeated foe with only a few seconds left, and it would be over. At that moment, Necromancer realized that his plan had failed. He was about to have all of his shadow clones taken away from him, so it was time to say goodbye to life. A blue sphere appeared in Lu's hands and began to absorb all of the monster's life force. The guy now possessed all of its abilities. Standing near the gate, Lu rejoiced, not badly having taken his abilities. He had gotten one shadow beast. It was time to call it a day. Looking in front of him, the guy in a thunderous voice ordered his new slave to awaken at last and serve his new master. There was one last chance left. My whole body was trembling, and I had to act as quickly as possible. Putting his hand on his new pet, Lu began to transfer his energy to it. The guy ordered it to awaken stronger and stronger. Eventually, the serpent opened his eyes and now changed. His eyes burned red. Everything around him was consumed by fire. Looking at her comrade from afar, Yuina realized that she was very afraid of this man. He truly inspired fear. Everything seemed to be going according to his plan. Seeing the surprise on the Tao woman's face with burning eyes, their boss is just an incredible man. But then the little girl saw a helicopter flying nearby and started waving her hand to attract its attention. Lu ordered everyone to go with him. They're leaving Tokyo here. Their business is finished. While in the helicopter, Assistant Yu told the others that they, as a family, the goddess snorted, who would even want to have children with him. I wondered how little Tao was feeling, but it seemed the girl was fine, just very tired and fell asleep in a flash. The helicopter was quickly flying away from the burning Tokyo. The city had been saved, and so it was time to go home. Meanwhile, in front of the huge, massive door stood three people dressed in dark robes. It looked like they were high-level mages. One of them, a man, worriedly asked what was the matter. Alston had been sitting inside for days without a word. The second mage was also frightened. Did something happen? Meanwhile, inside his abode, Alston was in an extremely poor state of mind. The man was furious after what had happened. He has learned that his closest comrade has fallen in battle, and now the hero will make his enemies pay in blood for such humiliation. Opening the door, the man ordered Lu Feng to be brought to him. He vowed that he would do everything to nurture him as his successor. The three servants nodded their heads. Two men in medical uniforms were standing in the restroom talking to each other and apparently discussing something. Also in the restroom, Lu was talking animatedly on the phone with someone, saying he would fight when he felt he could. The two guys started talking about how this guy's a good liar, acting like he's saying no to Alston. What a liar. A smile moved across the hero's face. He said he'd wait for Lu and believed it wouldn't take long for the man to try his best to play nice. They bumped fists in respect for each other as if they were longtime friends. The two guys who had just been discussing what a brazen liar Lu was wetting themselves in fear, Alston appeared right in front of them using the shadow technique. Lu's face has changed now. The situation is heating up. The main thing is to make everyone stronger in the shortest possible time. This time, he wants them to pump up to the middle level at least. The next day, he walked around the mall with Charlotte and Li Shi and picked out household goods. Li looked at the boss and wondered if he had really turned Alston down without any regrets. Lu nodded his head. It was indeed true. After Lee said he would never turn down such an offer, he immediately got a fist to the head from Charlotte. The girl got angry. Here is the unscrupulous. He that wants to betray their leader. The boy immediately began to justify himself. But that's not what this is about. They'll be having lunch together for the first time in the real world, so they'll have to try. Soon the guys have already found themselves on the place before them, opened an incredible picture of a huge building with a richly furnished interior. Lou, descending the stairs, invited them to make themselves at home. Let them settle in, and don't be shy. But then Anya ruined the fun. She was furious. Not only did they pay with her card, but they came to litter their own house. Lou turned to her in a friendly voice and said she had many homes, so it's okay. The girl sighed heavily and wanted to fall through the ground. Turning to the others, Lou saw that they were playing computer games. The guy immediately told them to stop fooling around. Petite Tao shouted that losers should give up their seats, but the soldier resented there was no way he could win this girl. Anya couldn't understand why Lou had gathered everyone in the real world. Holding a glass of wine, Lou said there was someone else to wait for. Soon, the last guest appeared. It was Xue. The girl was elegantly dressed and brought with her another bottle of alcohol. She immediately changed for the delay. Getting up from his seat, Lou happily told Lin Yu to set the table. The girl started cooking without a word. The old soldier was glad to hear that they would finally eat and laughed. Soon, the whole team was sitting at a large round table with a lot of delicious dishes on it, the smell spreading throughout the house. Charlotte was already quite intoxicated and offered the soldier another drink. Zhao was glad finally, and so long the youth had agreed to drink. Meanwhile, little Tao was drawing some kind of hieroglyph on poor Li's forehead because the guy lost the game. Soon, everyone was exhausted and went to bed, wherever they wanted to sleep. For some reason, the soldier fell asleep on the floor, and snoring was heard everywhere. Tao was helping Ling Yue wash the dishes. Everywhere was a family idyll, as if it was an ordinary feast. And only Zhu was bothered by something. The girl went out on the balcony and stared into the sea. Far away, Lou walked out to her and stealthily crept up behind her. The guy came from behind and said he had something to discuss with her, and Zhui jerked in surprise, blushing instantly. But it wasn't what she thought. Lou said it was about going together to the shadow world. She would have the hardest part. After realizing what was going on, Sui clutched her face, and Lou, who was standing next to her, asked what she was thinking. But the girl was quick to deny it. Turning to her interlocutor, she said that she was also a level 50 and the others were too low to go up. Suddenly, someone's hand was on the guy's neck. He even twitched a little in surprise. It was Anya. The girl, because of alcohol, stopped being mean and leaned against him with her weighty bust. Leaning against the boy, she whispered in his ear that if he did well, he would be rewarded. Lou nodded. He was just about to eat some home cooking. It was getting on her nerves, and Zhui dragged her into the house. It seems that Anya was very drunk, and the girl finally shouted that she would definitely reward him. Tao watched them through the window and was afraid that's how scary it was to be a woman. A girl wanted to never grow up. The next day, waking up early, they were already sitting in the motorboat and sailing fast on the sea surface. A few minutes later, the team arrived at the place where there was another gate that had not yet been activated. Lee noticed that there were a lot of people here. They replied that they had made inquiries and said that it was a large and valuable shadow world. Getting ready. Lou, in a serious voice, ordered everyone to disembark. They are in place and let them get ready. When they saw the motorboat, the people on the shore began to worry about whether they were the ones who could clean up so many worlds. After seeing the goddess, people began to sigh heavily at how beautiful she was, but the goddess didn't seem to react in any way. Some man shouted that thanks to her, the Dawn Guild had gone through a lot. Everyone was jealous that the goddess was. Lee swiveled his head here. There were too many strong players there and mid-level awakened ones from the top leader rankings. It seems like this world would be extremely tempting if such an elite gathered here and there were truly no weak ones here. Suddenly, Lin's face changed. The big three light eaters had also come, and it annoyed her. These are the same assassins they met protecting Doctor, and that's a bit of a problem. One of the men approached Lin and in a naively kind voice began to question him about the incident on the Avalon ship. Can she tell what happened? The girl had no desire to talk to them and simply chose to shake her head. Lou intervened in the conversation and said that if they had failed the task, why ask now? Everything was already done. Suddenly, they were joined by a soldier who shouted that if they wanted to intervene, then if they had gone to the other world, they should not be angry now. Jack approached them and ordered his ward to return at once. A smile like a cat appeared on Lazy S's face. Then let them go to the shadow world and have fun again. The gate of shadows quickly opened and the same red darkness appeared there. People began to quickly go inside. They had to hurry. Lou ordered everyone to move out. We needed to get into this gate as soon as possible and finish what we had started. Lei looked at the strangers and said that their men had gone to the other world because of these strangers, and Jack reassured him that they would not get out alive. Upon entering the next shadow world, the participants noticed that it was too dark, as if night had fallen, and the day had never begun. As one of the participants got closer, she saw a strange creature that looked like a dried-up human body with burning eyes. A voice was heard and a bright light spilled everywhere. Someone lit a torch, illuminating the way for the others. People have begun to realize this shadow world, with the rank of monsters is very many, but they are not very strong, so it will not be so difficult to win. The most important of them, the god of battle, rode toward the strangers on his ghostly steed, his eyes burning like torches. Immediately the battle began. People fought with all their might. Undead were very strong, but the participants were not going to give up. The girl from the Light Eaters fought like a demon. She swung her blades trying to destroy her opponent quickly. The man with green hair released something resembling lasers from his fingers and enveloped the entire space around him, destroying the enemies. A real meat grinder began, all mixed in a pile, and people and monsters were difficult to understand who was where. One of the men shouted that there were too many enemies, they wouldn't be able to handle so many undead. Charlotte enveloped a few dozen warriors in her telekinesis and tried to hold them in place. The girl decided to give the others time. She yelled to her boss that she couldn't hold out much longer, that she had to do something. The goddess asked Lee in a frightened voice if she needed help, but the boy reassured her that he would clear the way himself. A ghostly aura formed around him, and immediately a demonic pet appeared, destroying a large number of undead. The way was clear and the boys moved on. We had to hurry. Lou said he would take them to another place, so let them run after him. Soon, they were at the top of the mountain. Charlotte, breathing heavily, said she adored him, how he knew the rock was here. Goddess Yuo, breathing heavily, asked if the enemies were not surrounding them. Lou replied that they would not be able to do so. It was only the cavalrymen. Looking at the little witch, the guy asked what's wrong with her. She's playing again. Tao replied that she has nothing to do anyway, so she's just passing the time. Anya kept going on and on about the pleasures of when they'd copulated, about whether he wanted to have fun with her. Lou blushed with embarrassment. Shu also blushed and grabbed her by the scruff of the neck. She was ready to smash her face, but Anya sincerely didn't understand what was wrong. Looking at his friend, Lou stroked her head. No big deal, he came back to this world to protect her and the others. A bright blush immediately appeared on the girl's face, and she looked away, embarrassed. But they were interrupted by Charlotte. She said the cavalry's out of here, so we're good to go. Turning his head in their direction, Lou said that it looked like they were about to launch a general attack on the ruins, so we should hurry. When Charlotte saw that the temple had been destroyed in a second, she was glad they hadn't gone there, or they would have gone to the other world. Continuing to watch, Li realized that the boss actually has a high chance of surviving here, but he is protecting his friends. That's why they need to get stronger, so no one has any problems. Everyone has to fight shoulder to shoulder. Turning to him, little Tao asked how they could even get stronger. The guy looked down at her. Pointing his finger forward, he said that we should take the opportunity while the cavalrymen are distracted to raise the level. In the Forest of Eternal Night, several cavalrymen led by their leader Rider on the Black Horse were already on duty near the entrance to the crypt. The rest of the team sat on branches in the nearby woods and prepared for a surprise attack. Lu gave the wave and ordered them to begin. Ling Yu started firing her automatic rifle directly at the target. The riders fell one after another. Only ashes was left of the cavalrymen. The guys jumped to the ground and the way was clear to move to the crypt. Passing by the pile, they headed inside. Soon the others should appear, so we need to hurry up and get in there. As soon as the guys got inside, Charlotte even shivered at the creepiness of the place. It was certainly like the labyrinth. Lu said not to worry. He had thought of everything. After a few meters, the soldier noticed a dead end ahead, and everyone stopped. Taking a closer look, Lu ordered Ling Yue to take 2 steps forward, 3 to the left, and 1 more to the front. The girl obediently nodded her head. As soon as she did what was necessary, those slabs she was walking on lit up with red lights. The others looked at her in surprise that what was happening was beyond their comprehension. Charlotte opened her eyes in surprise. Their boss was right at home. He is a true deity of the shadow world. Ordering her to stop sucking up, Lu moved forward and told everyone to follow him, step in step. The further they went, the colder it got. Li Shi was already shivering from the cold, but boss said it would get worse, so they should stick together. Finding out that they would be here all night, Anya was furious that there was so much time to do what he had in mind here, but there was no time to explain. Soon an army of cavalrymen should return here, and we must hurry, or else go to the other world. When Li Shi raised his head, he saw dozens of green glowing eyes above, which he immediately reported to the rest of the group. It seems that the enemies had returned early. The whole team immediately stopped on the spot and hushed, had to hide in the coffin standing next to Lu, said that it's okay, they are empty. Seeing that his comrades, something, Lu hurried them and said to you to move faster, or they will be in coffins already for real. But it was too late. One of the cavalrymen was coming out from around the corner, followed by another. Without delay, Lu together with Zhu climbed into the coffin together. The girl at first did not realize what had happened, but Lu ordered her to keep quiet. She covered her mouth with her hand to keep from screaming when she saw one of the creepy cavalrymen peering through the gap into the coffin. The guy said it's not safe yet, they could come back at any moment, so we need to be as quiet and careful as possible. The goddess asked what they were going to do. Are they just going to sit here forever? Lu said it's only for a little while. until the cavalrymen leave. Sighing heavily, the girl agreed and rested her head on Lu's shoulder. He didn't seem to mind much. The goddess did not notice how she fell asleep and woke up lying on Lu's lap. The whole team was gathered and sitting near the fire. After realizing what had happened, the girl immediately asked why Lu didn't wake her up. But he said that Zui was sleeping very soundly. No matter how many times he tried to wake her up, it was useless. The soldier sitting next to her laughed. Sui blushed with embarrassment and did not know what to say. She was very embarrassed. In any case, it was time to move out. The boss got to his feet and ordered everyone to get ready. It would only get harder from here on. The whole team was moving in an organized formation into the depths of the castle. Lu was walking in front, and pointing the right way here was creepy. Turning to the cavalrymen standing on either side of the road, Li Shi asked in a frightened voice if they couldn't wake up, but Lu reassured him. The guards in the corridor won't act until you get within a certain distance, so the key is to keep your distance. Seeing the deep sleep abyss in front of his eyes, Li Shi was frightened. The abyss was huge and the other guards were standing at the bottom. Taking out a military badge from his pocket, Lu said that each of them would receive one of these badges. Taking the item in her hands, Anya said that this is a very rare thing that can be used only once. It is valid for 24 hours and then becomes useless. Yue started to refuse. She already had a high level, but the boss replied that you should take it anyway. Lu told them to remember not to let those guards get out of the hollow or it will be worse. Throwing the abyss torch, Elk ordered everyone to get ready. Now something interesting was about to happen. Bodies flared up like matches. Following this, Sniper immediately began to cover them with a rain of lead, needing to destroy them as soon as possible. Anya beat them in hand-to-hand combat. This girl was incredibly strong physically. She could destroy anyone with her bare hands. By summoning his ghost pet, Li was destroying literally dozens of these guards at a time. The guy had already gotten the hang of using the wolf. Thanks to the torch, they were too high, and now everyone was over 40 and some were almost 50. The soldier sighed heavily. It wasn't easy, but he finally had level 51 and could basically move on. Charlotte, being downstairs, cried out that she had found some object and they had better go down and have a look. Lu said it's the key to the temple door, so they'll have to go there to upgrade. That's where they're going now. Soon the boys came to a strange mechanism. It was a lock. Lu immediately inserted the key there and something began to happen. With a loud creak, the doors swung open, revealing to the rest of us its blackness. The temple was a bit creepy. As soon as they entered, it was even colder. Lee asked what was in the temple. Charlotte said that it was probably some kind of powerful object. After a few more steps, there was a hall filled with statues of huge knights, so large that they were propping up the ceiling with them. Anya felt a monstrous aura coming from these statues and she started to feel bad. Lin said that if they opened their eyes, everything around them would be destroyed. Lu called them to calm down. During the day, these titans will not wake up unless, of course, they take heavy damage. Unfortunately, Li Shi felt that he was going crazy. The aura of these scary statues affects people. The boy grabbed his head, needing to leave. But this time, too, there was a solution to the problem. Lu pulled out several colorful scrolls that hovered in the air. A second later, there was a jolt and everything seemed to change. Everything around him became different. Now Lu's way out, he jumped up to one of the statues and as if aiming to hit it. There was a crackling sound as the statue quickly opened first one eyelid, then the other, and the huge knight screamed. The guy only needed a few hits to destroy one giant. Everyone's level immediately increased. By several units, and the team was shocked that they had never gotten so much experience before. He explained that giants give those awakened below level 50 an incredible amount of experience, so you can get a lot of experience. Lu jumped up again and began destroying the stone colossus. The aura around it allowed it to attack unhindered and not take damage. And so, again, another giant was destroyed. Lu said that they could now enjoy gaining experience together. Several multicolored spheres lit up in front of him. They were so bright that he had to close his eyes. With these spheres, one could improve their items to an incredible level. Lu passed the spheres to the others. Let them improve. Now everyone had already gotten the 50th level and could move on. The team moved even deeper. In the other side of the tomb, the Azure Wing Guild was also advancing forward. Here it was very quiet. One of the team members looked around fearfully, the surroundings frightening him. Looking to the side, one could see a huge number of skeletons lying around. It was a gruesome sight. Someone suggested that we get out of the city or something very bad might happen. Most likely these skeletons might come back to life. But the huge bald man showed his biceps and said there was nothing to be afraid of since they had already come here. The girl with glasses said that self-confidence is not necessary here. But no sooner had she finished the sentence than she twitched with fear. Her face suddenly changed. She ordered no one to step on this insect under any circumstances or something terrible might happen. But the huge man said she was worrying too much for nothing and immediately moved to swat the nasty bug. Immediately, the unfortunate man felt an incredible pain in his leg, as if it had been pierced through with something very sharp. Following this, with great speed, the beetle pounced upon the unfortunate man and seized him by the nose with its claws. Seeing that a whole army of beetles was moving on them, The girl shouted that they should run away from here immediately or everyone would be left behind. The rest of the participants watched the team dissolve into the vast horde of beetles. The Ark Guild was surrounded on all sides by monsters. Beetles were so numerous that it was impossible to count. One of the contestants screamed that these insects can't even fight fire. They look like immortals. The squad leader shouted for them to keep their heads down and resist until the last man didn't want them all to just stay here like this. Realizing that their situation was disadvantageous to say the least, he ordered everyone to prepare to retreat. The privates would cover them, but you couldn't do that to your comrades. The man turned to the others and said that the Ark was already sinking, so there was no need to sink with him. His companion twitched for a second at the insolence, but still had to agree. After sitting on the flying dragons, the main members of the guild flew to the palace to fetch their commander. The privates saw that Captain Kyle had abandoned them, and now they were left to fend for themselves. A huge giant with burning red eyes appeared from somewhere and moved straight towards the others, wanting to crush them. The very dragon Kyle was flying on was struck by lightning, leaving only a skeleton, and the man felt himself losing consciousness. People began to point their fingers in the sky. There was a huge insect set in the capital, as many as 12 of them, so no one can get to the palace. But the people's attention was drawn to the Dawn team. They were walking up the steps like winners. People started to stop them because there was a huge insect there. They wouldn't survive there. Why go there? Not listening to everyone else. Lu jumped high up to the very top of the palace and tried to grasp the torch. Now they were already standing on top of the fire lit up blue, and the hordes of Zhukovs were coming closer and closer to them. Everyone freaked out. Charlotte screamed that after that night she would have nightmares for a long time. But it turned out that the bugs didn't touch them. Leading the team, Lu held a blue torch in his hands. The bugs seemed to shun them. Turns out these bugs understand something just enough to take a torch to get past them in one piece. People started to see it too. The strange thing was that when Lu left with the torch, all the other extinguished people started to worry. As the team passed by, they saw that the bugs were literally eating the rest of the humans alive. The unfortunates could do nothing. The beetles were so numerous that they covered people's bodies almost completely. Before the torch burns out, we have to get to the end. The guys sped up. The target was too close to retreat. The Saber-Tooth Wolf Guild has been trying to fight off the insect hordes, but it looks like they can't escape a terrible end. Besides, the insect giants had already spotted them and were coming closer and closer. The old man turned his head. Suddenly, in sight came the very strangers, madmen, who were walking straight through the hordes of insects with a single torch. The members of the Saber-Toothed Wolf laughingly rushed to duck. These fools came at the most opportune moment and would make excellent bait. Meanwhile, the giant beetles began to come close to them. The earth shook. Everything around them began to tremble. The goddess was horrified. Could these giants crush them? And there was no way out. She shouted for everyone to get ready. Charlotte, too, was freaking out all around her as if she'd lost her mind, and only their commander appeared completely calm. He was still holding the torch in his hand and didn't move, as if it was something he took for granted. Suddenly, after a second, a real bonfire of blue flames flared up in his hands. The torch somehow intensified. The people who wanted to leave them to their fate stopped and looked back in horror. They couldn't believe their eyes. Realizing that the giants were now paying no attention to the strangers, two of the saber-toothed wolves darted away from the bugs. Going upstairs, Charlotte noticed that there was no old military man near them and asked where did he go. Everyone started to worry about whether he'd fallen behind. We should have gone back and found him, but Anya said she didn't think so. In a quiet voice, Lu said that this man had a reason to leave them, for while they were here, he as captain must find him. Passing the torch to Shuei, he ordered the others to move on, while he himself would go and bring the old man back. The team was disturbed. She discouraged his boss not to go there. He is not a god and cannot cope with everything alone. But the guy was adamant. Casting a protection spell on himself, he moved forward straight into the hordes of beetles to save the foolish old man. In a crying voice, Sui said that his shield would only last half an hour if it failed. Let him come back immediately. After calming them down for the last time, the guy jumped up on the spot and flew straight into the army of beetles, surrounded by a protective spell. The old man was here quite nearby. He was walking through Zhukov's army and was covered in some kind of light. In his hands was an axe. An indicator beeped in his hands. It was a signal from a comrade that could not be ignored. His mind immediately conjured up flashbacks from back in the day when he was still a combat veteran. That's when the man lost an eye covering his comrades from the fire. And also when he sat with his companions, he told them that he had always been a bachelor and considered their children his children. The man made a promise that he would make sure to find who the signal was coming from and never leave the others behind. Meanwhile, the girl with glasses was surrounded by bugs. The action of the incense warding off the bugs was running out and she was in danger. But suddenly a wall broke beside her and the frightened girl veered to the side. From there, old man Zhao appeared. He held out his hand to her and told the child to follow him. He would save her for sure. In a guilty voice, the girl screamed that she shouldn't have involved her grandfather in this matter, but the man said that she is his granddaughter after all. The girl looked back and was horrified to see that the huge monster was already following them, destroying everything. A huge bug appeared in front of them. Its eyes were burning and the beast was preparing to attack its new victims. The monster was about to strike when Lu suddenly appeared from somewhere and used his last-minute defense spell to save everyone else. The girl asked who it was. Zhao replied that it was his boss if they survived, then Grandpa would definitely introduce them. Meanwhile, Lu rushed forward. He had to finish with those giants and then get out of here. Looking in front of her, the woman with glasses said that the giant had gone into berserk mode. Now we would have to get out of here. Several of the same huge giants were destroying the entire city. They walked there, as if in a toy world. All the buildings were collapsing. With horror, the granddaughter noticed that the giants were pulling towards them. The soldier was already very tired and could not fully fight. However, Lu was sure they would get out. Whoever said they were going to the other side of the world wouldn't be like that. Raising his hand up, the guy summoned a golden spirit giant. Just this monster is meant to destroy everyone around him. As soon as the summoned monster began to act, all the giants flew like toys in different directions from one of its roars. The guy changed. His eyes lit up red. He ordered the giant to destroy every single one of those monsters. The warrior understood the task, and with just one of his blows destroyed several giants at once in a second. One of the monsters flew aside and hit the concrete floor with a crunch, spilling green blood everywhere. The girl with the glasses gave Lu the artificial teleportation crystal. But first you had to get out of here to the safe place to survive. Soon it was over. The soldier standing next to his comrade didn't even know how to thank him for saving him from the worst of it. The rest of the team waited for their boss in a complete daze. The boss was long gone, and they were already starting to worry. As Lu suddenly appeared with the soldier, they were safe and sound, and luckily, alive. It was just unbelievable. The goddess opened her eyes in surprise that he had managed to save his comrade after all. Charlotte was right. Now it was necessary to go and finish this business in the world of shadows. The guy was already tired of being here. After walking a little further, they saw many lifeless bodies lying on the ground. They were monsters. Luckily, they were no longer dangerous. From the surprise, Lee covered his mouth with his hand so he wouldn't vomit. Here was a real massacre. Approaching one of the lifeless monsters, Lin said that it was the handwriting of the light-devouring guild that she couldn't confuse with anything else. Looking closer, Lu thought it looked like they wanted to take the queen's crown by force, but it looked like they didn't succeed. Charlotte asked in surprise, "Is she really worth that much?" Lu replied that the crown and this world are intimately connected understandably. The queen destroyed the ruler and took possession of his crown, turning this state into a land of lifeless bodies. Anya pondered. These guardian dragons are much stronger than they seem, but the worst part is that the people of the light devouring people are not easy to defeat. Meanwhile, the guild was fighting monsters. They were incredibly strong and focused, didn't look like they were ordinary players. Taking a closer look, Anya quirked an eyebrow at what was the matter. The Justice Guild had teamed up with the Light Eaters. What was that all about? In front of them, there was a huge monster holding a heavy axe in his hands. One more second, and he would attack. The man rushed forward, needed to finish this before they gained true power. The huge lizard opened its jaws and prepared to attack before the god of battle resurrected. The man who tried to stop him received a powerful blow. Even his strength was not enough to resist this monster. Soon after one of the throws, a crown was in Lu's hands, glistening in the spotlight. He sat down on the throne with the jewel on his head and chuckled. Do they really want the crown to be given to them? So let them take it away. Everyone froze in place. They did not expect someone to take the crown from under their noses in such a manner. The man covered in goosebumps. Does this guy really want to resurrect God instead of the queen so you can't? Then there will be chaos here. As soon as Lu snapped his fingers, the whole team was immediately formed around him, and his friends were ready to come to his aid at any moment. Smiling, the guy said to his friends to get ready. All of them are about to get a level up in class. It's going to be a bit of fun. Frostbite went up the opponent's spine. This guy is using crystals to boost his allies. It's really crazy. One of them shouted that the guy had to be destroyed, and his crown taken from him or everything would be ruined. Finally, the queen rose from the other side of the world and screamed that for taking away her crown, they would be punished by heaven, and no one would be able to escape. A monster emerged from the blazing fire, its eyes burning. It was a true demon from the depths of hell who had come at the queen's call. Lu looked at the opponents and said that until his comrades are pumped up, he will not give up the crown or leave the camp. So don't let them get their hopes up. Mocking his opponent, the man shrieked. He really thought he could stand up to them alone. Besides these people, he has two other boss enemies, and how is he going to defend himself and his friends? It's unrealistic. Lu's eyes changed instantly, and he smiled and said that if he wanted, he could try to take it away from him. There was no point in talking to this guy, it's just useless. Everyone immediately rushed at him using their most powerful spells. Without moving an inch from his throne, Lu summoned his slave, and his body immediately began to be covered with dark energy. Someone appeared on the world. Seeing this, the queen became enraged and directed her demon directly at the vile man who dared to take her crown. The whole place was engulfed in endless flames. People were shocked that this guy was holding them down with his own hands and fighting a monster. Who the hell is he? The squad leader shouted, "Even if Lu takes the crown, then Mr. Alston will come after him and everything will be exactly as he wishes. Well, then we'll have to deal with them." So Hero doesn't recognize Lu standing on the head of his ghost pet, ready to devour everyone. One of the Hydra's heads opened and a violet flame burst out, scorching everyone around with righteous fire. Besides, there was toxic smoke that slowed down. The opponents immediately felt malaise in their whole body. The venom worked perfectly. The snake opened its wide mouth and its eyes glittered with rage. She was on top, and one of the men tried to hold her back by releasing a web of light, but it was all to no avail. He immediately went to the other side. Another guild member. He saw his comrade literally fighting against these monsters was a nightmare. Badly, the snake attacked again. A new stream of venomous gas burst from its mouth. Disguised, Lu approached his opponent and gave him a quick and accurate blow. Right in the stomach, the man felt as if his body was about to fall apart. The opponents were done with the Hydro, with many heads down and prepared to attack. The rest of the lucky survivors tried to escape from here to keep something in their lives. The squad leader shouted that he would find the man and drive him underground and report everything to Mr. Alston. Lu, who was watching him, only laughed as he tried to frighten him. In what way? The guy lowered his head and readied his weapon, the Hydra already alerted to destroy the enemy. The queen tried to strike with her staff, but it failed. The monster blocked all incoming damage. Lu was now transformed. His body was covered in blue energy. He was literally overflowing with power. The guy held his breath and concentrated all his power in one place. This was his final attack. A second later, an entire storm headed towards the opponents from the energy. The men tried to escape, but all was to no avail. It was a monstrous force. Then, the place where people stood was nothing but scorched earth with no one surviving. Breathing heavily, Lu tried to come to his senses. His body felt like it was burning from the inside out. It was too wasteful to spend so much power on these people. We need to be more cautious from now on, because there are still opponents. Meanwhile, the queen lay unconscious. Her strength was not enough to fight this man, and now she was powerless. This ability was so overwhelming that even the great bosses were amazed. Lu was truly surprised by his own power. Taking off the Snake Queen bracelet from his hand, Lu thought that with this thing, Li Shi would be able to create even more powerful monsters without much damage to himself. In a polite voice, the guy asked the queen to let him escort her. On her final journey, the woman began to age before her eyes. The final boss was destroyed from the portals that appeared everywhere. People who got new levels started popping up. The whole team got new ranks and now their strength was simply unbelievable. The guys themselves could not believe their eyes. Lu was satisfied. Now that they had finally pumped up their levels and titles, the battle with the Ark had officially begun. There was a final battle to be fought. When it was over, Lu had returned to his hospital and was now walking down the long hallway where the nurses were waiting for him. In this image, Lu looked completely different. The guy was like a really experienced practicing doctor. The nurses' faces immediately reddened with embarrassment. They watched the young doctor and didn't know what to say. But the guy had other worries. He was talking to his sister, who was pissed. Lu wasn't returning her calls all day long. What happened? What was he doing? After finishing the conversation, Lu sighed heavily and hung up the phone and went into one of the offices. He had had enough of these scandals. On the hospital bed lay a little girl who was missing half of her arm. She suffered at the hands of intruders at the institute. Smiling good-naturedly, the doctor tried to reassure the girl early. Soon it would heal, and the scar would be gone too. But lowering her eyes, the little girl said that she wasn't worried about that, she was worried about something else. Suddenly, several people burst into the room, most likely the perpetrators of the incident, and they looked bad to say the least. One of them, a woman with glasses, said that until the girl pays the debt, hiding in the hospital would be useless. The man showed the compromising photos and said their boss had a crush on her, so he better pray those photos don't end up on the internet. The poor girl was terrified. She didn't expect these criminals to find her here. Lu came closer to them and said that the patient needs care and rest, so let him get the hell out of here. The same man with the mohawk yelled for the doctor to stay out of their bodies and get out of Lu's way, saying he doesn't do it twice. This enraged the bandits and they rushed at him and wanted to flatten him for being so brazen. Naturally, the entire medical staff immediately learned about it and immediately ran to help the young doctor. But when they arrived on the scene, everything was ready. The bandits were scattered like toys. One Lu had even stuck his head into the ceiling. The guards to have the nurses come in? Horrified, they didn't expect an ordinary doctor to have such fighting skills. The patient said, with obvious anger, that these people had come to settle a score and that their influence was very great. Lu calmed her down and told her she was perfectly safe here. On the roof of the institute, thugs from the same group were now extorting money from one unfortunate student. The unfortunate fat man pressed his face to the pavement, saying that he could not fulfill their demands. His mother was bedridden. Laughing, the bandits ordered him to shine his shoes immediately. He was their slave now, after all. Suddenly, they were distracted by a strange sound. Someone yelled for them to stop. One of them turned to the side. There stood Ziqi. The girl came to the aid of the unfortunate man, but the bandit only laughed. Did girls protect boys? Another criminal laughed. This guy owed not only his boss but a lot of people. Behind the back and the little girl appeared Lou. He asked, "Is this really the red-headed patient?" as she nodded her head. The main bandit laughed. This girl that found a backup, but so now he will deal with him too. As they got closer to him, the bandits crunched their hands and were already anticipating how they would destroy this unfortunate man. One of them rushed forward first and reached out to grab the doctor by the scruff of the neck, but suddenly the fighter felt incredible pain, and then there was a crunch. His arm was broken. Swinging around, the doctor tossed the bandit beyond the roof in one deft motion. The ringleader opened his mouth. How is this even possible? All the others came in awe of who this person even was. Following that, the criminals started flying off in different directions like confetti. The leader shouted that this madman was incredibly strong and that we must attack together or they would all die. Thinking that the doctor can't cope with all of them, the criminals of the whole gang flew at him, but were immediately destroyed. Seeing that he had no more subordinates, the leader sat down on his knees and began to tearfully apologize to the doctor. But it seems Lou wasn't enough. He took the man by the scruff of the neck and brought him to the edge of the roof, preparing to let him go. The kid was crying and screaming for the doctor not to do it because his father is the city councilor Jiang Tao. If he does it, he will regret it. But the doctor didn't listen to him. He just unclenched his hands and let the bandit fly free, and a shrill scream rang out. The patient said they had to run and the police would be here soon and had a lot of explaining to do. Lou calmed the girl down and said they were alive. Charlotte stood below and held the whole gang down with her telekinesis. Luckily for them, they were still alive. Inflating a large bubble of gum, the girl grudgingly hummed, and indeed such weaklings should be taught a lesson. But suddenly she felt some kind of jolt. Someone was approaching and landed right beside her. Telekinesis stopped working, and all the criminals fell to the ground at once with a thud, and screams were heard. The ringleader was picking his teeth on the ground. He had hit so hard he couldn't speak properly now. When he saw that very unfortunate doctor, the man shouted that now he will show him, and this man will not be able to work anywhere. Lou only laughed. It sounded funny. Looking at him with a fierce look, the doctor said that he had already made one call, and now this criminal's father would not be able to do anything at all. The guy's face changed. He looked like he was scared for a second and continued to pick his teeth. Not believing his ears, he decided to make sure and called his father, telling him that some rotten doctor had almost destroyed him. But his face immediately changed when the boy heard that his father had lost his position because of him. Not believing his ears, he dropped the phone from his hands and his father continued to rage. Now this deputy will go to jail for a multitude of crimes. When he saw the doctor leaving, the guy rushed after him and started begging for mercy. But the doctor said that not only his father would go to jail, but also himself. While at home, Lu Yao was preparing food while humming something to herself. The girl was in a good mood. The doors swung open and on the threshold was a rather exhausted Lu, who said he was already home. The guy was very tired. The sister immediately rushed to him with questioning. Her expression immediately changed. Again, the brother was doing something dangerous. With irony in his voice, Lu asked, "How is this possible, world? This is a perfectly safe place," and drove his sister over to the table. Now the businesswoman with glasses was sitting on a bench waiting for someone. She had thrown her leg over her foot and was already tired. Next to her crouched Lu woman, surprised. He is actually a doctor. A perplexed smile appeared on her face. Trying to hide, Lu said that he only sometimes helps out at the community hospital, but the woman already knew everything, so she didn't have to deny it. The problem is that Mr. Alston asked her to find out what happened in the game. Lu replied that it was very valuable information, and he wouldn't just tell her. Fixing her glasses, the woman said she didn't like deals, and neither did her master. In that case, Lu said they had nothing to talk about and got up from his seat, but the woman tried to stop him. If he gives them the crown, then Alston will make him his successor. He will never need money again. Fame and fortune will be on his way. Pausing for a second, the doctor said that it was certainly a tempting offer, but he would refuse because he didn't have the crown. Moreover then, all the people went to the other world. Then the doctor had an operation, so he left early. The woman changed her face. Her voice became rough and she said that Mr. Alston must get the crown or there would be consequences. Pausing for a second, Lu said that this image is just a fake. Everyone should know that Alston is willing to sacrifice anything for his pride. As if a thunderstorm was brewing, the woman said that she believed that this hero was the savior of the world and that he would personally take Lu to the Ark. Lastly, Lu advised her as a very old acquaintance to get away from this character before he ruins her again. The woman couldn't believe her ears. It seemed like she was delusional. She thought the Lord was a deity and still tried to convince Lu. Soon, the guy and Anna were again near the gate. The girl had escaped right from the board of directors, and she really hopes it's really something important. Turning back to her with a smile on his face, Lu pointed to the others and said they had time to come too. Indeed, everyone else was also in the gathering. Everyone had their own reasons anyway. They are together. Anya grabbed her head. This is just unthinkable. Lu coughed, pretending to say that they are all a team and have to make sacrifices. Okay. Anyway, she decided to come here because it's important to her. Lu nodded right now. The reward will be a card against Alston. Li Shi was visibly nervous. He realized that now was the most important mission in his life and could not lose. Turning to the commander, Anya said that then despite the price she would help him get it. Lu even wondered why she would be so serious. In any case, it was necessary to move out. The whole team had already moved towards the glowing gate where the final battle awaited them. This world was completely different, as if cyberpunk. They were met by a flying car as if from the future. Several people dressed as punks jumped out of the car. Apparently, they had some kind of deal. Opening the trunk, the others saw that there were several girls lying there with their mouths tied. I think they were slaves. The merchant smiled a devilish smile and ordered them to be silent or they would part with their lives. Suddenly, Charlotte appeared. She was furious. Most of all, the girl hated it when innocents were hurt. Soon, the rest of the team pulled up. The criminals had already been eliminated, and the girls were free to leave this horrible place. After taking a closer look, Lu said that this world is a survival-type world, and each team will have a certain amount of time to survive here. Li joyfully shrieked, "Great! Then we just need to join forces." Lin wasn't so optimistic they would have to face armed groups. Lu's eyes lowered, and he confirmed right. Besides, that's just the outside of the world, and there's an inside that's even worse. Little Li sighed in doom, but he thought it would be safe. Charlotte reassured him that the boss was with them, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Turning towards Lu, ordered to listen carefully. Now they will be announced a task they need to get closer. The point was that it will be a kind of battle royale here. There will be no boss, and will win only the last surviving team. People were immediately horrified as to how this was even understood, but around instantly the shooting started. Everyone started destroying each other. Two people, one looking like a knight and the other like a lowly, smiled. The task was getting more and more interesting just to survive. Li lowered his eyes. Everything had turned into a hunt together. Working here would not work. Lin was also upset, of course, without it. Seeing the worry on her boss's face, Anya asked what was wrong, and for a second she too felt creepy. Thinking about it, the guy said that there were many versions of this world, but the rules didn't match the ones he remembered. Of course, Lu had made up his mind that he wouldn't destroy other people, but it seemed like they had no other choice now. And even so, he had his own plan. If the path could not be traveled, they would pave a new path of their own. You can't play by the rules, but Lu wants to play otherwise, so the guy had to strategize. Shots and explosions continued to rattle everywhere, and people were flying in different directions. The men were very heavily armed with rocket launchers, RPGs, and other weapons, and the squads were destroyed at an incredible rate. There were magnetic cushion cars flying everywhere in the air, and there were shootouts in the air too. It was like real fighting. Sitting in the car, two people were trying to avoid being shot at. Strong awakened to destroy others. Sticking out is very dangerous. The girl in the blue dress said that she was very kind, so she deprived her victims of feelings, and when they go to the other world, she will not feel anything. Her partner, a huge man, was holding the head of another poor man who was begging to be released, but there was a crunch. After destroying a dozen weak players, he said that he had no fun need to find Lu Feng and finally deal with him. The girl immediately flew over to him and told him that Mr. Alston wanted to win this guy over to his side. The only option left was the girl said they needed to destroy Lu to take the Empress's crown from him, and then Alston wouldn't blame them. The man lit up with renewed vigor. He liked that feeling of destroying the weak. He felt like God at this time. Now the defense phase was beginning, and the girl can't block the dawn need to wait 6 hours. This game would last very fast after a certain time for them. Everything would be over. The girl was ready. At that time, one of the underground casinos was auctioning off the very girl with the brightly colored hair for sale. The bid was accepted, and one of the auctioneer's assistants took the goods out of the cage. The girl tried to break free but was unsuccessful. Before the auction was over, the doors flew open and there was Lin Yu, and she yelled that the club was closing and everyone should get the hell out of here. The people sitting inside were furious at who she even was and how dare she behave like that in these lands. Guys, seeing a beautiful girl decided to grab her and sell her for a good price will make good money. Naturally, the shooter was not going to give up so quickly. She pulled out her gun and started sprinkling everyone with lead. Time seemed to slow down. The bullets were flying so fast it was impossible to keep track of them, and they were poisonous. Several bandits immediately lost their lives. They fell to the ground before they could even realize anything. People lunged at the strange girl, but she destroyed them by the dozens with great ease. Even as Lin was surrounded, she began to circle around herself and destroy people at an incredible speed. Well, the task was completed. Lin exhaled. Everywhere in the air was the acrid smell of gunpowder and blood. The unfortunate girl who had just been about to be sold all business and trembling with fear, she could not believe her good fortune. One of the bandits was still alive. He held up 2 fingers as if preparing for something and stood up. It turned out that the bandits were still alive, so the girls opened the doors and flew out. People who were destroyed by the monsters began to seemingly resurrect and turned into zombies. No one knew what to do. A girl soldier sitting on a branch watched what was happening. She did not understand what was happening. All of a sudden began to turn into soulless monsters. Lin Yu said that the biochemical bullet has worked, and now all these people will be turned into soulless monsters. It's the only chance to survive. Lu, who was driving the motorcycle, said he didn't have much time to speed up or they wouldn't make it in time. The motorcycle accelerated to an incredible speed and jumped from one roof to another, needed to catch up with the train. Jumping out of the seat, Lin punched the roof of the train station with a powerful kick and was inside. Dozens of reanimated monsters immediately flew at her. Screaming could be heard everywhere, and an unpleasant odor filled the air. After quickly dealing with the monsters, the girl jumped back on the bike and they rushed through the train. The doors swung open and there were new monsters to deal with. Too many to count. Lu, along with her friend, were now standing in a safe place on the outskirts of the city. There were explosions going off. The city was absorbing the fourth wave of zombies. Now nothing would stop them. Lin asked. When they will now start to act, Lu said it is 3 hours away. They need to wait somewhere safe. Defense phase. Countdown complete. Now everything's changed. The zombies have taken over the city. People didn't understand anything. Isn't this world cyberpunk? Why is there a biochemical crisis? It's just unrealistic. The other heroes tried to destroy the crowd of zombies, but they succeeded. This weak monsters were too many and they were immortal. The man in armor was furious at how many of them were here. Yes, and besides, they were like annoying parasites constantly appearing. In the highest tower of the city sat a boy wearing a helmet with many wires attached to it. 2 servants appeared in front of him. They bowed and greeted the city chief. There was a man with an unpleasant face and ears like an elf. He smiled and greeted his host. The town chief asked, what is even going on here? The outside world has fallen and now the inside is out of control too. The second man with the beard got to his feet and said there was nothing to worry about. They had sent a cleanup team there. The man with the pointy ears said the rate of spread of the virus is too fast, it risks getting out of control. Hearing that the boss was very displeased, the subordinate fell to his knees and apologized. The boy calmed down, first needed to hold the inner peace while they went through this crisis. The man with the beard said not to worry the boss. They will do everything in the best way. Meanwhile, Lu sat behind the wheel of the car. The navigator was pointing him in the right direction. Sitting in the back seat, Li Shi said that all the soldiers here can't give themselves away or they'll be finished. Turning in the other direction, Anya saw another cybernetic soldier of the same kind, and goosebumps ran down her spine. The guy said not to worry the others, he had already hidden their biometric information. Charlotte laughed. The chief said that in a few minutes they would arrive at the site. From there, a special person would send them to the restricted area. The ambulance was moving deep into the city, followed by dozens of flying drones escorting the entire time. When they arrived at the location, the doors opened. The guys changed into biochemical defense suits as camouflage. They were met by a girl. She said that the guys had done a good job. This time, the deputy chief of the city came to meet them. The girl took off her helmet and said in a gruff voice that since Lu was a fellow student, she would help her with the crisis. The guy only remained silent and looked at her with a serious look. The situation was extremely tense and they had to do their best not to be discovered. He said the situation was critical and they would go to the most contaminated area of the city. Soon they were already sitting inside the attack helicopter. The woman asked if he remembered the article he had helped her dopus. The guy nodded. The fighter's face changed. The girl blushed as he found out that she strongly liked such articles. It seems she was very impressed. In a cold voice, Lu replied that it was certainly good, but it was better to talk about the situation. The girl calmed down and nodded. They continued to fly over the city. Explosions were heard everywhere. Most neighborhoods recorded outbreaks of infection. The man in the spacesuit turned to her and asked her what the most difficult task was. The girl said that the infected areas were completely isolated. For a moment, the others thought she had figured it out, and they were revealed to have caught their breath in a second. But luckily, Lu skillfully dodged uncomfortable questions as if he knew everything ahead of time. After his reply, the woman became visibly nervous and bit her lip, really like she hadn't thought of it before. Soon, the ship and the cleanup team landed on a landing strip in one of the infested areas where they were already being greeted. As they stepped outside, they saw a strange sight. There were many battle robots pointing their cannons at them. For a second, a silence hung between them. Lu asked her if there was any doubt, the girl as if she noticed something. And then the guy realized that he had miscalculated. Lu asked Ling Yue to answer all of her questions. His voice sounded casual. The next second, a shot rang out. Lin pulled out a pistol from her pocket and destroyed the girl who was beginning to suspect too much. Upon seeing the invaders, the robots immediately opened fire. The whole space was filled with a hail of bullets. It was a real hell. Luckily, Charlotte reacted in time and blocked the projectiles with her telekinesis. A second later, the monster Li Shi didn't stand idly by and started throwing the robots in different directions with his ghost pet out of the darkness. Hundreds of drones hovered in the air and literally surrounded them on all sides. The boy was very frightened and began to swivel his head around looking for a life-saving solution, but all seemed to fail. The huge fox stood in front of the opponents and prepared for the attack. They had surrounded them. Now there would be a real massacre. There were too many drones. Anya asked what they would do in such a situation. Everyone went silent. But even this time, their boss had a backup plan. Just needed to destroy everyone. The guy raised up the talisman and began to accumulate energy. A giant golem appeared from somewhere and started throwing enemies in different directions with its powerful blows. Hoist at the controls, the deputy was horrified. Someone had infiltrated the heart of their city and was wreaking havoc. Behind his back, several dozen battle robots appeared in the form of girls in maid uniforms. They asked to deal with it. The man was furious. The artificial intelligence designed for surveillance shows that these strangers had breached the main point. The man almost lost his mind. You can't let them in there or your inner world will collapse in seconds. One of the girls told the warden not to worry. The entrance is securely guarded and these people will never get in. As it turned out, they do not have such a good protection. The doors opened literally in a second at the snap of a finger. From there, immediately flew out mad robots. They were infected with the virus and were ready to destroy anyone in their path as a whole army. The huge black fox was climbing up the steep wall to the top. He seemed to be stuck to it. The defenders, called to destroy the infected area, began to advance, destroying all in their path. Hoist opened his mouth and could not say a word. He realized that everything had gone to shit, and now the inner city would be destroyed. The man ordered his servants to immediately find the invaders and wipe them out. The girl put her hand to her chest, a sign of obedience. Being in the central laboratory of the core, Lou, along with his friends, had already come to the right place. There were flasks with antidote serum there. He turned and ordered Charlotte to activate the device. The girl immediately hit the switch and something began to change. There were explosions everywhere. Monsters were grabbing their heads. They didn't know what was going on and were very scared. The very maids were in the air, destroying everything in their path to prevent the intruders from entering the inner world. Lou watched all this through the window. Li Shi asked why it was he who wanted to destroy this world. The guy replied that there was something to be gained. Only by destroying the inner world can one access its energy center and carry it freely. Anya said she understood perfectly, but they would hardly be able to get out of here in such a case. Trying to reassure them, Lou said that if the city chief doesn't come, the rest is no problem for them. Lee asked if he could win. With a heavy sigh, the guy replied that this boss is a supreme being who has been living here for several hundred years, and it's useless to compete with him now. Outside, the monsters began to freeze by themselves and everything was covered with thick ice. The man in armor said that no matter how many enemies they had or where they got to, they could still find them and destroy them at any cost. The girl said it's time to start and asked her comrade to take care of her body man. Sure, everything will be fine. Gathering all her energy together, the girl created a huge ice statue and pointed it straight forward. He saw it all from afar and didn't understand what it was all about. He changed his face and said that everyone else's life would be sacrificed. Let him welcome his new master. Charlotte and Anya were talking among themselves. Their boss is still in his repertoire. Even when it's the end of the world, he keeps flirting. Lin Yu interrupted them and said that danger was coming, so we should be prepared. Looking down, the arrow saw the robotic maids approaching them. They had been sent here to prevent infiltration. These creatures were incredibly strong. They easily dealt with the monsters on the street as if they were playing a game. But suddenly, something flew past them. Then all over the place began to appear icy growths. Warriors did not understand anything. In a second, the girls began to be covered with a dense crust of ice and could no longer move. Even their strength was not enough. The city chief appeared. He was furious and urged Lu Feng. He wanted to personally destroy him and exalt himself. Lu saw it all himself. He said they couldn't handle an enemy like that. He'd distract him and let the rest of us hide. In response to Lin wanting to go along with him, the guy said that as soon as she went outside and she would be immediately destroyed. Without further explanation, he jumped out the window, breaking the glass and headed straight for the monster. Finally, this man got his hands on the boss. The boy was just thrilled. Now he's gonna destroy him. But suddenly, something changed in front of his eyes. Some kind of ice fortress appeared and immediately froze Lu Feng. A second later, the ice cracked and out burst the two of them, ready to destroy anyone. The boss came to be horrified and surprised at the same time. Does this man really want to fight back? One of the guards opened his wide maw and roared, a roar so powerful that the whole area began to shake. The master of the city was furious that this insolent man dared to attack him. The boy released an energy squall from his hand. The subordinates who were watching all this were horrified, and it would be very difficult to bring the body of the boss back, especially now. In front of their eyes, a real battle was unfolding. A huge guardian launched arrows at the chief, but he reflected them with his light shield. Several huge giants sprinkled arrows all over the city. They destroyed everything in their path, but so far could not match the boy's strength. Everywhere there was a real chaos. Subordinates did not know what to do. The inner world was about to collapse from such overstrain. Enraged, the guy yelled for Lu to come out finally and fight him face to face instead of hiding all the time. But Lu Feng was of a different opinion. He decided to run away and hide behind the nearest ledge to wait out the storm. The kid let the cold air out of his mouth, freezing all around, and how long his opponent is going to hide. The subordinate with the long ears was tearing his hair out. They'd spent so long building this city, now it would be destroyed in seconds. Meanwhile, the boss was furious how this guy dared to refuse Mr. Alston his offer this incredible insolence. The entire body of the little boy was emanating such a strong flow of energy that everything around him began to melt as if from fire. Charlotte saw that their boss was in great danger and yelled for him to get out of there, but it was unlikely that Lou heard her at that moment. Everything around him began to collapse under the incredible pressure in the air. Flying stones, Lou tried to escape from the energy waves for a while. He even succeeded. When it was pointless to run away, the guy applied a defense mechanism, but the city chief would quickly destroy it. After the crushing blow, the shield barely held, but luckily Lou was still alive, though breathing very hard. Seeing the city chief preparing his most powerful volley, the subordinate grabbed his head. Now the city will definitely end. Lou lifted his head and the city was destroyed. A heavy sigh escaped from his mouth as he realized that soon everything would come to an end. Suddenly, several missiles formed near his shield like jet engines. They lifted him up. The subordinate understood that if things went on like this, they could be considered an extinct civilization, and the energy center would automatically shut down. In front of the man's face appeared a notice: the temperature has fallen below the critical mark now. Soon the city will be destroyed. The rest of the team was engulfed in flames. It was so hot, they could barely handle the temperature. Anya realized that she couldn't stop it any longer. Soon they would all be finished. Being in the protective capsule, Lou started the countdown. The guy seemed to realize what was about to happen. Before he could use his last attack, the little boy lost all his strength. His eyes turned white, and after a second he lost consciousness. Left without his power, the guy stopped flying and started falling from a great height straight to the ground. No one understood. A subordinate froze in place. He could not believe his eyes. Did the city survive? The heat also stopped. Anya looked around her and couldn't believe that the battle was over. But how did it even happen? She couldn't even imagine what their boss was using to strip the opponent's soul. It was simply unbelievable. Blushing with embarrassment, Charlotte realized that their boss had thought of everything in advance. This was the man she wanted to follow for the rest of her life. At the top stood two of the same Ice Queen and her faithful companion below. The monstrous howls of monsters consumed by the flames could be heard. The girl's soul was separated from her body, and flying overhead, now she was completely defenseless. At the last moment, a huge man blocked the flying missile with his hand, and he himself did not realize what was happening. From all sides, they began to attack them. In addition, hundreds of missiles were fired at them. Why suddenly they all started being attacked? It was a fat guy with a huge bazooka in his hands who fired that missile with a smile. And the guy said he did what Lou wanted. Of course, he didn't guess why Lou would understand the essence of the weapon connoisseur, but the agreed payment could not be reduced. The guy smiled. On the other side of the phone line, Lou agreed, of course, for an old comrade with whom he had been through a lot, and not a penny would be spared. There was a real fireworks show in the outside world. Fatty and his girlfriend were sitting on the roof of the house watching from afar. Suddenly, they heard an air raid alarm and stirred up. Something must have been going on. With the city losing its power source, the couple realized this, but it was too late to run away. When they found out that the city was about to be hit by a nuclear bomb, everyone else started running away in a hurry to save their lives. The aide in the command control center was terrified that the city would soon be wiped off the face of the earth before the nuclear bomb was launched. Besides, without the energy center, no one can escape from here. The man was ready to fall to the ground. Lou's whole crew was fleeing in a hurry. We need to find at least good cover to try to survive. 1 month had not yet passed and the nuclear bomb had already been launched. No one realized what the problem was, but they had to run away in a hurry. Anya moved forward anyway. Need to find shelter. That's just where that stalker pervert Charlotte said she believed the boss would find them. Meanwhile, while in its protective pod, the power source was just flying out of this city. Little Lee wanted to run away. He saw that the city was falling into the abyss and wanted to find some shelter. But suddenly someone grabbed him hard by the scruff of the neck and pulled. The boy stopped and almost fell. It was Anya. She reacted in time and saved the boy at the last moment when a huge object crashed near them and exploded. Even up to this point, the emotionless Lin was a little scared. This was the last refuge in the city. Now they just had nowhere to go. The boy was scared. Now they have no choice. They're all going to die before the city is destroyed. Suddenly, a shuttle descended in front of them, dispersing the air in different directions. The guys moved a little farther away and got ready. As expected, it was their boss. Lou came out of the spaceship and apologized for being late. It was a bit of a hassle. Anya wondered if he'd come, but Charlotte was sure. She said she didn't doubt him for a second. With a smile on his face, he looked at his friends and invited them aboard. Now was the time to get the hell out of here. There were two in one of the flying cars. They were trying to get out of this city with a minute to go before the nuclear bomb was set off. There was a man behind the wheel, his hands shaking, fearing for his life. He tried to get them out of here, but it was no use. The shadow world was locked. Now no one could get out. The ice girl, along with her ward, realized that now their end would come. Inside the ship, everyone was already sitting together with the military girl and the fat man with the bazooka. The fat man said that even though Lou had saved him, he still had to pay. Sitting at the helm, Lou said that if anyone didn't like them leaving, then let Alston find them himself and come to the rendezvous point. The Ice Queen, along with her knight, saw the spaceship flying away from the city far away at full steam. The girl was already preparing her ice charge. She couldn't let this brat just run away, he would stay with them. Something exploded in front of the spaceship. Charlotte shouted for the boss to be more careful, but Lou was already in control. He drove the ship very fast and carefully. The countdown is over, and the jet-propelled nuclear bomb has rocketed upwards. Now the city will be destroyed. There was an explosion. Having accelerated to incredible speed, the spaceship flew into the Earth's orbit and passed through the gate. The whole place shook. The crew members were terrified. But still, they trusted their boss and it seemed to be over. Anya asked, "What are they going to do for a month in orbit until the gate opens?" Lou said that even though they are in space, it is still another world. Charlotte said with a smile that it would be even more interesting if they finally found their target. Continuing to steer the ship, Lou said with some disappointment that maybe we'd get lucky another time, but for now, let everyone get ready to go home. A spaceship was flying somewhere high in space, and on the globe grew a nuclear mushroom. The city was destroyed. The events moved to 3 days later in London. On the streets of the capital of Great Britain, people were walking around. The atmosphere was peaceful. The goddess, along with Bertha, sat and talked. Shui said that she wanted Lou to perform brain surgery on her grandfather. Exactly why is she willing to pay? The girl realized that Alston was much stronger than Lou, but she would be on her comrade's side whatever happened. After a few seconds, the doors opened and out came Dr. L. Everyone around started whispering it was a real local celebrity. Without waiting a second, Zhu fell on her knees in front of him and started begging him to perform the surgery on her grandfather. She will pay the price. Unexpectedly, the girl felt the doctor's hand on her head. The man said that of course he would perform the operation, and there was no need to pay. Recognizing this voice, the girl jumped up and couldn't believe her eyes. Could it be the doctor? It's Lou. The guy smiled, of course, in his own person. Next, Zhu wanted to fall under the ground in shame. This is such a shame that it is hard to even imagine. But Berta was shocked. Did her friend really know this famous doctor? And how did they meet? Zhui said she had just found out. Lou was beginning to regret leaving the office. His head was splitting from all the whispering. The guy turned to them and asked where they would go. Now Shui said to her house, after which she blushed even more and became embarrassed. This girl's house was truly a monumental building. It was a real historical monument that was a huge mansion. Inside, the whole family was already gathered. And not only there were many people sitting around a long table filled with delicious food and wine. One of the people present raised his glass and offered a toast to old Lou, referring to Grandpa Shui. The old man sitting at the head of the table was the head of the family. His name was Lu Xiao. The man raised his glass and thanked everyone. The guests began to praise his granddaughter too. She was indeed an inspiring person. She has a great future. The old man brushed his pathetic mustache and said, "That's all right. He's just got the headache of finding her a husband." Suddenly, they were interrupted by their granddaughter entering the room, and next to her walked Lu Feng himself. Pointing her hand at the guy, Zui introduced him, saying that he was the guild leader she was talking about. Whispers erupted everywhere as guests began to discuss where this guy stomping around her came from. Seeing the strange guest, the head of the family with a rumble put a glass of water on the table. His face changed. The old man looked at the boy and told him to leave her granddaughter alone. Then he looked at his granddaughter and said she shouldn't have brought someone she didn't understand into the house. The old man told her not to say anything else. This small guild leader is not suitable for her. Suddenly, a strange man appeared nearby and introduced himself, saying that he had studied at a prestigious university and was now a qualified doctor. But suddenly, one of the people present recognized Dr. L in this strange, unassuming fellow and could not believe his eyes. The man fell to his knees and started tearfully thanking the guy. Finally, they had a chance to meet in person. Looking at the strange man, Lou ordered him to stand up. It was not in his policy to socialize with relatives of patients after surgery. The fat man rose to his feet and now withdrew to his own accord. Following this, everyone else began to pay their respects to Lou by calling him their idol. They looked up to this man and couldn't believe that he was in front. Even the old man bulged his eyes and looked at his granddaughter. He couldn't believe that the famous doctor was her friend. He rose to his full fine height and approached Lou, who'd been standing still all this time as if waiting for something. The man continued to look at him with a stern, ingratiating look, as if he were now reprimanding his grandson. But after a second, the man changed. He took his hand and begged him to get married sooner, because he couldn't wait to nurse his grandchildren. After such a warm welcome, Lou was speechless. He didn't know what to say. How quickly this person changes when he recognizes the status of a guest. Soon they were sitting in the spacious hall and discussing whatever we wanted to talk about. The head of the family put in front of them a huge jar where some obscure plants were floating. The man proudly said that it was his best life tincture. As soon as that liquid hit Lou's mouth, the guy felt like he was splashed with gasoline and immediately spit it all out. Finally fed up with it, and Zhu had jumped up from her seat asking her grandfather to stop doing that. The man opened a small sugar bowl and bitterly said that nowadays young people are not the same as they used to be, and he is not a conservative old man, by the way. Now, they were already walking down a long corridor. The head of the family said that the boy could stay here. his granddaughter would show the house. When Zhu heard all this, she blushed even more and wanted to take him to the living room. But the old man said, "What living room? Let him go to his room." And without waiting for an answer from them, the old man pushed the two straight into the nearest room. Let them not worry about him and better get on with business. And now that Lu was alone with Zhu, the old man traitorously slammed the door behind them and locked it shut. There was immediately an awkward pause between them. The room was indeed splendidly furnished in the best traditions of medieval palaces. Seeing the obvious embarrassment on his friend's face, Lu told her not to worry. He would sleep on the couch and everything would be fine. But that's not what the girl seemed to care about. She asked if Lu was sure he could cure her grandfather. The guy replied that a doctor is never wrong. Soon, the head of the Lu Xiao family was already being carried on a gurney to the operating room. Now there was going to be a fateful event. The operation was fortunately successful. The man survived and was now fully healthy and full of vigor, even better than before. The expensive supercar was now being carried at breakneck speed across the big bridge over the river. Shua was driving. She was thanking her friend for curing her grandfather. Lu was reading a local magazine in the foreign press. There was also a heated discussion. Naturally, they were being followed. There was a car on a huge screen and people were watching their every move in amazement. Now, the whole public was already convinced that this guy next to her was her lover, but it was still hard to believe. Lu said that recently Zhu has been practicing swordsmanship at night. The girl was embarrassed and asked how he knew this. Guy pulled out his smartphone pocket and showed her the video saying her grandfather sent it. That's how he knows. Xiu said that there was nothing she could do. She needed to become stronger and try harder to achieve the right to fight him side by side. She said that she really wanted to be with Lu. During this time, she had realized and rethought a lot of things. The girl became serious. When he looked at her, the guy called her silly. She was already with him all the time, Xiu asked, stammering. This question put Lu in a stupor, and why was it that she suddenly asked the guy's heart began to beat more often? Putting the car on autopilot, the girl jumped into his arms and kissed him hard. Hundreds and maybe even thousands of onlookers watching all of this were horrified. For many, a childhood dream was shattered. But unfortunately, the lovers had to part. Lu flew back on his very important business, and Zhu saw him off with a look. Looking at the departing airplane with a loving gaze, Yue believed that Lu would definitely and she wouldn't stop following his footsteps.